Good evening, folks. It's my honor to call the meeting to order October 7th, first meeting of October, 6 p.m. Actually, it's 1 past 6 p.m. This council has been very good with the time. And we acknowledge we are gathered in the William Lake First Nation Septic People's unceded territory, thanks to the elder chief, the nation, allowing us to do the business. As most of the people have seen, majority council member are here. Council Moses is on a different business, and he's joined us through the Zoom. Adoption of the agenda is on the table.
I'll move that, Your Worship. If I can also add CN Rail to the agenda.
I need seconder, please. Councillor Beam, with the addition to the agenda with the CN Rail issue, all in favor? Oppose, if any? Carried unanimously. Minute of the regular meeting of the council held September 16, 25. Need a motion?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Councillor Flashpoller, Councillor Nelson. Any addition, deletion? All in favor? Carried. It's a great honor, as most of the community, the council members, the staff know. We was gone to UBCM, called Union of British Columbia Municipalities, and we go there to share our different municipalities, with our municipality, our thoughts, our issues, our solutions, our problem, and networking. Idea is to get together and pressure, by working together, pressure the provincial government to get our point across and make our way into. A lot of people have seen, I received the Long Service Award. There's one gentleman in our council tonight, one of my council member, had 1 year over me. I thought the person was behind me. And it was a big surprise to me because he beat me by 1 year. And congratulations to Councillor Nelson. And I tried to keep the secret, the line in the bag, but one of our common friend, and he told me he phoned him right away. I gave him a heck. I said, why did you phone him? So it's not a secret. If I may request to Councillor Nelson to come to the center to receive the award on behalf of the community, as well as Councillor Sheila Bais. Congratulations to her. She's elected once again on the board. So I'll go in the picture on behalf of the community and thanking him service to the community, and Councillor Beam representing the UBCM. Please, if you could come, we can take picture.
Here we get is the word.
While you're getting ready for the picture, Worship, I'm getting messages that the stream has no sound.
Please.
Well, Your Worship, and Councillor Bain, thank you very much, and it's truly an honor, and I share it with the community because the community has always backed a lot of positive change, and this is an honor shared with the community and the residents of Williams Lake and my colleagues and staff. Thank you very much.
No, Councillor Nelson, if I may once again, I wanted to appreciate and congratulate you. The service you have done to the community. Sometimes we don't all agree on the issue. Sometimes the community don't agree with our philosophy, our ideology, how we do things. That's a different story. I know how much time it takes to serve as a mayor, how much time it takes to serve as a councillor. Any public service is not easy. Trust me. So congratulations and thank you.
I don't know, I'm going to tell my grandkids because I keep telling them I'm 29 years old.
Good for you.
Thank you,
Yeah.
Worship. Thank you.
Yeah,
colleagues.
Council Nelson started, I think it was one term before me, 90s, I started 93. Then he left, he came back, he left, he came back. I left 14, so during 14, he made it head of me 1 year. Thank you. Okay, delegation, and it's my honor to present you the Michael Franklin and Greg Gaylord from the Foundry Caribou Chilcotin Regional Update and Stats on Youth Attending the Foundry. Thank you very much, both of you, please. I'll request all the council member to hold their question, please, till they've done the presentation. Please.
Okay, thanks, guys. It'll just come up here in a second.
Yes, it will.
There we go. So I think people know roughly who we are. We're past principals. We've got lots of experience with kids and community and families and stuff, which has worked really well in terms of building relationships with people in town and maintaining the relationships we have with families. So that's been really helpful to get people in the door. So Foundry for youth 12 to 24 years old, as sad as that is, we got to stick really closely to those ages. We're across the street from Fresco, and that's our phone number. Next one. We are a program of the Child Development Center. We work for the Child Development Center, and Vanessa and the board there worked really hard to get Foundry here and running, and they support us really well. So this is kind of what we do. It's a safe, non-judgmental space to find support. So we sort of are that door that kids or parents can come into and have a conversation. It's 100% confidential, unless there's a safety issue going on, but 99.9% of the time, extremely confidential. Just come in the door. We have the time to listen to your story. We will make suggestions on what might be helpful and what supports are available in the community if they don't happen to be available in our building. So when it comes to young people, we don't need, this kind of sounds negative. I got to find a better way to say this. Caregiver consent not required. So, 12-year-olds can walk in and access the doctor, the nurse, the counselors in our building. And it's not that we're trying to exclude families and caregivers from that situation, but we also don't want young people putting things off because they don't know how to talk about it. Our goal is to rework back into the caregiver circle once those kids come in. So there's no fear of, a 13-year-old coming in and being given some sort of extreme prescription for something. That's all done in a circle of care. So some people get a little turned off by that, but it's not a concern. One door, endless supports. It's a positive place. It's modern. It's beautiful for those of you who've been in there. And it's upbeat. It's a happy place to be. And we operate Monday to Friday, 9 to 6. We've tried some evenings. We've tried some weekends. No success. We'll see how that goes. Next slide. What do we offer? So peer support. It's a bit of I think you guys have probably come across peer support before. The difference between a peer support person and a youth care worker or a youth navigator is that lived experienced component of their lives. We have young people and some older people that have lived experiences that help them to understand better the circumstances people are in, and they're also very good at accessing supports. So we have five peer support on staff, one family peer support. We have counseling services, we have drop-in counseling, and also some sort of midterm counseling, 6 to 10 sessions. We have 2 full-time clinicians and 1 virtual clinician that works a few hours a week. We have a nurse that works 4 days a week. We have a doctor, Dr. Fedor. We're really lucky to have a doctor, and Dr. Fedor's mental health, eating disorders, gender services, all those sorts of things he does a very good job of. So he's kind of semi-retired, so he has a relatively flexible schedule. He's supposed to work 3 days a week, but he's going to the Galapagos Islands for 2 weeks. It seems every couple of weeks he goes somewhere. But we'll take what we can get. And again, also we're struggling. We do have financing for a full-time doctor. It's in place. It's ready to go if we could hire somebody. We also have full-time financing for a nurse practitioner if we could attract somebody to the position. So those positions are open. Wellness activities, those are sort of pro-social activities, fun stuff for kids to come and do, build self-esteem, build some skills, make some social contacts in a place that's semi-controlled and monitored. Foundry works in education. Do you want to talk about that now or later? You get to talk now, yeah.
So yeah, my role is work in education. So 13 months ago, Mike thankfully approached me and said, would you be interested in joining the Foundry? And I'd left the school district and wasn't really sure. So after 4 days of retirement, decided to take the plunge, and it's been great. So my role with my colleague Becca Jervis is to get youth connected with jobs in the community and education as well. So we've connected with True. We actually had Allison Sutherland-Mand last year come in and do a chef training class for a week. And that was pretty impactful, I would say, for the clients that we had in the program. So Becca and I have, I think, approached 50 employers within the community just looking for support. If we do have youth coming in looking for work, would they be interested in? And that's been very positive. And we also offer to support people who are currently employed. So that's maybe a facet that people don't really know. So that's what I do.
Yeah, so just to follow up, instead of going out and just always asking for opportunities in the community, we can also provide a pretty strong service in terms of if somebody's employed, they have a good relationship, for whatever reason things have gone sideways for them, we can sometimes step in and provide some supports for that person to get back into the work environment without you having to retrain. So that's another piece that we like to throw out there. And all services are free and highly confidential, which is tough in a small town. You guys all know that. Next one, please. So we run this, it's a model, it's called the Integrated Step Care Model. Think of this triangle as 100 kids piled up. Most of our kids come in and are sort of everyday situations, pretty easy questions, pretty easy solutions, easy supports to put into place, and often just a sounding board or a venting board. So the majority of our kids come in with everyday situations and stuff that's concerning but not crazy, relatively easy to fix before it gets to the point where it's a real problem and it's difficult to fix. Most of the kids sit there. We also have the kids that are extremely complex, the unhoused kids, the substance use, substance concerned kids, and those guys also. But it's not the main piece of our service. It may take a lot of our time, but we really are trying to market to those young people to come in early, let's help you early, and let's keep life smooth. Next one. Peer support. So like I said, for the most part, they're young support workers with different life experiences. Drop-in or scheduled appointments, have time to listen to their stories. So it's not like, if you go to your doctor and you have 15 minutes to sort of tell your story. These guys have an hour, a couple hours all day if that's what is needed. And they will help to connect with other service providers, either inside or outside of the building. Next one. And then navigators, and we all kind of do this role, but we help people get things done. We all know the bureaucracy is a bit of a scary place for a lot of people and frustrating and often causes people to drop out of the system. We'll help you to get things done. We understand the bureaucracy. We have staff that understand the bureaucracy, and we have time to follow through on things. Drop-in counseling, this is probably our most, next to the doctor, this is the most used service. We have drop-in, or you can book, actually I changed it the other day, we can now book 14 days in advance. That's roughly a 45-minute session. It's generally one-off, so a specific challenge that you can walk away with a plan in about 45 minutes. So these are not those extremely complex kids. Drop-in counseling is for everyday, maybe a little bit complex. We'll help you out with a plan. You may have to come back, and that's okay. We may refer you to a doctor, a peer support, whatever makes sense. And you'll leave with a plan. And we may refer you to further counseling also, whether that's midterm with us or longer term with CMHA or CYMH. This job, I learned all these acronyms slowly. So anyways, next one. Primary care, so that's doctor and nurse. Again, confidential, important to know. They'll leave with a plan, and the doctor may refer them, and that may be to a clinician, that may be to a navigator, that may be to an outside service or a specialist. We don't have any special roads to specialists, but we have efficient roads. So for gender care, eating disorders, and psychiatry, we have efficient roads to those services. Next one, there we go. We already sort of talked about this one, didn't we? Yeah, okay, so Greg kind of talked about that one already. Foundry Works in Education, a bit of a newer program for us. There's about seven foundries in the province. 7 foundries. We've been lucky, we've been quite successful, so we happen to get a lot of opportunities. This opportunity came our way because we had the capacity. I had the person to hire that could do the job, so we were lucky to get this funding, and it was in the neighborhood of about $280,000 a year for it's good for a 6-year stint. Next one. Wellness groups. So wellness groups, again, they're safe, positive, fun social groups, build self-esteem, skills, confidence, something to do with a friend and socialize. There's always free snacks. We do rely on our peer support to provide opportunities, but also people in the community. We have another fellow ex-principal that comes in that does carving with kids. He was actually there tonight, and he does carving. I have another friend who comes in and does fly tying. So we're always looking for people in the community to come in and share their skills. We've done ribbon shirts, ribbon skirts. We've done quilting with the seniors and those sorts of things. So just trying to build those networks. And always lots of food. This is just an idea. This is a good example of a workshop. These are Denise Sakai employees. They're one of our strongest partners, and they're building moccasins. And here's some stats. So I'm going really quick, so feel free to ask questions. I just kind of going through it here, and I'll hand this out. So unique youth. So since we started, the first year we started, fiscal is March 1st. Well, yeah, whatever, that April 1st to March 30th, right, fiscal. So first year, 364 kids, 778, you can read that there, 894. Just keep in mind, we started at 0. Right? So they're good numbers. Next one. So this is unique youth coming in the door. So April 2024, we saw 178 different faces come in the door. And you can see how that follows through, and it adds up to those totals you saw earlier. And, relatively consistent numbers. The month doesn't seem to matter too much. I'm not quite sure why October is an anomaly there, but they're roughly the same every month. Next one. Just another example of things we do. Painting class, kind of fun, adds some color to our building, build some confidence with the kids. Okay, so here's total visits. So as we know, a kid may come once, kid may come 15 times in a month. So this is the average number of young people visits walking in our door each month. And next one. Annualized monthly visits, so just those added up. But again, we've gone from 0 to 4,700 visits a year, and I would expect, as it won't slope quite as much, but that slope is slowing. But I would imagine we're going to be closer to 5,000 than 4,900 for this next year. Huh. Next one. Now, this is a little bit hard to see, but roughly, we're about 1/3 primary care, so doctor and nurse, about 1/3 mental health peer support, and about 1/3 groups. is roughly how it falls. I mean, it's not exactly, but it's close there. So if we lose our doctor, which eventually we're going to, and hopefully we can replace that, that's a big dent in what we do. Next one. Just a rough outline of, and this has been fairly consistent. So male, kids that identify as gender diverse and female. Caucasian, First Nations, and then, of course, our population isn't that varied yet. We're getting there every day. And next one. Okay, so this is how to access services at Foundry. Three different ways. Number one, you can walk in the door, say hello, make an appointment, get help right away, generally. You can also phone and make an appointment. And you can also use the Foundry app, which is a provincial-wide service. So young people can pop onto their phone, become a client. Our counselors have hours that are bookable, 14 days in advance. Peer support have bookable hours. Navigators are bookable. Greg and Becca are bookable. So they can book online. A lot of kids, I know my son, I don't think he knows how to talk on a phone. So he would really want to go and just do his appointment that way. Actually, probably want to go see the counselor and not say anything, but that's different. So lots of ways to access service. We do provide a small percentage of service virtually, but we're well prepared to be able to do that. We actually have a clinician that lives in Camrose that works for us 8 hours a week. In the evenings and on the weekends, provides that sort of service for us. So these days, that virtual stuff works really well. Okay, so there's the building, and there's some of our young people out front, and that's Foundry. So that's what we do. I really just wanted to let people know what we're up to, and feel free to come by and have a look, and some numbers. That was very quick, so I do have it to hand out if you want numbers and stuff. Questions?
Well, and thank you very much for your presentation.
You can help.
You could not have made a better choice when you had Dr. Fedor on board,
Yeah.
Mr. Gaylord on board. I had a personal experience with these both gentlemen. Mr. Gaylord taught my son what he is today. I'm so proud of him. I admit that publicly. And having your background in the education, other people involved, that makes a big, big difference. And Dr. Fedor, he looked after my parents, majority of their life in Canada or in Williams Lake.
Yeah.
You got the best people. And I really appreciate it from council and from community's behalf, the service you're providing. It's a very key service to the youth. Youth is the age where you could slip either way. And so many doctors, our population being without doctors in the Cariboo or everywhere else in the province, or in fact in Canada, you couldn't have done any better. You did an excellent job. At least those youngsters have assistance. Thank you very much for the service. I got 3 people on my list, Councillor Flashballer, Councillor Sheila Beam, and Councillor Jasmine Lyon. And Councillor Nelson, please.
Thank you.
Please.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, gentlemen, so much for coming in today. Like, I think one of the most important pieces here is the fact that you are here presenting to us, because when you come and speak with us, you're speaking to the community. We have media right here. And I think we are so fortunate to have this service and to have Foundry in Williams Lake. As we are continually encountering all of the challenges that society is presenting us in this day and age, whether it is with the drug crisis, whether it's with mental health, I think that one of the conversation pieces that always comes up is like, we need to make sure we're there when people are young and when things are happening initially in their life, so that they don't fall and start going into a direction that is more detrimental than beneficial. And I think the fact that you guys are doing what you're doing for a community is that piece that can help guide someone that may be in those challenging times. And I think that confidentiality and not, you know, like, as you said, there's that tough conversation of saying that caregivers will not know, but if it's going to solve an issue for a youth, it's well worth it in my opinion. And I think it's really, really incredible because lots of times, I'm a parent. I've had conversations with my kids where they're just like, well, mom never told you this. And I'm like, what? Right? I think everybody in life encounters that. And that's where there's this piece that you guys are all doing that I think is so amazing. And I am so happy. So thank you so much to everyone in your group, to the Child Development Center and everyone. I have sent my daughter your way on things, and
Yeah.
it could be just medical, because we go through all of these issues with maybe not having a practitioner, and at least our youth, we can go, here's a place that you can go and maybe get some assistance. So thank you so much for your presentation.
Thank you, Councillor Flashfuller.
So
Councillor Schilling, please.
just one
Please.
thing. One of the unique pieces of the puzzle that we offer is we virtually send nobody away without a conversation. Okay, sorry, we're busy, you got to come back in 3 days. That just isn't the scenario. It's, okay, well, we don't have a counselor right now, but there's a peer supporter, there's one of us. Let's sit down and have a conversation and just see where we're at. So virtually nobody gets turned away for any period of time. It's positive.
Councillor Bain, please. You're
Thank you,
on.
Worship. I also want to echo, of course, I think it's amazing. Huge supporter, huge fan. I just had a couple of questions too. I want to clarify. So age is 12 to 24, all the way till they turn 25, yes? And as soon as they turn 12, just for referral
Yes.
reasons.
Yeah.
And as far as a couple of other things, that the last guy you mentioned, that's virtual. So you're doing virtual counseling now too? Is that what that?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So if
It's-
people,
it's-
like when I'm telling people in my office,
Yep.
there's actually virtual counseling because as
Yep.
you know, that is
Yep.
sometimes I'm often referring there. And then as far as the education piece, I guess one thing I see in my office is I see a lot of education, and you know that, a lot of breakdowns. And one that I see is they can't read forms. There's a lot of youth that are unable to get through school somehow, and we all know how. And they are not able to read. They can't do consent. I have to go over it line by line. And so what it makes me think, especially when they get up to those 16 to 19 years old, is they can't get a driver's license if you can't read, and they don't have the confidence, this mental health, so how do they get a driver's license? How do they do a job form? How do they get a job? And so from what I'm understanding from what you've represented today, that is a new service that Mr. Gaylord Street, is this something that we're going to work on? Because I feel like I can send you people to learn how to drive, to learn how to just read and do a consent form. You know what I mean? These are basic things that are really hurting their self-esteem.
We can certainly help with that, yeah.
Yeah, so you're somewhere now to say, we're going to get you and get your grade 12? Is that the GED stuff?
We don't offer coursework.
Okay, so you're just helping navigate the system kind of
Yes.
thing? But will you help? I think those are things that could, the whole getting through drivers or, getting the reading, so you're just going to provide how we're going to do that?
We can help navigate, and certainly our family support worker could help sort of set those pieces in motion. But we also have tutoring programs set up. So we have.
Oh, you do have tutoring.
We have high school youth from WL going over to True starting in November. And it's a partnership with Caribou Chilcotin Partners for Literacy. So that's going to start in November. And then the Columnitsa students can get support with the help of Denise and Monica, who are through CCPL. But Gary Abig on Tuesdays and Thursdays helps high school students. So if they're people at the senior campus, that's through CCPL as well.
Okay, so those are good reasons or things. And I just want to, and huge fan again, as far as weekends and evenings, I don't think it's known. So unless, what I found in practice, even if you don't have hours that are a year or two, that people know those are your hours, they're not going to be your hours. Nobody's going to think, oh, that one weekend, you were open that one time. You're never, trust me, you'll get more people, because it's a pet peeve of mine that even things like Canadian Mental Health is only open Monday to Friday. When I look at hours, when I'm looking to send people or looking what to get supports, and I'm in a unique position to do that, long time for me to fill, even me, who's been doing it 24 years, to build that up. Word of mouth takes a while. It's not been at 24 years to build that up. Word of mouth takes a while. It's not, so I think that's not necessarily valid. I think you have to get but anyway, those are my little pet peeve about hours. I feel like you do need, offset hours are great, but I understand if you can't staff it. I'm just saying, I don't think it's.
One of the other very big pieces of Foundry is a a really big virtual network, like there's a virtual BC network.
I'm interested in that, yeah.
Yeah, and it is available, definitely extended hours, and till 10? Yeah, 8, 9 to 10.
So that's good to
yeah,
know,
and
too.
the weekends.
Okay, and the app.
And that'll refer you, it's obvious when you're on the app. Like Greg and I went and had a look the other day to see about booking a counselor for a young person, and you pull it up and there's, 8 different counselors available at X number of times. And that's just pulling it up in the middle of the day, and they're in the evening and on the weekend. So there's a service
For
there
that
too.
part, yeah. No, that's good to know. Thank you. Sorry, but I am a
Thank you,
big fan.
Councillor
I
Beam.
will- I will get you
Councillor
called.
Jasmine Line, please.
Thank you. Last year, we were at the Mental Health and Addiction Symposium in Prince George, and there was a foundry there that had been around for quite a while that did a presentation. It was so cool to see how long they've been around and all the things they've been able to accomplish in their community, and just seeing that how it ties in with all of this and everything. Like, it's a fantastic program. The amount of times that I have teenagers and young adults that come in that tell me like the BGC saved their life, like the Big Brothers and Sisters. And now I'm hearing more and more about the Foundry, and we've been trying to give information to people about the Foundry because a lot still don't know what it is because it's so new here. To Councillor Bame's point, I completely forgot that you said that you're Monday to Friday, because I was writing down notes on here thinking I have a bunch of ideas for like Saturday classes and stuff that we could even try and help with, but
The space is there, we'd like it used.
yeah. Okay, because I had some thoughts on that. I'll email at some point. But the Foundry is fantastic. I never hear anything but good things. And whenever I tell people what it is you guys do and what you have available, they're just like, holy crap, I had no idea that was a thing. So I don't know if you guys have rack cards or anything, or even posters. Like, I would totally put that out on my tables during the day for, cool.
We've got all the.
Awesome.
Foundry's a good organization.
Yeah. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Line. Councillor Nelson, please.
I'll be short. Mike, Greg, I just want to say, huge fan of what you guys do. You go from 0 to 5,000 visits. That's significant. You provide a very unique service in this community. I've done lots of referrals to youth that need attention. And Mike, I think you said it best. There isn't a person that doesn't walk through that door that you don't have a conversation with. And I think that's the most important aspect. So thank you very much for what you guys do. It's a very, very unique service that you provide. I think it's a model for the province, to tell you the truth, what's taking place inside of Williams Lake, and fully support what you guys are doing. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nelson. Councillor Moses, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you for coming in and speaking to us today. Your presentation is so welcome. It's great to hear success stories when it comes to our youth, when it comes to mental health, when it comes to programming in our community. I want to back up what our mayor said, and I don't want to age Your Worship so much, but I'm a couple years younger than his son, so I got to also play on Mr. Gaylord's basketball teams. So that was some of the highlights of my youth. So thank you, Mr. Gaylord, for continuing on with this amazing work that you're doing now, because I remember even then that you had a great impact on my youth, and I'm not sure where I would be without that team. It's really neat to hear about your partnership with Dennis Sakai and other organizations, so keep up the good work there. These are the kind of programs that just keep on giving. We're definitely seeing immediate results in the form of the presentation you've given us and the results that you've seen in the youth that you've already worked with. But we also have to take into account that these are the kind of changes that keep adding up and compounding over the years, especially the longer that we have these type of programs. So we really need to make sure that we, as a council and as a community, that we continue to nurture programs and organizations like the Foundry. We really need more presentations like this one, because we're so lucky that we actually have a Foundry in our city, and we're so lucky that it's being so well run. So I do have one real question for the two of you. What can we do to help you with your jobs? Because we really want to see you succeed. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor Nelson. Any answer, please?
Well, part Part of the reason we wanted to come is we do apply for different things, grants here and there, and to give you an idea of what we do. Foundry, the provincial Foundry organization is extremely strong, extremely structured, well-researched, well-funded. We get better education than we got as principals, no question, in terms of how to work with young people. It's a research-based situation. We happen to be the 13th foundry in the province. There's about 19 running right now, and about 10 to 12 in transition or planning, that will be running the next 2 to 3 years. So this is a provincial initiative, like Scott said, and it's extremely well-researched, it's well-run, it's well-funded. We are well-supported in everything we do. Nothing is by guess. It's all there, and it's all research-based.
Thank you very much. If there's anything you need, supporting letter or anything my office or council's office could do, please call on any time to the staff.
We could use a doctor, Surinder.
Definitely.
And
I
a
was
nurse
gonna-
practitioner, if you guys can work that out for us.
Yeah, we will definitely do that. I tell you, I wish I had the magic stick. They given me the little, hammer, but they didn't give me the magic stick yet. But definitely, we'll keep working together. Yeah, you can drop it with the staff. We will take that. There's a recommendation on the table, staff, please. Thank you, sir.
The clerk's note that the presentation from Michael Franklin and Greg Gaylord, Foundry Caribou Chilcotin, regarding a general update and statistics on youth attending the Foundry be received for information.
I moved and seconded. Any question, concern? Once again, thank you very much, both of you, being a principal, who would know better than you, and hats off to you both, especially Mr. Gaylord and my son. I couldn't be more proud of him. And I think parents can give the birth to the kids, but how the children are shaped are done by the teacher, by the professor, by the principals, different designation. I still have utmost respect for my principals, for my professors. I don't remember any teacher being alive who taught me, but the professor, principal are still there. Every time I get a chance or visit, even I'm on the phone, I call them and always seek their blessing. Please keep blessing these kids, keep helping them. I'm sure we'll be way ahead of the game compared to the other community. Thank you very much, both of you. All in favor of the motion, please. Carried. Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. Well, our second, the best thing is the delegation took exactly bang on their time, and that's all. I request the council ask you a question after. And whatever the time delegation is allotted, let them consume and let them use it, because their time is when they're talking. When we are asking the question and speaking or commenting, that's council time. Now it's my honor to welcome Andrew Sandberg, William Lake Rotary, and Daybreak Rotary to the new project for Kiwanis Park, and request for consideration of the name change to the Rotary Park. Before we bring the recommendation from the staff, Mr. Andrew, floor is yours, sir.
Thanks, Your Worship, Council, and City staff. Andrew Sandberg, President of the Williams Lake Daybreak Rotary Club. So we're coming forward with another amazing project in mind for the youth in our community. We're seeking your approval and support. We're always on the lookout for something new to bring to the community and grow beyond expectations. We found what we believe to be the next big improvement to Kiwanis Park. In June of this year, a few members, myself included, from the Rotary Clubs of Williams Lake attended the Rotary International Convention. The convention is held in a different major city around the world annually, and this year is held in Calgary. It's too close for us to pass up the opportunity to go to the amazing experience with over 16,000 people from over 140 countries. Certainly something to remember. During this experience, we discovered a company called Free Notes Harmony. They're out of the US. They specialize in engineered outdoor musical percussion instruments with various sizes and designs. We immediately fell in love with the idea of bringing it home. Because of the vibrant colors, designs, and musical purpose behind them, we believe that these would be a perfect addition to the Kiwanis Park to help encourage musical literacy, accessibility, play, collaboration, sharing, and most of all, fun for kids of all ages. The product line that we're proposing to City Council today is from the company's Botanical Gardens line, where the products resemble different garden themes such as flowers, butterflies, bumblebees, trees, caterpillars, and mushrooms. All instruments are engineered to follow the pentatonic scale. The scale is special in comparison to other musical scales, specifically when it comes to the, I skipped the line there. Other scales, it includes 5 notes instead of 7, so we eliminate all flat and sharp notes. So when it's played at random by kids hitting whatever piece of the equipment they would like, it comes across as music instead of just being noise. I've added a rendering. I believe you'll have the proposed layout as well as the scale drawing to show the space that we're asking for. We'd like to place these items as designed between the main gates by the Cameron Memorial parking lot entrance and the water park. This is preferred, but we're open to conversation with the city administration about alternative options. As proposed, this addition to Kiwanis Park is an estimated $60,000 without the consideration for installation. So that's the playground ask. Secondary proposal in conjunction with the musical playground is a request for consideration on the renaming of Kiwanis Park to Rotary Park. We understand the history of the Kiwanis Club while the club was part of our community, and we understand the time, effort, and investments they put into the community and at this park. However, we also believe that while honoring the Kiwanis Club history, a passing of the torch is a reasonable request to action after the Rotary's investment to the park. Currently over $130,000 to date, $260,000 if we count the Boulder Park and Botanio, and this additional $60,000 would push us over $300,000 in the last 3 years. Within the community, we have been vast investment as well over the past decades, and only plans to continue to grow as we gain new members, the younger generations with new energy and new ideas. Myself, born and raised here, no intentions of leaving, no intentions of leaving the Rotary Club, and no intentions of slowing down on aspirations to improve the community. Young family of my own, same position I had with Boulder Park is to give them Williams Lake I didn't have. And political movements can move slower and they can move with more bigger picture city requirements like infrastructure that I don't have care to fund or dream up. So I'm here to dream up the things that the community gets to be a part of and be, work with firsthand. So we understand it's not been an easy decision, and many factors apply. We'd like to know that there is an opportunity for consideration, and if so, what are the appropriate channels and city policies to follow to make an official request with appropriate documentations of support and reasoning for the name consideration. We're officially requesting from the city for approval to proceed with the musical playground as provided before you, with the city's commitment physically and financially to support the installation of these pieces. And we are requesting the follow-up from the City Council and Administration on the policy and requirements for an official request for renaming the park. Thanks for your consideration, and any questions?
Well, Andrew, I really appreciate your presentation, and Rotary been very kind. Like I always said, any community is known by their service clubs, their volunteers. Any organization is known by their workers. I couldn't be more proud of the Rotary Club of Williams Lake, Daybreak or a regular Rotary. And you people have done wonderful things in the community. All the years I've been in Williams Lake, or especially been involved with the politics in the City Hall, I'm so proud of you. Folks, there is two requests from the Rotary. One is installation of the musical plugs and all, and second one is name change. We had a motion on the floor, recommendation from the staff. Councillor Nelson, please, before we read the motion.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. First of all, thank you, Andrew. I often tout the Williams Lake Daybreak Rotary as one of the movers and shakers in the community that when they put their heart and soul behind a project, they go out and they just get her done. And you can see by approximately $300,000 over the last several years that they put into key projects in our community, whether it's in the Kiwanis Park or in Boitano Park. It makes a big change for the youth in our community, so I'm very proud of that. I will be supporting the musical playground to be added to the Kiwanis Park at this point in time. I think it's a great project. I think we need two separate resolutions, Your Worship, one supporting the project to get that on the go, give an endorsation on that, to add it to the park. It's a very active park. We know it's a very active park. And then I think we do the recommendation to refer back to staff and have a bit of a look at the name change and let staff bring back a report and give some consideration to that. So if we can split the motion in two, I think that just gives them the clear way to be able to move forward on it. And then staff can then obviously work with them to bring forward budget numbers as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speaker? Hearing none, Councillor Line, please.
Thank you. Yeah, I love, obviously, this equipment and everything that you've shown for it. And I have to, so when Andrew had mentioned before about potentially asking for a name change for Kiwanis Park, I feel bad. I did not know the Kiwanis group was a thing. I didn't know that they were a volunteer group that isn't here anymore. And I initially said, like, I don't want to step on any toes and I want to find out why it was named the Kiwanis Park. Knowing what I know now, yeah, I can absolutely see the request and why, and the amount of work and effort and everything that the Rotary's put into our park in the last I don't know how long, but it feels like a long time because every time I look, something new has gone up and the Rotary's name is on it. So it's pretty awesome. Thanks.
And staff has recommended to me we should have one motion. There are lots of legalities, a lot of things. I think nobody would disagree with your request, but we need the report back from the staff. So recommendation, please.
Clerks note that the presentation and information from Andrew Sandberg on behalf of the Williams Lake Daybreak Rotary proposing a new musical playground installation in Kiwanis Park and requesting council consideration for renaming of the park to Rotary Park be received and referred to staff for further investigation and a report back to the Committee of the Whole Council.
And also, if we could add, make this whole report to the Joint Committee for their information, because the regional district, the Joint Committee members have supported us in the past in different things in the parks. They had some strict guideline. I was talking to Director Forsyth. I spoke to the staff earlier, and whenever the joint takes place, so it could be brought to them. And basically it will cover, as Councillor Nelson said, the name change as well as the motion for the supporting the musical plugs. We have to measure everything, and staff would work with Mr. Sandberg and the club member, and we will have the report forward. I'm hoping, as I twisted a little bit arm, Regional District Joint Committee been very reasonable. I couldn't ask a better neighbor. They have supported us always. I'll definitely be looking some support because, as you heard, Mr. Sandberg, he's asking some help financially from the city to Councillor Nelson, please.
I'll make the motion to split the resolution, and we support the musical playground in the beginning in principle so that they get the nod, and then we separate the motion.
Need a seconder, please, to amend the motion? There's no... Okay. It is, but he is saying agree in principle. Initially, it's a part of...
He didn't put the motion on the table to begin with, so there was no motion till he just did what he did.
Yeah, for the receipt at Councillor Delaney.
Okay, are we okay?
Sorry,
Please.
Your Worship. So I heard that there's the motion that was from the agenda, but now there's an amendment to that to split that into.
And added the CRD also in it.
Sure, yeah.
For information, yeah, please, at the joint, through the joint committee.
So then it's on the, right now. It's
Okay,
moved
so
and seconded.
moved and seconded, the amendment, all in favor, oh, sorry, Mr. CEO, please.
So the only concern from the staff level is we would like the opportunity to review this location for additional infrastructure because it is getting very crowded at this location, and we want to work with Andy just to make sure that this is the proper place and he gets what he's trying to achieve, because we are reaching capacity in that park, and we just, as staff, we think it's prudent to take a little bit of extra time and bring it back after is one thing. That's why we would be saying that we would recommend one.
Can I comment on that quickly?
Please, go ahead.
Just on the space, yeah, it'll obviously occupy some space. Everything here is designed to be set far enough apart for accessibility for wheelchair use, so it's going to occupy open space, but it's not going to be a crowded, jumbled mess. It's not a high-rise, they're all individual, single post. They're standing about yay tall. We're not blocking line of sight, we're not blocking pass-through traffic. So, yeah, it's kind of 50-50 on open space, yeah.
Mr. Shields?
Yeah, I think that just from the staff, and I can appreciate that, I think that just from the staff's point of view, we just want to take the time to make sure that we do this diligently and we're not creating a spot where people could be doing that. I can appreciate you probably know more about it than I do. Obviously you do. But right now, I just want to make sure Stacy's in the room. I want to make sure Rob's in the room, you're in the room, and I'm in the room before we commit to something for council as a recommendation from a staff.
Yep.
Okay, I'd say it's fantastic, but I just think it deserves the thought before we go out there.
Yeah, and this has been designed in about a 30-foot by 30-foot area to allow for the feeling of being immersed in a garden. Most of these that you see in different communities, there are 3 or 4 of them along a walkway, which is great hit as you walk past it, but you're not in an immersive play area of being in a garden, which is the view I was trying to accomplish by this design. So I don't really want to stray from that, but we can, they're just augured holes in the ground. They can go wherever we want them to go.
Council Nelson, Council Flashballer.
Yeah, the reason I separate the motions, I'm aware of this project. I think it would be a great addition to that particular park. Ensuring that the politics are giving the staff the direction is a positive nod that we like something to come forward. At least there's an acknowledgement around the political table that we like this idea and the concept is in principle. The second part is obviously the name change. We'll look forward to a staff recommendation and report back and go back and make sure that, you know, where it came from and how it got there, or does it fit within the policy change? 2 key recommendations. So publicly, we're nodding that this is a great musical agenda addition to the park. Second one, bring back the report. Pretty straightforward. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Council Nelson. Council Flashballer, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just want to put in that little piece of just thank you for all the work and initiatives that you guys do with the Daybreak Rotary and in doing these projects for the communities. I didn't tie in the very beginning, but I see this project as so beneficial for youth. So I can understand why you'd want it in Kiwanis, but as our CAO has mentioned, we want to make sure that we do have the capacity and it's the right thing with the allotted space that we may have there. So you got our support 100%. We just got to make sure that it works, right? And that's the thing that's most important. I think it's just awesome. And I just want to commend you guys for everything all your initiatives, because it's coming from you and it's wonderful. So
Appreciate it.
Thanks.
Now, once again, thank you, Andrew. Convey our gratitude to your club, all the support, all the work they have done in the community for the sake of, I won't mention any particular group, for the sake of all citizens. Thank you. I salute your club, salute your dedication and the work you people do. Okay, motion as amended. Sorry. Oh, yeah, sorry, thank you. For the amendment, please, that we add the CRD for information, and they might kick in some money to support, and we'll work it out. Yes, it's a separate, the first one amendment. And,
I think Ross should read.
yeah, please.
Sorry, Mayor, so I'll give the procedural kind
Please,
of
please.
overview. So first, if council will review the amendment will be to split the resolution. Then council will vote on the main motion as amended, which will just be the first part, because it'll now be 2 motions. It'll just be that there's approval in principle will be provided for the musical facility in the park. And then a second resolution, if moved and seconded, we put on the table to get staff to do the report on the naming and to refer to the CRD for.
Thank you very much keeping us online. I wonder why he sit on my right and he knows all the in and out. Motion as amended, please. Oppose, if any, carried unanimously. Motion as amended. All in favor? Oppose, if any, carried unanimously. The second part now we need, right?
The second part would be the directing staff to bring back a report back on the naming and the referring to the CRD for their information.
Thank you.
Second.
Moved, and I need seconder.
Second.
Thank you, Councilor Nelson. All in favor? Opposed, if any, carried unanimous. Thank you, sir. We really appreciate it once again.
Thank you.
Thank you for your dedication and help. Okay, moving along. General government computer checks, please.
The recommendation that the accounts payable computer check and EFT listings dated September 18th, 25th, October 1st and 2nd, 2025 be received for information.
Second.
Moved and seconded, all in favor? Opposed, if any, carried unanimously. City of William Lake Permissive Tax Exemption Bylaw, number 2432.
The recommendation that pursuant to the report of the Chief Financial Officer dated October 1st, 2025, the City of Williams Lake Permissive Tax Exemptions Bylaw number 2432, 2025 be introduced and read 3 times.
Before I ask for move and seconder, usually my office and the staff, we go through the agenda before or after as time permit. And we was dark and there was quite a bit of concern by my office, by some of the people and the staff. Look at the time we spent last month or month before on this. Next year is a election year. The staff going to be terribly busy with the election. It's the month of October, so I'm going to recommend, which staff agreed with my recommendation. Nobody wanted 3 year this program to go. We spent almost 1 3/4 hour last council meeting. I'm going to move or recommend to council, it's up to you what you wanted to do, that we go for 2 years. That way.
I'll second your recommendation.
Oh, thank you. You're so quick, man. The reason is staff would have one less thing to do next year. We have done 25. If we go 1 year, it would be 26. Because in October, September, staff has to work on the whole thing, and it will be too much time consuming for the staff. That is the reason everything remained the same. Only I am recommending, thank you, Councilor Nelson, that this bylaw go for 2 years, please. Moved and seconded. First of all, is there anything we needed to change or anything else? Is okay? Only changing the 2 years.
So, Your Worship, so the recommendation then would be to amend the draft bylaw to be for 2 years. So just a procedural note that there's some notice requirements. So we may have to hold a special meeting before the last cow in October in order to get this adopted. We can't necessarily do it in 2 weeks. We'll talk to if this passes.
Okay.
We'll have to, there's some very strict notice requirements.
Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it. All in favor? Sorry, my apology. Please, for discussion, Councilor Delaney and Councilor Bain. Oh, sorry, you can go first. Oh, you was first. No, nothing against anybody. Councilor Bain.
Thank you, Councilor Daney. I feel like we're probably going to say the same things since we're opposed. I actually am not in agreement with that. I actually at UBCM, I actually asked this, and I know there's other communities that have completely done away with permissive tax exemptions. So this is not something that I think you should pass off to the next council. Like, that's just something that could be, I think that unfortunately it's something we need to hash out. We need to get rid of it. And so it's election, you know what? So I don't get elected on it or whatever. I really think that I would rather this money go towards programs I can support, like in community, that, like I've said, like one's fee for service, happy, you're going to do something back. That's what it's for. The more you put stuff like this off for the next council and put it off, it may not happen. And so I am not actually in favor of keep pushing it down the line. And I think it really needs to be reviewed. And I'm sorry to press that on staff. I understand the sentiment on that, but I think permissive, when I did some reading on this, it is something that is being reviewed federally, as far as faith-based and all the restrictions. I think they're being reviewed, whether this is going to keep happening. So, because our budgets are slim, this is either this goes or we take it to, we have to increase taxation, and I'm not for that. I'd rather look at this and then do the same amount of money. I'm not saying get rid of it. I'm saying use the same money. We just do a different way of applying. It's time to review this. It's been 10 years. Putting it off 2 more years to the next council, I don't think it's the right idea. But anyway, I'll pass it to.
Thank you, Councilor Bain. Point well taken. Councilor Delaney, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, and I agree with my colleagues' comments. I'm not in favor of this. I do think that we should, I wasn't in favor of it even for a year, and I do understand that the sentiments around the table that this was in place for 10 years. If we were to cut it off right away, it only provides 9 months' notice for those people to go and garner the funds they need to pay for. But this also, it's $300,000 that equates to a 1.7% tax increase. I'm not a big supporter of funding provincial programs. And when I look at, when I look at the list here, we've got $63,000 in services that really should be provincially funded. And that's just in this 1 year. So, if we had 10 years, that's $600,000 that we were funding out of our municipal taxes. I'm just not a big fan of the municipal taxes going to provincially supposed to be provincially supported programs. And I recognize that, our nonprofits, a lot of these are service-based, the Caribou Friendship Society, Canadian Mental Health, there's cultural pieces in here. These are important and they are services to our community. Just disagree with the way that they're being funded. And I agree with Councillor Boehm. I really would like to see the money go into our fee-for-service and then people can apply in that regard. We've got $33,000 in acres for churches, 1 acre around each church. And they already receive a statutory funding from the federal government. So I understand, and I understand my colleagues' arguments around the table for this, but I will not be supporting the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Delaney. Councillor Moses, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. I am in favor of having this be 2 years. I would even be in favor of longer, but 2 years is a good spot to be at, I believe. And I'm going to give some reasoning here. I think that there's actually more reason now than from our previous meeting on why this should be a longer wait before we lessen tax exemptions if we do. The first reason being, the one that we talked about in our last meeting, is that we need to give nonprofits enough notice so that we don't blindside them. We've already been over that one, so I won't say much more on that one. The second one, which you just spoke of, is to lessen the load on staff on a busy year. That's a pretty decent reason as well. But the third one, I have to disagree with my colleague, Councillor Boehm, in that the federal government reviewing this is a reason to do it now. It is actually the exact opposite. If the federal government is already reviewing this, then we should be just keeping our status quo and wait for them to change it for us. We're creating a whole bunch of extra work for our staff by changing it right now, where if the federal government gives us a mandate months or a year from now, that we're going to have to change it again. We're creating essentially over twice as much workload if we change this now and then the federal government gives us a different mandate. So I don't see any reason to be trying to lessen this sooner rather than later. And that's just based on the information that's provided to us. So it seems pretty basic to me that this is not the time to change this. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor Moses, Councillor Nelson, and
Thank you.
Councillor Flashfuller.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. I'm an advocate of a policy of this nature that supports nonprofit organizations. I can tell you that the 35 organizations or 40 organizations that are attached to this permissive tax bylaw are significant. We're talking millions upon millions of dollars of services they provide. In actual fact, one of them was before us tonight. They've gone from 0 to close to 5,000 young teenagers going through their doors. And the most important thing we heard tonight was everyone has a conversation. That's 5,000 teenagers going to that facilities. So when we talk about the opportunities that are in front of us, organizations like that and organizations in our community that are nonprofit that provide huge, huge services to this community at a point in time right now when the community is struggling is not the time you cut their legs out. This has been bantered around for 3 years. And it is a political decision. There is no two ifs, ands about it. My colleagues have talked about it. So tonight's the night. Whether we're going to say, hey, you got 1 year and the legs are cut out, or we're prepared to extend it and find a way. I much personally prefer helping the nonprofit organizations out in our community. If there's ever a time that they need it, it's right now. Community is struggling. Nonprofit organizations are struggling. You're hearing it time after time. But not only are they struggling, they're still providing the services to our community residents. And that's the most important thing right now. When we talk about opportunities and we talk about provincial and federal governments, this is key organizations that are our neighbors, that are our friends, that is our community. So I'm 100% opposed of kicking the hell out of nonprofit organizations. So I won't be supporting the cutback of this. I support the full recommendation that's in front of us. Thank you, Worship.
Thank you, Councillor Nelson. Councillor Flaschbuller, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. I equally see the importance on nonprofits, and I really do understand how these are tough times, but I also am in full acknowledgement of our number one key responsibility is to make sure that this city functions healthy in its infrastructure and its services to this municipality as a whole. And that goes to every citizen, including nonprofits, including residences, including families, including seniors. So that is our number one. So I still feel that no warning to all of these groups after a 10-year awardment of a tax exemption is too rapid. So I'm comfortable with either it's a 1 or a 2 year, whatever my colleagues want to discuss here at the table and decide upon. I still feel that those nonprofits need warning, but I also feel that as an organization, it is very important for us to also look at, we can only do so much, because as our costs increase as a municipality to all the residents here, we can't continually keep giving funds towards entities that are only specific when we have to, number one, look at the whole city and its infrastructure. So I will still support this resolution or this motion that's on the table. And, but I do think down the road here, whether it's 1 year or 2 year, we have to start looking at tightening the belt. Thank you.
I totally agree with you, Councillor Flaschbuller. And last week when we was all in Victoria, the staff, the council member was with me. They can verify I couldn't push it hard. This council, the delegation couldn't have pushed it hard for recovery from the province, but we did it. I was pretty happy. We was heard loud and clear. And there was no promise, but we were asked to send the report. And today, my discussion with our CEO, we are writing letter directly under my signature, not staff to staff, but from the mayor to the premier, which he asked us. And I'm hoping some good things will happen to those programs. I couldn't agree more with the 2 year. The main reason staff going to be busy next year. Every point all my colleagues are raised, I'm totally in favor. Who could be more on the present council money wise or money conservative than the mayor's office? Trust me, I am. And you cannot take the penny away from me unless you had a reason to. And that's how my office works. That's how I work. And I appreciate it. So the motion on the floor is,
So, Your Worship, so the motion is that pursuant to the report of Chief Financial Officer dated October 1st, 2025, the City of Williams Lake Progressive Tax Exemption Bylaw number 2432-2025 be introduced and be amended to have a 2-year term instead of a 1-year term, and thereafter be read 3 times.
it's been moved and seconded. All in favor of 2-year? Oppose, if any? 2 members of council opposed, Councillor Beam and Councillor Delaney. Motion carried. Thank you.
Question on the main motion?
Sorry, we need to come back on.
So, Your Worship, this was an amendment. This was the only motion made, so there is no amendment to
Okay,
the
no.
motion.
Thank you.
Thank you. It's would be good for 2-year. Poll of council, wonderful wrongful conviction day, please.
The recommendation that pursuant to the report of the Legislative Services Assistant Coordinator dated October 2nd, 2025, the poll of council conducted on September 23rd, 2025, proclaiming October 2nd, 2025 as wrongful conviction day in the City of Williams Lake, pursuant to city policy and authorizing the lights of City Hall to be changed to yellow on this day, be ratified.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor? Oppose, if any? Carried unanimously. Councillor Bain attending NCLGA Mental Health and Addiction Symposium, October 15, please.
The recommendation that pursuant to the report of the Manager of Administrative Services dated October 2nd, 2025, council approved compensation, travel, meals, and registration costs for Councillor Bain to attend the NCLGA Mental Health and Addiction Symposium being held in Prince George, BC on October 15th, 2025.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Also, I got it, my office was informed. I'll come to Council Line. Council Line is interested to myself and Council Beam was planning to go attend this, but because I've taken the week off, I'm going to be away. It's pretty close and I had another commitment. I'm not going, so Councillor Line has requested she will go with the Councillor Bain and they will travel together. There's no extra cost to the municipality or taxpayer. And she had a place to sleep there. She will follow in the category of personal residence use. And so one motion is this. I'll put the second motion. Councillor Line, if you want to add anything before you.
Oh, sorry, Your Worship. So I did misread the recommendation. We did update the
you did.
with Councillor Lyons already in there, so I misspoke. So the recommendation should have included Councillor Lyons' name in the
Thank you.
item.
Councillor Line, please, go ahead.
Sorry, that's all I was going to point out. It's just that we had an updated
Oh,
one.
thank
that
you.
have my name in it. Because, yeah, I have accommodations and I don't have to worry about food or anything. And we're going to carpool. So.
Excellent. Councillor Bain, please.
I think Councillor
he
Moses
got
had it
sorry.
first.
Councillor, sorry, Moses, so you want to speak first?
Want to
or
go
Councillor-
first, Councillor Moses?
Doesn't matter. Go ahead.
Yeah, let him
I'll go
go first,
first.
sure.
Go ahead,
I
Councillor
think he had
Moses.
his hand up first.
Sorry,
Thank
go
you,
ahead,
Your
Councillor Moses.
Thank you, Councillor Ben. Yeah, I'm so in favor of this. I was fortunate enough to be able to attend this last year with my colleagues, and there was so much to learn there, so much positivity, so much to be shared. Organizations sharing what's working with each other. It was quite amazing, and to know that our very own Councillor Bain was one of the original organizers and basically the founder of that symposium. It was a real treat to see it in action and to see her idea come to life. So I would love to see multiples of our councillors attending that event as long as that event continues to go on. I think those are two perfect choices to go. A few weeks after that, I'll be attending a similar one through the Canadian Mental Health Association in Vancouver. So we're definitely covering our bases and doing as much work as we can as a council, learning about what our community's needs are and how we can help them. So not only am I in favor of this, but I want to thank Councillor Bain and Councillor Lyons for attending this. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor Moses. Councillor Bain, please.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you for your kind words, Councillor Moses. As everybody knows, this is kind of my passion project, but this is different. This one's going to be just it's sort of an invite only. It was supposed to be Mayor Rather and I, because they're just looking at where to go forward with this. It's kind of a feel your way. So it's everybody that's on the accord, 1 or 2 per community. So it's perfect that Councillor Lyons was willing to take his spot. And because I think the more voices, I'm with you guys, the more voices, the better. So hopefully we can figure out what to do next or what to do with the future. I think it's needed. I think that this is huge with mental health and addiction being such forefront and street disorder, as they're now referring it to, which is crazy. But anyway, I also just wanted to add my own little note about Councillor Lyons. Councillor Lyons did not go to UBCM, and even if it was full cost, I would like to say I would be supportive of her going. And so regardless of the amount it is spent, we all have our budgets and we all have, so I think the cost is minute compared to the experience and what it is. But yes, we will be carpooling that. But I also would say I would have supported either way. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Beam. Like I said, my apology because of I have taken week off almost every year. This is so close to my holiday. I'm leaving next day, basically. So I'm fully in trust and confidence of you both going and coming back with the healthy report and updating to my office and Councillor. Looking forward, and thank you very much for both of your services and sparing the time. It's not easy to take the time off and go away. No money can replace that, especially being away from your family. All in favor? Oppose, if any? Carried unanimously. Okay, great. Moving quarter 3, 2025 budget.
The recommendation that the report of the manager of finance dated October 2nd, 2025 regarding a third quarter 2025 budget status update be received for information.
Moved and seconded. Any question, discussion? Hearing none, all in favor? Thank you. Report well done, the finance department. Even the motion is carried. Appreciated your support and especially keeping the tab on the spending and everything. I appreciate it. Okay. We taken the vote, yeah, unanimously carried. And the home hardware store limitation, please.
The recommendation that pursuant to the report of the planner dated September 17th, 2025, council accept the offer to permanently close and remove road dedication for a 3,040 meter, 0.751 acre portion of 6th Avenue South. And further, that the City of Williams Lake Highway closure and removal roadway dedication bylaw number 2431/2025 be introduced and read 3 times. And further, that staff be directed to issue notice of the proposed bylaw to adjacent property owners, and further the bylaw forward the bylaw to the Ministry of Transportation and Transit and locate utility agencies for comments and ministry approval.
So moved.
Moved and seconded. Any question, concern, discussion? Councillor Nelson, Councillor Flash Fuller.
Thank you, Worship. I'll be supporting the recommendation in front of us. This parcel that we're looking to sell on 6th Avenue, the application has obviously provided us with the information. He owns 3 of the parcels that are around there. It's $350,000, and we will be shutting down and turning part of 6th Avenue over to the individual that's put the application forward. As part of the process in front of us, we need to go and ensure that the public is fully aware of what's taking place. I do support it, and I'll be supporting the recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Flash Fuller.
Thank you, Your Worship. I also will be supporting this. I feel that it almost just makes sense for that allotted area. Ultimately, probably a good amount of the community didn't even realize that what appeared to be just a parking lot for that store, which is also limited in space, was part of 6th Avenue that could have traffic going through. And I feel that that actually is quite unsafe. So this proposal that came to us, I think really makes sense for us as a municipality to move forward with, for the safety of that area and also for the functionability of it. So I think this is a really good situation. There's a laneway in the back. It doesn't compromise that laneway, but it actually just makes the site for home hardware safer for the community as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you. Not only that, we will collect the taxes for the property, which was never the case in the past. Doesn't matter, $10, $20, $30, $40, $50, whatever it comes. All in favor of the motion? Oppose, if any? Carried unanimously. Community grant application, please.
The recommendation that the report of the Deputy Corporate Officer dated October 1st, 2025 be received and the council give consideration of approval for the late 2025 community grant application from Williams Lake Kitty Spay in accordance with council policy.
So moved.
Moved and seconded, it's $499. We are within our budget. Council Flashback.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, this application is a late intake, but we have that within the actual policy. So to be able to do this, and we actually still have a small amount in the budget. This group, because they are doing this to get themselves, I believe, to be actually registered as a nonprofit, it makes it so they're underneath the $500 allotment that's in our policy. So everything's in line and the money's there. So I think this is a really great initiative for the community also, to make sure that it's taking care of the animals that are within our jurisdiction. So I think this is great. Thank you.
Excellent. Any more comment? Hearing none, all in, oh, sorry.
Sorry, Your Worship, just because the recommendation is not, doesn't have the amount, just I'm reading the room, that's for the full $499, right?
490.
I think Councilor Moses also.
Council Moses, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, I'm in favor of this, even though it's late. I know we try to make sure that people stay within our time limits, but this is a case where we do have that amount of money actually left there from exactly this space for this type of program. I looked briefly into this organization. Their goal is to collect donations in order to help reduce cat overpopulation in Williams Lake. It looks like it says the more help they get, the more appointments they can book, the more cats gets fixed, which in turn means less animal cruelty and a happier community. I think this is a great candidate for us to get a little bit closer to capping out that little bit of budget space that we have remaining. So I'm in favor of this. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor Moses. Hearing none, all in favor? Oppose, if any? Carried unanimously. Fire prevention update, please.
The recommendation that the report of the Manager of Fire Prevention and Education dated October 1st, 2025 regarding an update on the Williams Lake Fire Department Fire Prevention and Education Division and information on the 2026 Fire Prevention Week campaign be received for information.
Second.
Moved and seconded. I must commend Mr. Boyd, author of the report. It's so to the point and excellent with all the figures. I really appreciate it. I'm sure community will appreciate it, this report, how many calls, infections, everything done. Like I always said, have we made a difference? Yes, you have. Are we done enough? Maybe not. We can do a lot more, but it's based on your staffing, your time, your involvement, other things, but appreciate on behalf of the council and the community. What you people do, having only handful people full-time paid, rest being volunteer, I really appreciate, man. Thank you. Councilor Flashford, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, also, I just want to commend you guys for, generating this report because it's coming to us and then coming to the community. It just makes everybody that much more aware of what we are doing as a whole organization, as a fire department for this municipality. So fire prevention is so important, with my background in it, I know how it can affect people in such negative ways if you don't pay attention to it and focus on the importance of education. So I just want to commend Mr. Boyd for coming in and presenting this. And also, I'm just happy to see this much involvement with the education piece that you guys are doing. I think it's awesome. Thank you.
Thank you. Hats off. All in favor? Oppose, if any? Carried unanimously. UBSIM Strategic Priority Fund.
Recommendation that pursuant to the report of the Asset Management Coordinator dated October 2nd, 2025, Council endorse the following updated resolution in order to meet the funder's requirements and proceed with the city's application. That pursuant to the report of the Asset Management Technologist dated October 20th, 2025, Council approve the submission of an application to the Union of BC Municipalities Strategic Priorities Fund, Capital Building Stream, requesting $120,000 in funding with 100% of the funding costs to be covered. The project costs to be covered by the program for Williams Lake Reservoir feasibility study, and further that council confirms its willingness to provide the overall grant management and indicates its support to cover any potential cost overruns associated with the project.
Moved and seconded, Council Nelson, Council Flashballer.
So there's two recommendations that are coming out, and there's no doubt that I think we're really, as a council, laying a very bold footprint for the future for water infrastructure. The next one that's behind this one is about a $6 million application as well. This capital building stream fund that's available right now, we're applying for the $120,000, is for the backstop for the Williams Lake water reservoir feasibility study. I support that. I also support the next one that's in front of us as well for $6 million. What we're doing is we're lining up the opportunities for grants. And I've said this for 3 years now. Grants make up about 35% of our budget. And it's critically important that we get in and we do the work so that we've got shovel-ready projects. So when the government turns around and says, what are you doing? What are you planning? And I think this council has been very clear, Your Worship, in terms of the importance of making sure that water and the water treatment plant has been the number one project for this community to put in line. In behind this is you're seeing now a number of projects we're lining up for future years. We're really building the community right now. We're lining up opportunities for obviously bold growth and improvements in water infrastructure for our community. And these types of reports that are in front of us right now lay that foundation for the growth. So I'll be supporting this recommendation, and I'll also be supporting the next one that has an application for $6 million. Thank you, Your Worship.
Council Flashballer, Council Delaney.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, I just want to add that these have already come across our desk here because the applications have gone through. So this is, but it's come back from the province in the application saying, hey, you guys can apply for this grant if you want the grant, but you also have to back this up financially if you get the money. And that's the key piece that's in front of us right now with both of these. It's coming back to us basically going, okay, if we give you the grant, are you guys going to make sure that it gets completed, even if the full grant doesn't cover it all? And that is the commitment that really needs to come from this organization. That's why it's so important for us to budget really well, so that when these opportunities that have come a lot in the past where we get grant funding from other levels of government, we have enough money here to be able to make sure that they transpire. And like my colleague says, these grants that we get in the past have really been wonderful for this municipality. We don't want to lose those opportunities, but we also have to make sure we bite the bullet and have the funds there to complete the projects if we do get the financial support from other levels of government. So I support both of these as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Council Delaney, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I agree with both my colleagues' comments. Grants are important. Having them shovel-ready is even more important, so you can actually get them. My question is, this is asking about the willingness to provide overall grant management and indicates its support to cover any potential cost overruns. What I'm wondering about is, does this also include if there's cost underspent? So if we're asking for $120,000 and they say, well, we're only going to give you 100, are we going to make up the 20,000, or like, does it go both ways is what I'm asking? Because it's saying like $120,000 is, if you get a little shortfall on that, we cover that, no big deal. But if we ask it on the next one, 6 million, and we don't get that money, are we going to be covering the cost of it? Because that means increased taxation.
Mr. Maraca, please.
Your Worship, excuse me, Your Worship to Councillor Delaney. If we put in a request for $6 million and they give us 4.5, we are under no commitment to take that grant or do any of the projects. If they give us $6 million and we ask for $6 million, then the requirement is that this is basically letting all local governments know that regardless of how long it takes them to administer and award these grants, because we are all saying the same things. It took you too long to announce, inflation increased it, and now we want more money. We're all saying that to them. They're now saying, wait a second. So if it goes over that $6 million, no matter what we do, you have the means, like Councillor Flasspohler just said, to cover this going forward. We're giving you $6 million. So if they came around to the table and said, we'll give you $1 million, then you still have to do the project, no. We're not obligated. No. If we get the $6 million, if we take that grant, they're basically saying, don't come ask for more money.
So that goes back to making sure that we're on point with our forecasting, because if we're not, and we leave ourselves at risk that we're way under because things take too much time or whatever, then it's just for awareness for the community, right? It would be great if we get $120,000 or on the next one, whatever, but then if the actual costs come in at, $500,000, we're going to make up that extra.
Yeah, Your Worship, Councillor Danny, just further to that, it's a lot to do with the fact that local governments were pushing back saying that we want you to take the risk, province, and they're pushing back right now saying, no, local government, we're giving you $6 million, you take the risk.
We're kicking the can from my office. Councillor Nelson, you said excellent, 35% grant. No, this council on record getting 76% grant. You tell me one grant we applied, we didn't get it. Different story. It's all unanimity of our council. Not only among councillor and mayor's office, but also with the staff. Staff worked due diligently. We had almost every grant we applied for. At least I don't remember any grant we didn't get it. That's our relation with the Victoria. Like I said earlier, I can't go into the detail, and we had one of the best meetings with the Premier's office, with the Premier. And he asked me to send him a letter detailing, which my office and Shield's office are working. And once we send the letter, hopefully we will be able to bring it to the council's notice, and you will see the letter being sent. I'm not going to bend, or I'm not going to leave a premier or finance minister or anybody. I'll hold their feet on the fire. You know me well enough. And as you know, and the community know, we have paid $2.3 million our debt, going above and beyond our regular bylaws. Our debt would be free. Our debt is left a handful by 30. Who knows, tomorrow, council of the day might feel paying off the debt. Once the debt is paid, if we needed to borrow the money for the betterment of the society or the community, we can do that. And we had one of the best rating, the province, the MFA, and the regional district. We have done excellent work. These both items, when informed to the Premier's office already, and he is aware, and my colleagues would verify that, and the staff was attending the UBCM. It is just to clean, house cleanup of both items. Yes, next item is pretty big, but we're working on, let's see what happens. And I can be more happier for the last year, the grants we have received. And the time comes in the future, I will have a report how much money we have received from province and federal government in total, how many projects we have done, how much contribution we have done from this city hall. But I am very happy we have done very good job with the grants and everything and overall. Any more question, concern? Hearing none, all in favor? Oppose, if any? Carried unanimously. Next item, UBCM, please. Bertie.
The recommendation that pursuant to the report of the Asset Management Coordinator dated October 2nd, 2025, Council endorsed the following updated resolution in order to meet the funder's requirements and proceed with the city's application. And the additional text of the resolution is, and further that Council confirms its willingness to provide overall grant management and indicates its support to cover any potential cost overruns associated with the project.
So moved.
Moved and seconded. I couldn't insist enough, the $6 million, the overrun budget is we are already facing for the water treatment plant. Everybody knows how hard we work, this council work for their grant. of 76% plus and minus of the total project is on the table of the premier. He is aware, and I have make sure he heard us loud and clear. He acknowledged, but in politics, nothing is done till it's completed. I'm not going to hold and give a false hope to the community or to council or anybody. We'll keep working the way this council have worked in the past, and we'll make sure we get the best return for our bucks. All in favor? Oppose, if any? Carried. Consideration of CMRC Moral Project, please.
The committee recommendation that pursuant to the Central Cariboo Joint Committee Report Number 2, 2025, and the memo of the corporate officer dated September 12, 2025, regarding a request from the city's Indigenous Relations Working Group for the Central Cariboo Joint Committee to consider a resolution to begin planning a project of a mural at the Cariboo Memorial Recreation Complex Arena for Phyllis Webstad and the Orange Jersey Project, including seeking grant funding for the project, be received, and Joint Committee endorse the proposal in principle and direct staff to proceed with the project planning.
Moved and seconded, and thanks to the joint and everybody involved. It's going to be excellent project. Staff is working on, and definitely we will go there. Councilor Moses, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, this is an exciting project that we were approached from Orange Shirt Society to look into as a joint project that, similarly to what we had a few years back with the Orange Crosswalk near the Friendship Center. So this would be a project where we get to work together with the Orange Shirt Society, with the Cariboo Regional District, and potentially with UBCM if we get the same funding as we had before. If all this works out, the cost to us will be very minimal. It's a win-win-win for everyone, I think. So I'm pretty happy about this one. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councilor Moses. All in favor? Oppose, if any? Carried unanimously. Correspondence, William Lake Youth Soccer Association Official Community Plan.
Clerks note that the letter from the Williams Lake Youth Soccer Association dated September 11, 2025, regarding the Williams Lake Official Community Plan be received for information.
Moved, and Councilor Nelson, please.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. I think it's extraordinarily important to ensure that my colleagues are aware of some significant steps that have been taken behind the scenes, thanks to the mayor, and at the joint committee. There was a project that sat on the shelf for many years. And at the last joint committee, it was a feasibility analysis that we actually recommended and basically brought off the shelf and put it on the table to ask our partners, the Cariboo Regional District, to undertake a feasibility analysis for a multi-sports facility within our community and within the region in partnership with the Cariboo Regional District. That was endorsed unanimously at the joint committee meeting and has been sent off for budget consideration at the Cariboo Regional District. We did ask them to ensure that they did, once it was finalized and approved, that they coordinated their efforts with all of the key players that have been working tirelessly behind the scenes for this particular project. They've done a significant amount of work behind the scenes that I think would help speed up the opportunities for this community and for this region. It was important, I think, for council to initiate that with the Cariboo Regional District for the opportunities of a potential funding envelope. So the good news is that I think that there is a feasibility study that is going to be approved at the Cariboo Regional District level that will embark upon a much greater opportunity for our community with the multi-sports facility, which is obviously very good news. Thank you, Worship.
Councilor Flaschler.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, I want to commend the groups in the community that have been advocating for this. I think this is something that would be so amazing for Williams Lake and for the region, for us to have this type of facility to support all groups and youth in sports. healthy body, healthy mind. I really truly believe that. So I think it's great. And I want to thank my colleague for that information. That's news to me. So that sounds great that there's some talks at some tables right now in regards to this. I just want to add, though, also to the Williams Lake Youth Soccer Association, just to thank you for sending this letter. A thank you for all of the people that came to our official community plan open house, you know, to give the feedback, because ultimately it's the voices that make everyone know what the community wants, and you definitely want that feedback. But I do want to just add, you know, with the official community plan, it is a document that is not so much into the details of a soccer facility will be built in Williams Lake. It has the details of, hey, we need a new park, recreation, and trails master plan. And in that plan would have those details, just so that these groups understand. It's not off the table. It's not out of the discussions. It is just part of the process, and OCP wouldn't get that specific. I even brought up things specifically as a counselor, and I got told, no, this is not the document for it. But when we get to a parks document, that's where it's in there. So thank you for the information to that group and for the letter, and understand you're heard, but the official community plan is not necessarily the document for it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fleischfelder. Yeah, far as I can recall, it's been on the table since my and Councillor Nelson's time. When I came to this office of the council, 1993, it was, people was talking about it. We've been working that long. I'll tell you, I've been having a quarterly meeting with all this group. As you will see, the part of the letter, there's a 6 organization have signed and given me the kudos and anything they can do. The best thing I like it is when we was bombarded and the last 5 minute, 10 minutes of the open house of the day, holy smoke, so many people came, I couldn't keep my eyes on. Then they want to take the picture. And they posted on the Facebook, how many people commented on it? The best thing I like it is the second paragraph, I'm going to read it. We understand that a multi-sports indoor facility is a significant undertaking. There's no question about that. That is why WLYSA strongly support initiating feasibility study. We are ready to collaborate, and planners contribute our expertise and the representation to the voice of the nonprofit stakeholders, and goes on. And they are ready to do whatever they can do. I was talking to the staff, we have to go through, put it in the budget, do whatever this council wanted to do. It's up to you. I'm one board, like I always said, I'm this little board on the council. Yes, I'm on the driver's seat being a mayor, but I'm equal vote as you folks are. And those people are ready to sit with us, work with us, and whatever we need, they're willing to do fundraising, and you name it. And they haven't given me one option to go to them. They said, my office got a blank check. I've been meeting with them every quarterly, giving them update where we are. Not only that, like Councilor Nelson said before, if the budget is approved and the time comes, it's up to you, council member, then we can also go apply some grant for NDIT. NDIT, the way they work, they would fund 50%, if I correctly remember, and I've spoken to the chair and everything. That should not be very hard if council approve this in the budget. All in the budget, so it's up to you how you want it to do. I think Mr. Shio wants to say something.
Sorry, Your Worship. No, but I will say that I'll just confirm what Councilor Fleischfelder was saying, that the actual projects don't have a place in an OCP. You'll see in this year's budget, we're talking about a Parks and Trails master plan where that will take place. Individual project, if we put every individual project in an OCP, the document would be 1 million pages. So that's not the place for this, but in the OCP, it does reference these type of facilities being a priority for council and the community. It's the other reports that say where they go to.
So
Councilor Nelson.
I just need to go back and reinforce something that's very important. At the joint committee, which is a joint agreement that we've got with the Caribou Regional District as a key partner in a project like this. It was endorsed to do a feasibility study for a multi-sports facilities in Williams Lake. So that will hit the budget in term, joint unanimously agreed to support it and send it off to the Caribou Regional District. So it's not the budget of the city, it's the joint budget from the Caribou Regional District. So that's been endorsed publicly at a committee level. It will now hit the main table, which I think is a significant step in the right direction. So there's a lot of work ahead of us, but a significant step is to open the doors to say, let's have a look, and a serious look. Let's put some money behind it. Thank you.
It will make a big difference. I agree with you with when we approve the budget and we go to the grant application. All in favor? Opposed, if any? Carried unanimously. Annual Memory Tree Celebration, please.
Clerks note that the letter from the Williams Lake Hospice Society dated September 15th, 2025 be received, and that Council 1 approve the placement of the in-memory book signage and ornaments in the City Hall lobby from November 2025 leading up to the event, as well as a donation draw box to be located at the reception counter during these dates. 2, approve the use of City Hall lobby and the tree for displaying the name ornaments from November through Christmas. 3, approve the use of council chambers for a small ceremony for the reading of the in-memory book names to be recorded and posted for public viewing online. 4, approve the barricading of City Hall parking lot during the Memory Tree event taking place outside City Hall on Sunday, December 7th, 2025, for the lighting of the hospice tree and staff to coordinate the placement of barriers as requested. And 5, and further, that the event be coordinated with city staff and the fire department.
Moved and seconded. I'll encourage to the community, to council members, whoever could attend, please come and attend this. I have attended every year. Being a representative of the council, I'll be there. It's already in my calendar. All in favor? Opposed, if any? Carried unanimously. Minute of the Central Caribou Joint Committee.
Clerks note that the minutes of the Central Caribou Joint Committee meeting held September 17th, 2025 be received.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Good job, folks. All in favor? Carried. Thank you. Proclamation, Foster Family Month.
The clerks note that pursuant to the request of the Ministry of Children and Family Development in their letter dated September 19th, 2025, the month of October 2025 be proclaimed Foster Family Month in the City of Williams Lake pursuant to city policy.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor? Carried unanimously. Thank you. Moving along, council information package.
Clerks note that the council information package for October 7th, 2025 be received for information.
So moved.
Moved and seconded. All in favor? Carried unanimously. CEO's update, please.
Oh, sorry, Your Worship.
Oh, sorry, you had a late.
If we could just, the information I received today is that CN is looking to pull out of the Caribou and tear out all their tracks south of us. So before we make a resolution, I guess the resolution would be is just ask staff to get a hold of 100 Mile House. I know that they took a position here in August, I believe, of not to do it. So if we could just ask staff to bring back a report and just update this council so we can take a firm position on it. Obviously, I don't want to see them tearing out the tracks. It's not good for the rural British Columbia. So I just think we need more information on this. It just came to light today. Somebody phoned me and I said, I'll bring it up. So the recommendation would be to ask staff to bring back what CN is basically doing. I'm understanding they're wanting to tear out the tracks.
Somebody second that? You seconding? Yeah. Okay, moved and seconded. Yes, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, I just wanted to clarify, that's 100 Mile South,
Yes.
correct, Councillor Nelson? Not in Williams Lake. I just don't want to create fear
I
in the
don't,
community.
I don't know. I caught part of it tonight, and as I was coming to town, I tried to call former Mayor Donna Barnett just to get a bit of an update because I heard that they took a position. So that's why I'm asking before we get too carried away. I just want to make sure and get the report back.
Yeah.
So this is all relatively new news.
Okay, thank you.
Question to see you. Have you heard anything?
Your Worship, I have no information on that other than seeing the link myself, and I had a chance to read it. And yeah, it just we would need time to bring back something before our staff would comment on it.
Exactly.
We can call the government liaison Tyler's office.
Your Worship, I won't wait till the last meeting, then the next meeting. I'll send out an email to council letting know what I find out in the next few days.
Thank you. I appreciate it. All in favor of the motion? Oppose if any, carried unanimously. Mr. CAO.
Okay. Yeah, no, Your Worship, I have no update today unless there's any questions for me.
You got no update. I do one thing quickly. I received a call yesterday, we all know. We've been lucky enough, on Friday, the CRD board meeting, the mayor of the 100 Mile was asking me what the heck I'm doing, our hospital when staying open, when they are having lots. I have told the council member and the staff, I don't forward you any email unless it's concerning to you. There's hardly any day I do not receive an email from IHA, so-and-so hospital shut down, so-and-so hospital shut down. I send it to you only for Williams Lake. You will notice I didn't send you anything until Saturday morning, 8:40, 8:45, so the email came to me. And I received a phone call from the director, operation, Karen Cooper. She was very apologetic. She was on holidays when it happened. She is on the record. She was interviewed by the radio today, and I got the link in case somebody's interested. And she had assured me it won't happen. Yes, city, we have promised them on your behalf that city would forward the information, no addition, deletion from City Hall. We will let the community know, so rather than they go to the city of William Lake, they can take the access to other opportunities, whatever's available if city of William Lake Hospital is not available. That's the main reason. And when they did it, I reposted on my personal page, and holy moly, I ever received a comment one way or the other, and I shared that with Ms. Cooper, and she said she read it, my page, she's aware of all the comment. But my point is, I'm not a representative of the IHA, I'm just passing as a mayor of your community what I was told. Ms. Cooper said to me, there's nothing scheduled or unscheduled. We would have the hospital open till end of this year. She said she was working very hard to make sure that this year goes unshut down. But it didn't happen. My recommendation to her was she deserved the holidays no different than all of us, city staff and everybody, and myself and you folks listening, or council member. But we have to replace the command in the reasonable person who we can trust. She totally agreed with me. That's a little quick update. Rest is all Councilor Nelson.
Speaking of interior health, could I ask the CAO on behalf of council to put on the agenda with interior health an update as to why they canceled the contract with Access Family with regards to the health and substance services provided for the youth in our community. They canceled it in, I believe, in Williams Lake, 100 Mile House,
Yes.
Merritt, Lillooet. We heard tonight that from the Foundry that they service 5,000 kids in our community, and Interior Health goes and cancels a key contract. There's a gap of services in there, so if we could just put that onto the agenda with Interior Health to ensure that, well, they cancel this.
Why don't we put a motion that we request staff to investigate and let us know how, what?
Well, I would like it on the agenda with Interior.
Okay, fair enough. I'll second that. I have no issue. With that.
I think there's a
We
gap
need-
of service
You
there.
betcha.
Thank you, Worship.
Anybody had any concern, question, comment on the motion on the floor? Hearing none, all in favor? Oppose if any, carried unanimously. I think we're in order to adjourn. Yeah, motion to adjourn, please.
So moved.
I moved and seconded, all in favor. Thank you. Councilor Nelson, even though
Williams Lake and the rural setting, it allows for a different type of person. The rural people are good people, and that kind of satisfaction is something you don't find anywhere else. Williams Lake and CMH offers physicians the opportunity to work in a rural setting with patients with high acuity. Your experience is going to be exponentially increased by working here. The team that we have here is supportive. You are part of a family in Williams Lake. We have a variety of outdoor activities in Williams Lake and surrounds. So summertime, we're on the lake, we are camping whenever we can, fishing, out on the paddleboard, enjoying the sunshine and the summer. In the winter, we have cross-country ski close by. We have a downhill ski resort close by. So there's opportunities for fun everywhere.
When you live here, you have more of a warmer feeling and a connection with the people here, so it makes you feel like a family. We usually work 4 days on, 4 days off here. There's ample opportunity to work overtime if you want to do that, but it's really important we try to make sure that everyone gets as much work as they want, but also get out and enjoy some free time. Our town has a lot to offer in the summer and winter, and so some of the nurses that have been coming in have really enjoyed themselves. We're a fun little group, so we go hiking with some of them. In the winter time, you know, we can go skiing at the ski hill. There's cross-country skiing, there's tobogganing. You know, there's a lot of things to do in the summer. We can take them to the lake, we can go fishing.
We are most hopeful about seeing the progress. And the one thing that happens in Indigenous communities over and over again is we seem to want to recreate the wheel when it comes to success, or when it comes to how we find this balance of the revitalization of our language, culture, and ceremony. The wheel has already been created for the most parts, but we need these shining examples that we could tie onto, and we have an entity like BMO stepping up and showcasing these success stories. It makes it easier for us as communities to latch on and use those as an example in order to find our own success. As diverse as this country is, each success is just a little bit different. Each community is different. You know, the biggest part of this reconciliation discussion is this education component to that. Our lessons and the advice that we continue to give to, whether it's the banking world or industry or whoever it is that each community is different. When you're working in that territory, really when we talk about the educational piece, it is up to the individuals to go out there and learn whose territory they're on and who is getting impacted by their presence. We talk about traditional and unceded lands. I mean, we're not going to say you need to go and learn about the Secwepemc when you're dealing with the Mohawks over in Ontario. We expect that you know a little bit about whose territory you're in so that you can be a little bit more respectful on your day-to-day. But that's a tough conversation and discussion to have because, again, we are such a diverse country and everybody is different. But as long as you're having this basic understanding of where you are and who you're impacting and what they represent, and doing your best to hold them up and be allies, there isn't anything more that we can ask for as Indigenous people.
Okay, good evening, folks, guests, friends, presenters, delegations. It's my honor to welcome each and every one of you to the City Council meeting, September 16th. Most of the council members seen a orange color agenda. It's to recognize Truth and Reconciliation, dedicated to the group, as it's the last meeting of the month. Councilor Moses isn't flying. He hasn't been on yet. Oh, he's on. Excellent. That's good. Good. Welcome, Councilor Moses. So he's joining us through the Zoom. And I'm honored to acknowledge the land title. We are gathered in the William Lake First Nations people. And I wanted to thank and appreciate the chief, elders of the nation, allowing us to do the business in their territory. Adoption of the agenda is on the line.
So, second?
Moved and seconded. All in favor? Opposed, if any? Carried. Councilor Moses, I'm going to take you in favor of every motion unless otherwise you tell me you're in favor or against, please.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you. Appreciate it. The regular minutes of the council meeting on August 26th in order, please. Moved and seconded. Councilor Delaney, Councilor Flashfuller. Any addition, deletion? Hearing none, all in favor? Carried. Well, it's once again the time of the year. City of William Lake, being a hometown of Rick Hansen, we had a policy we would give the award to the one organization, public building, churches, depends. And we had accessibility committee chair and some members here. They do all the work for the city. They're the advisory committee to the city council. And I will request them to come forward. Then I announce the name. Let them announce the name. Maureen, please. Councilor Nelson, could you turn the microphone on, please?
Hi, I'm happy to be here to present the Accessibility Award of Merit tonight on behalf of the Williams Lake Accessibility Advisory Committee, myself and Keisha Neal. So if accepting the award tonight is Pastor Harder, it's for the Alliance Church for installing a cement ramp and highlighting their stairs with yellow paint. And I just visited it tonight, and it's made their church very accessible and inclusive to all. So if Pastor Harder.
Councilor, yes, please. Welcome and congratulations.
And we also have Don Olesiak, I believe, and Blair Moore here to accept the award. Hi. Pastor Harder.
Award will be presented by the chair, then we will take a picture with the recipient and the council members, please.
There you
Please.
go. Thank you very much. Did you want to say a few words?
He can say a few words if you want to.
Oh, don't be shy.
Please.
I won't give my regular length of sermon, I promise. No, we were very grateful actually to receive a beautification grant from the city, which we use to drastically improve our front entrance. And as part of that, we were able to make our wheelchair ramp and stairs much more user-friendly to the whole community. And so we're delighted. And the people in our congregation that have made use of the new entrance have commented frequently on how much better it is than it used to be. So we're grateful that the city helped us do that, and we're grateful that we get to be good neighbors to our fellow citizens here in Williams Lake.
I personally, for council members, or for record, I personally visited. When we went to see, I was invited on behalf of the council. They have done an excellent job. Excellent job. I congratulate you, sir, and your membership and your leadership. Thank you very much. And you present the award, we will, the council member come in the middle, we'll present the award, please. Put it up. In the back. Yeah, come in the back. I'll bring them. Yeah, I'll. He's got his feedback. Yeah, you know the drill. Oh.
One, two, three.
Now, is it okay to take a picture, put it on the page? Thank you. It's a promotion. Well done, sir. I really congratulate you. Thank you. Thanks. Sorry.
And just so everybody's aware, this is my fitment down here. It's not a police GPS. Give me more accuracy. I know I get into a lot of trouble, but trust me.
GPS, yeah. Somebody will be making a comment tonight.
No, it's a great inspiration for others, commercial building, public building in the community. Rick Hansen being born, not born, but raised and being hometown hero, and we always follow. William Lake is almost on record one of the most sidewalk being accessible, being building, being wheelchair accessible. So council staff is working together, but it's you, the community, who help us. Doesn't matter what we wanted to make the policy, like I always said, it's not Mayor Rather or my council or staff doing all this, it's all of us. And court is next in line. And for your yearly update, please join me by clapping. Usually we don't clap. Excellent job, court, and your team. It's a record high stampede this year. Due to my schedule or his schedule, we couldn't put together. They are a little bit late, but late is always better than never to present how and what they did last year or this year on the stampede. Congratulations, court. Floor is all yours, sir.
Thank you. I have a little video that I'd like to play to begin.
Please.
I have two objectives of this presentation. One is to give the wrap up of this Stampede 2025, and the other one is to talk briefly about the sustainability of us going forward. But just the video will, I think, help tell you what happened in 2025. If you could, sir. There we are. If the volumes could be turned up, that would be even better.
At the Williams Lake Stampede. Come along, friends, and see part of the last frontier with me. We'll pack our gear and head for the rodeo. And we'll camp outside of town, right next to the big fairground. Gonna see the sights at the Williams Lake Stampede. Coming from Sugarcane, Horsefly, Kleenex, Alkali, Prince George, and Gwinnett. Coming from Soda Creek, Cashby, Anaheim, Billabella, what you know dirt well. They'll come from far and wide to have a little drink and watch cowboys ride. Do at the Williams Lake Stampede. Bronx from over hill, they'll test the cowboy skill. We'll watch them ride those mean old Brahma bulls. We'll shake hands with old friends and we're glad to see you again. Gonna meet them all at the Williams Lake Stampede. There's a pretty girl I know there, big brown eyes and long black hair. The guitars play, we'll dance beneath the stars. But at noon when I awake, I might feel my forehead ache. From the night before at the Williams Lake Stand.
Did we see Scott in that last shot? Jeff Moore helped me put that together as a little wrap up to the Stampedes 2025. We had over, as far as the rodeo event, we had over 350 competitors. We had a payout of about $215,000, which ranks us about third behind Ponoka and Strathmore as professional rodeos in Canada. So we are on the national map as far as rodeos go. As you saw in the video, 17,500 spectators. Those were ticket sales. If we include the VIP side and the box seat side, we probably had 20,000 spectators that attended our 4-day event. Again, the video showed 60 plus vendors in our trade fair area. The campground was full. Jeff gave me a couple of options of work that he did, and I just thought that this was really impactful when you could see just what happens in that sold out day at the Stampede. So talking with Brad McKinnon at the RCMP, it was a relatively event free. There were no incidences or minor incidences. It was a safe and great family event. So it was as good as any event that we've ever put on. So that's the wrap up of Stampede. I'm sure you guys might have some questions, but I'll just finish the presentation and then go from there. So the Stampede Board of Directors, there's 17 directors who are responsible for producing the event, maintaining and managing the year-round facility, and of course all those directors have full-time jobs and families. We have one paid employee, full-time employee, plus a contract bookkeeper, and our campground managers are contractors as well. So it's a very it's a very small group that produces a big event. We feel that the current model is becoming increasingly, like the current model that we operate under is becoming increasingly challenging to sustain. The board of directors are developing our 5-year plan using the city's OCP as a base model. I've been looking at your draft OCP, and I would like to see the Stampede included in that in a bigger way, but I'll come to a meeting and participate in that at a later date. But I think that it shows that, well, I think that as we go forward, the key point is that we need to create a stronger partnership with the city to ensure that the Stampede event remains viable for long past our 100th year. I met with Beth Weinkamp and Beth Holden from the CRD a number of months ago, and Beth Holden from the CRD offered to provide an economic impact study. It took us a while to get that done. She has a software program, the Canadian Sports Alliance software, which is specifically developed to make these kind of analysis. That analysis indicated that the direct economic impact to just the city of Williams Lake is in excess of $5 million. I ask, is that impact important to the city? I would think it is. Is it sustainable for a group of volunteers to continue to create this impact? I don't think that it is sustainable. I think that that's the purpose of my presentation tonight. The board of directors thinks that the contribution to the city is significant, and that we need to form a better partnership than what we've had. We have a great working relationship, but I think it's time to move to a new level. Collectively, the Williams Lake Stampede and the city need to develop an actionable plan moving forward to protect and grow what has been part of Williams Lake for almost 100 years. In your OCP draft, there's a section called Social Wellbeing and Inclusion, and policy 8.2.1 says to support local community organizations and nonprofits to develop and implement plans, policies, and programs related to the community or related to community and social well-being, and encourage volunteerism within the community. I think the Williams Lake Stampede fills all those boxes. We need the volunteers, we need the sponsors, and we get them in spades, absolutely. But again, I think that the Williams Lake Stampede is part of the social well-being of the community. The Stampede is not just about horses and cowboys. It's about the community's cultural resiliency, as seen in how the event brings people together and celebrates shared traditions. Each year, neighbors, families, visitors gather to participate, strengthening bonds and preserving the heritage that defines Williams Lake locally, provincially, nationally, and internationally. I'm not sure this is correct, but I believe that the city or the village of Williams Lake was incorporated at about the same time the Williams Lake Stampede started. We're about the same age, somewhere in that 90, 98, 99 years. So that brings me to the idea of working together collaboratively. My idea is that we form a relationship where we're communicating more regularly, and we do need to talk about the 100th coming up. Does the city want to be a part of the Stampede celebration for its 100th? I think probably yes, and we need to start that planning now. The Board of Directors has identified three main challenges. There's many challenges, but three that we need to address. One is director volunteer burnout. Since 2020, there's been a decline in the number of volunteers, and it's everywhere. It's across Canada. But the 17 directors that meet regularly throughout the year and are tasked with maintaining the financial viability of the organization, as well as keeping the facility properly maintained, it's becoming a huge challenge. It's more than what a volunteer can do. A low estimate would be that the number of hours that Stampede directors contribute is equal to 34, 45, or 40-hour work weeks. I mean, it's a lot of work, and it takes a huge commitment. So that's becoming more and more of a challenge. The other thing is the financial stress. I'm sure the city recognizes financial stress. The financial stress is directly related to the increased costs that we face. For example, 4 or 5 years ago, our insurance costs were about $25,000 a year. Last year, we paid $45,000. And that's a whole separate conversation that we need to have. But it just gives an example of one of the things that, one of the costs that we're faced with, and we can't do anything about it. And we met a couple of ladies from Cloverdale who produced the Cloverdale Rodeo. It's not the same as Williams Lake, but it's the same as Williams Lake, which sounds kind of weird. But those ladies said to us, you need to engage with your city and get them involved. The city of Cloverdale, we're not asking for this. This is not an ask. This is just a story. But the city of Cloverdale maintains that rodeo facility, and it is a rodeo facility similar to the Williams Lake Stampede Rodeo Arena. So that the city maintains that, and the city gives that committee $300,000 a year to produce the rodeo. I mean, it's a significant, but it's a story of what it takes to keep an event like this going. The third, and I've mentioned this before, but the third challenge that we have is the management of the facility. We 17 directors are tasked with maintaining that massive facility, and it's cool when you drive into town and you see this shining, it's a diamond. It's beautiful, but that takes a heck of a lot of work. we have one paid employee. The rest of it falls on the 17 directors and others. There are many business people in town that contribute many hours to us, but the question again, is that sustainable? So the Stampede Board of Directors we're committed to developing and improving our working relationship with the City of Williams Lake to enhance and maintain the amazing and famous Williams Lake Stampede. We ask for your support in this regard and look forward to having regular meetings. That's the key, is that we need to meet regularly and we need to know who that point person is. To collaborate with the city staff to foster a stronger relationship that's needed to succeed moving forward. That's the presentation. Those are the numbers. Essentially we need help of some sort. Any questions?
Well, we appreciate your effort and the board effort. Celebrating no recommendation, I totally realized that I was part of your team one day. Right till age 14, I did the best I could do as a city rep. That time, Mayor Nelson, now Councilor Nelson, he appointed me there. And my one commitment to him was, I'm only going there if I had your blessing. He said 100%. Similarly, I told Councilor Flashfuller when I appointed her, she got 100% blessing of the mayor's office. I understand your challenges. Reference to the OCP, I made few notes, I'll address them. My request would be make sure, I don't have all the detail with me, but call Beth, be in camp and make sure our staff, and make sure you tell them what you would like to see, but not. Time's running out. Not much time left, and the bylaw would be coming forward. A reference to working together, that is the, collaboratively, that is the mission, unwritten mission for this council, my office. We like to work together, not one organization, but everybody. And I'm so happy to hear from yourself that you want to do the same thing. Our relations are the best with the provincial government, federal government, regional district, First Nation, you name it. And that is all because we wanted to work together. Other day, I didn't tell anybody. I'll open the can of worms right now. I received a phone call from hospital that we do not have a gynecologist here for 2 weeks. Usually I share these information with the CEO and other, called my boss, EO and EA, and luckily, same night or first thing in the morning before the email came, they secured, the cost was huge. 28 mother was supposed to be shipped away, but we didn't. That is the result of, my point is that is the result of working together collaboratively with every level of government organizations, everybody such as you. Okay, we are all for that. At least this council is. I just want you to know that. In reference to the commitment, like I said earlier, being part of you folks so many years, I totally understand. I will say publicly tonight again, if there's the hardest working group of volunteers I have seen in the William Lake, that is Stampede Association. I've said it, I'll repeat myself. I used to spend on the weekend 64 to 68 hours only on the weekend when I was working before I became a mayor. Now, as you appreciated being a mayor, I had other commitment. I'm always in the Stampede ground. I'm not sitting home or somewhere else, but because of the other being the receiver of the head guest and our guests and everybody, so I got to perform those jobs. I encourage the community, I encourage my council member, I encourage each and every one of you watching, sitting home, come, get out and get involved, especially with the Stampede. When they are bringing the number shows, when they're bringing the economics they're bringing, why shouldn't we get involved with you? And that's the next part. And I'll pause there, and I think I had a Councilor Flashfuller, Councilor Nelson.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thanks, Court, for coming in. As Mayor Rather indicated, I've been a liaison for you guys, and it's been a really amazing position for me because it gave me so much insight and in exactly like what Mayor Rather's saying is how committed and how much you guys care as a nonprofit for this community and for the event. I've sat in on multiple meetings with you guys. That starts at 5:30 and goes till easily 9 or sometimes later. Sometimes you guys go, if you need to leave, Joan, go ahead, because you guys are so deep in multiple discussions. So it is just so apparent the amount of work that you guys do as directors, as a nonprofit for this event. And I also see it in the energy you guys put into trying to continually better the event. Putting the effort in to go, status quo isn't just what we want. We want to make this the best it can be, not only for Williams Lake, but for the province. And I commend all of you guys for everything that you do in that regard, because it is very, very apparent when I'm in those meetings, and it's also very apparent with the event, because it is just continually growing. It's not one of these events that's slowly fading away with all that time. It's an event that's continually still so stable and growing in this community and is still wanted by not only our community members, but provincial and, like you said, national recognition. You guys are doing such an incredible job. So myself, I understand where you're coming from. It is very challenging times for everyone right now because, like you've indicated, costs are continually increasing for all of us in every avenue. But we do, as Mayor Rather indicated, we have to work collaboratively because that is how we get ahead. And sometimes we get so used to doing things the same as they've always been done, we sometimes miss that sometimes we need to relook at something. So I thank you for coming to the table here today and giving indication to my colleagues and to the community of what you guys are doing and what you're needing. And I think that that's great information for all of us. But first and foremost, I want to thank you guys for everything that you do and for an amazing event.
Thank you, Joan. If I may just comment, I mean, you know, you're right, is that the status quo isn't good enough. Be careful what we wish for, and we're starting to see those challenges. You know, there was a time last year where I felt, does anybody really care if this happens or not? And of course, when you see the grandstands full, and you know, yes, of course it matters, but you kind of feel like I've felt like we're just kind of out there without a whole heck of a lot of support. And I just look at that economic impact study, and I look at what we all know that the Stampede brings what it brings to the community. And yes, there's those residents that say, I leave town, I go to Chimney Lake, I'm not sticking around, blah, blah, blah. But what does it do for the community? The resilience of the community and it is something very special. And we want to see it continue, but we need more than, and I in all due respect, we need more than a pat on the back and a fee for service of 25 grand. I mean, it just doesn't cut it anymore. So that's what we're here for. Scott, I think you were.
Scott, Councillor Nelson.
Well, thank you very much. I think tonight we're hearing that they're not asking for a handout. They're asking for help.
Absolutely.
And what they're looking for is to establish and recognize a new model that will help grow the Stampede. And I made some points, and I'll put it into a resolution at the end of the discussion, but I heard you're looking for long-term stability, partnership opportunities with the city, a 5-year plan with opportunities, tie into the 100th Stampede as a community catalyst, an action plan to continue to grow the importance of the Stampede as a cultural and key tourist attraction, facilities for economic life cycle, and 3 important things: volunteer burnout, financial stress, and management of the facilities. There's no doubt that the Stampede is part of the fabric, the culture of this community. Absolutely. And we see more and more organizations that we fund within this community to hundreds upon hundreds of thousands of dollars. The arts and grants, or the arts and culture, that's a fee for service, it's $200,000. The Chamber of Commerce gets $165,000. So these are huge organizations. I agree with you. $25,000 doesn't cut the chase today. And quite frankly, I'm not here to write off the backs of the Stampede Association. I give you guys great credit for what you guys have done over the last 97, 98 years. It is an important economic attraction to our community. So I think I'm getting the message that we need to sit down together and work together for a long-term strategy. And my hand goes up when we need to ensure that this is sustainable.
Yep.
The model's not working. Other communities put a lot of investment into key opportunities for attraction. And my hand goes up to sit down. So when we're done, Your Worship, I'll put a resolution for Council's consideration to create a bit of an action plan that will ensure that this doesn't die just upon the presentation night, that we can actually put something into place.
Thank you, Councillor Nelson. Anyone else? Councillor Moses, anything? I can see you, but anything from you?
Okay, I'll give you the record.
Your Worship, I'm willing to hear Councillor Nelson's motion. Thank you.
You betcha. Thank you, Councillor Nelson.
Thank you, Worship. And this is going off tonight's update that Court gave us, and thank you very much, Court. That the city received the oral update of Court Smith Stampede Association President, and further council requests staff to set up a meeting with the Stampede Association and council and staff with the goals and objectives to, 1, long-term sustainability, 2, long-term partnership opportunities, 3, 5-year plan opportunities, 4, tie in the 100th Stampede as a community catalyst, 5, action plan to continue to enhance and grow the Stampede, 6, the importance of the Stampede as a cultural key tourist attraction, 7, long-term facilities economic life cycle, 8, volunteer burnout, 9, financial stress, 10, management of the facility.
I hope you have written down all.
I did, Your Worship.
Thank you. Could you bring it to the manager, please? Okay, Councillor Flashfuller, seconded.
It's a bit of an action.
Yeah, and if I may, Scott,
Please.
you nailed it. We're not asking for a handout, we're asking for help. And I think that collaborating with the city and the staff and helping us capitalize on any opportunities that are out there. Your comment about some of the other nonprofits that have, massive input from the city, financial input, that would be wonderful. And I hope that can become one of the end goals here, because with that, we can survive. We are in the final throes of hiring an operations manager who will be part of those discussions and working together with whoever we can, or whatever committee we can formulate, but it has to be an ongoing thing that is workable, yeah.
10-point action plan.
Absolutely.
Court, once again, congratulations to you and your team, please. Make sure you convey that to your board of directors from the mayor and council. Keep up the good work. Please, go ahead.
I wasn't going to include this in this presentation, but Gary had asked me to address this. And the only thing I'm going to say, so later in your meeting, you're going to be considering waiving the fee that the Stampede has been given for some work that was done during Stampede. I just want to say that was an accident that wasn't intended. I think that this presentation should speak to that, in that I would hope that you would find it in your hearts to waive that fee. We need every bit of help that we can, and in particularly this year, we need to very much watch our pennies. So that would be the only thing that I would say to that.
The report you did is 100% positive news for the community, for the region, for all of us. What you're asking is a different subject,
Yes.
but I totally understand where you're coming.
Yes.
I do not want it to mix the positiveness and something. I don't know how council going to vote. I go on the record, I have never ever spoken to any council member to vote this way or that way. Everybody was elected at their own. I'm going to let them to have a free vote.
Absolutely.
Unlike the parties do, there's no political party here or affiliation. Everybody would vote. But let's deal with this, then I'll go back and I'll deal with the next item.
I can stay around.
No, just give me 2 minutes. Could you hold on 2 minutes?
Okay.
Yeah,
Please, Mayor.
sit down on your seat and
Thank you.
thank you.
Thanks very much.
I
Thanks.
appreciate it. Okay, we got a 10 action plan presented by Councillor Nelson as well as Councillor Flashpoller seconded it. Any question, concern, any discussion on that? Hearing none, all in favor? Oppose? Carried unanimously. Next item would be, I would like to, with the recommendation from the CEO, to bring the item of the, even though we passed the motion forward, that is on page 50, Stampede Associate request for sewer plug cost forgiveness. Staff, please. Page 50.
The recommendation that pursuant to the report of the Manager of Public Works dated September 10th, 2025, council deny the request of the Williams Lake Stampede Association to waive the city's costs for the sewer plug work on WLSA leased area in the Williams Lake Stampede grounds during Stampede Weekend 2025.
Before I have somebody moved and second the report, anybody going to move and second the report? Councillor Flashpoller, Councillor Line, I just wanted to let the people know it's only under $5,000 grant. You consider or not, it's up to you. Second portion from me, when I did the research on everything, you people denied. This is organization. It's not the same. I got you, Councillor Nelson. It's not the same. This is organization, volunteer organization on the table, but I just want you to know similar request was about $10,000 plus and minus. We denied the request. It's up to you what you wanted to do. The motion is moved and seconded. We will deal with the motion. Then we'll come back. If the motion didn't pass, we'll come back to address it. Councillor Nelson, you had anything to say on the motion, please?
I do, Your Worship. I won't be supporting the recommendation that's in front of us, so I'll actually make an amendment to waive the fee for this, so I'll make that as a recommendation.
And separately, if you don't want, or you want to add?
Amendment to the motion to remove deny to waive.
Okay, is it okay to the mover and seconder?
Where we'll pay for it.
He's saying we will pay, you are saying recommendation is to deny the request?
Yeah.
And Councillor Nelson is moving that we waive that.
I'm okay with the seconder. I do want to have a discussion, though.
Betcha,
please.
and is it okay with the seconder? Thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Flashpoller.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, I understand, the report that comes to us basically indicating like, generally we would deny these kind of requests. But if you review the report, the situation where the city infrastructure, being the sewer or the waterworks, would be typically managed by the municipality anyways. What happened, where there was an incident, I guess, that I understand correctly, where they were doing their standard as a nonprofit, some work, some volunteers came in, did some work. Unfortunately, they ended up hitting a line, didn't realize that it actually did some movement potentially on it, which caused an issue that then surfaced during the Stampede event. I personally feel that, for me, it feels a little bit uncomfortable in a way that we have a charge now from the city to this nonprofit group for the services of them going there and working on the backup of the sanitary during the event. And then, so it's a report saying deny it, but then tomorrow, we may be allocating fee for service towards the group. We may be allocating a community grant towards the group. And for me, this is a city event. This is city lands. This is city infrastructure, being the sewer main that had to get worked on, that we're now billing these guys. And I can understand the request of like, hey, support us. We get requests continually from groups of like, hey, our roof is leaking. Can you give us $5,000 to fix it? Hey, our whatever is in repair. Our racetrack needs potholes fixed. Can you guys fix it? And we tend to step up as a council. And right now, I just see this group do so much for our community. I can understand why they're just making a friendly request of like, hey, this is an accident. We try and manage the site. the best of our abilities, but unfortunately this happened. And I can understand why you would make the request that you not be invoiced by the city.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Flash-Fuller. Councillor Nelson, please.
Thank you very much. The reason I support this is we just put we heard from the president of the Stampede Association in terms of asking for the opportunities. We just passed a 10-point action plan in good faith. I think the city should eat this cost and sit down and let's work towards having the best Stampede in the province right here in Williams Lake. So I'll be looking to eat the cost. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jasmine, please.
Thank you. Yeah, in light of everything that we just discussed, I think that this request is a little different than some of the other ones that have come to us because we are talking about making it a partnership much more so than it currently is. And this is a good step towards that. As much as I'm usually the first person to say, no, let's tighten the strings because everything, this is one I can absolutely understand.
I'll take a kick on the can. It's very easy when you're sitting on those 6 chairs to say yea or nay. It's very hard on this chair. This chair is pretty warm. Councillor Nelson been on those chairs. You people know that it's hard for me. I got to watch what I say. I will support you, Kurt. The reason is this is city property. We have leased you. If it was otherwise around, I would have not supported. I'm going to support that fee be waived because it's our property. We have leased you. We heard the numbers and record and what you're doing. And like I mentioned the other day, it's my duty to do the research on every item and let the council member and the staff and the public and the audience know what we are doing, why we are doing. What we did was it was a private property month back or plus and minus, or could be the last council meeting, and we rejected that request. And that request was rejected because it was private property, and this is a city very owned property. So I'll be supporting the amendment. Councillor Moses, you got anything to say? Hearing none, all in favor of the amendment to waive that the bill 4,900, whatever it is total, be waived. All in favor? Against, if any? Carried unanimously. Motion as amended.
Thank you very much.
Motion as amended. All in favor? Opposed, if any? Carried unanimously. Thank you. You won't receive the bill now, and good luck. And convey our best wishes to your board, please.
We will be in touch.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks very much.
And going back to the regular agenda, general government A, the computer checks, please.
The recommendation that the accounts payable, computer check, and EFT listings dated August 28th, September 4th, and 11th, 2025 be received for information.
Second.
Moved and seconded, all in favor? Question, if any, carried unanimously. Item number B, email poll of council for Council Bain for FCM application.
The recommendation that pursuant to the report of the corporate officer dated September 11th, 2025, the email poll conducted September 3rd to 4th, 2025, authorizing the following resolution be ratified. Whereas the Federation of Canadian Municipalities represents the interests of member municipalities on policy and program matters that fall within federal jurisdiction, and whereas FCM's board of directors is comprised of elected municipal officials from all regions and sizes of communities to form a broad base of support and provide FCM with a united voice required to carry the municipal message to the federal government, and be it resolved that this council of the City of Williams Lake endorse Councillor Sheila Bain to serve as a committee member on committees of the FCM's board of directors for the period starting in June 2025 and ending at the end of the current council term of November 2026. And be it further resolved that the council assumes all costs associated with Sheila Bain attending FCM meetings.
Council Bain.
So moved.
Moved and seconded. Council Bain, please.
Thank you, Worship. Thanks, everyone, for the support and for knowing that I'm not trying to be a big money item, obviously. So the UBCM does sponsor this, and I know that Councillor Moses has had the opportunity, and I did talk to him because he was not going to go again for another role. So if it does, it is not my goal to spend any money. Hopefully UBCM will cover any and all costs, and there's no guarantee I'll get onto a standing committee anyway, but it was just I've never attended one and thought since I'm done with the NCLJ. But thank you so much for the report. My intent is not to cost us any money, though. Thank you.
And my philosophy is any council member wanted to go above and beyond their councillor duty, I, from my office, support 100%. When Councillor Bain called me, talked to me, I told her she got the 100% blessing of the mayor's office, and I'm glad every council member, whoever was available, and supported that, because this gives us an upper hand. These council members go above and beyond their line of duty, being in council or just attending meeting in town. No, they go talk to the minister. They help to make the policy. They help to change the policy, which may not be good for William Lake, but definitely for us central, interior, and north. It makes a big difference. Our name, when they read the name, Councillor Sheila Bain, she would be representative of City of William Lake, Councillor William Lake. That's where the name would come. So I support it, and best wishes and good luck to you and your future endeavors. All in favor? Carried unanimously. And item number C, download of cost, quarter 3.
Recommendation that the report of the Manager of Administrative Services dated September 10th, 2025, outlining a summary of the third quarter to date 2025 estimated costs downloaded by senior levels of government be received for information.
Moved and seconded. Councillor Nelson.
Thank you very much. This was a catalyst that Councillor Delaney actually brought forward. So we started to track our inherent costs above and beyond our budgeted numbers. And this is just to identify key areas in the community. In the first quarter of this year is about $148,000 over in terms of shortfalls. In the second quarter, it was about $173,000. And this last quarter, the third quarter, $196,000. So you're about $516,000 in the first 3 quarters of government shortfalls in social issues, planning issues, and emergency services. The key catalyst to having this in a report form allows us, when we're sitting in front of government next week, we can identify and say, hey, look, here are key areas that you're costing us extra money that is simply not budgeted for. This is a 5% tax increase right here, and we haven't even finished the year out. So you can only imagine that we're probably $750,000 estimated to be on additional costs downloaded onto this municipality. Kamloops is in the millions of dollars. So other communities are starting to identify these costs, using it to their advantage when they're sitting down with government, and that's what we're going to be doing with these numbers. Thank you, Your Worship.
Councillor Delaney, Councillor Bain.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I agree with Councillor Nelson's comments. It's disappointing. It's disappointing when you have people like Court Smith just came and are asking, to help to sustain, a prideful event that happens in our community for 100 years. And we're looking at $516,000 that's been taken out of our budget. That could be going into these things. So I'm not going to be attending UBCM this year, but I am sure that my colleagues will be able to go and put the pressure on. And I want to say thank you to staff again for this report. I look forward to this report actually each time, because it's so well laid out in what we're spending our money on that we shouldn't be spending our tax dollars, municipal tax dollars on, and where that downloading comes from. So it's a very clear and concise report, and I believe that it will help. And I hope that my colleagues, when you're at UBCM, is maybe talking to the other municipalities in the regional districts and letting them know that this is some of the information we're getting, so we can potentially grow the power in numbers, and through UBCM and NCLGA is have, maybe it's a staff-to-staff conversation to say, this is how we're doing this report. Maybe even, borrow the templates, they can fill it in themselves. But I do believe that if we can collectively put some more pressure on our provincial government to make sure that the spending comes from the right bucket. I know we're all the base tax rate, whether it's provincial, federal, or municipal, but it does matter when we only have so many dollars that we're collecting from our tax base to be able to give back to the community. And, we've heard tonight, we've got an organization for 100 years have been doing something for us. We had all sorts of people come out, wanting to support indoor facility improvements. Like, all of these things cost money, and they either come directly from your tax, or we have to find, grant funding, or we need to recoup back. So I just want to say thank you again to staff, and I wish my colleagues well, and I want you to be aggressive and tactful, and hopefully come back with some organized ability to sick our other member municipalities onto the government to try to get some money back. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Bain.
Thank you, Worship, and I concede to my colleagues. I think they've covered everything. I was just going to say also thanks to staff. I mean, I see how much work the report is, but I think it gives us such a bird's eye, and I just also wanted to share my appreciation, but I'll just echo theirs.
Thank you. I'm sitting in the chair. I should be in order to do a lot of things that I usually don't do here. I'm going to use the mayor's power to move further the information we received that we added to our UBCM agenda to discuss with the appropriate ministries, and especially with the premier. As most of you had on your table for the community purpose, and we will add to our agenda. Is that favorable? Okay, thank you. And somebody second my motion?
Second.
Okay, Councilor Nelson, thank you. So we will take it, and for the community, for the people, it's a sad situation. Senior level of government, provincial or federal, here we are crying for $4,000, $100, $200, $500, and the senior level government is downloading to the lower level of government, federal to the provincial to the municipal. Who the heck are we going to download? I'd like to find that out. The community is coming like Courtsmith, like the group of people sitting here, for only but $1,100 something. My heart goes to those people. Where's the money going to come? How are we going to do it? So my point is, we need to talk to the senior level of government. And that's very important. So thank you, folks, for accepting my report. Anything else? Hearing none, all in favor? Opposed, if any, carried unanimously. I was supposed to do long time back in the beginning of the meeting. I kept bypassing. We are honored to be joined by one of our very own city employee, Saigon. Please put your hand together for Saigon. He received 2 weeks back the most sportsmanship award from the William Lake Soccer Association. I attended the barbecue. What a great moment was for me to be standing there, and when he accepted the award, he took me to the picture and everything. Congratulations, sir. Well done. Saigon and his wife, partner, they work for the city. We are honored to have you. Thank you. I kept forgetting this. And okay, moving along, land acquisition 54 Rife.
The recommendation that pursuant to the report of the senior engineering technologist dated September 9th, 2025, council approved the purchase of 54 Rife Road from the Williams Lake Golf and Tennis Club for the purchase price of $1 plus legal fees related to the purchase.
So moved.
Moved and seconded. This is the kind of issue from 70s. It's a housekeeping. I was going to use the word house cleaning. It's a long time due. Somebody overlooked it way back, even before I joined this community in 74.
When Councilor Nelson was mayor.
But Councilor Mayor, you're right, yeah.
I remember it.
Yeah, you remember that, yeah. He probably wasn't even born. If he was born, he was in the diaper. But anyway, it's a $1 lease, and we are trying to clean up. It's basically, staff have done all the good work, and can we add thanks to the staff. Mr. Maraca, please? Like I always said, without staff, we won't be anywhere. We are so lucky and honored to have the staff we have in this community. Recommendation, please. You read that? Okay. Moved and seconded. All in favor? Opposed, if any? Carried unanimously. Number 4, Fire Protection Service Agreement with the CRD.
The recommendation that pursuant to the report of the Chief Financial Officer dated August 25th, 2025, council approved the 2025 to 2028 Fire Protection Services Agreement between the Caribou Regional District and the City of Williams Lake, and authorized the mayor and corporate officer to sign the agreement on behalf of the city.
Moved and seconded. I'll give you a little, no, before I give the update, I'll ask Mr. Maraca, CEO, to give us a little background on this, please.
Thanks, Your Worship. So this agreement we have had in place for many years. The It was actually the subject of a binding arbitration back in the past where there was a settlement where the city of Williams Lake gets money to provide the service to the rural areas. And it was long-standing, it expired, and since 2023, we've been working towards a more equitable approach to this. And the previous terms from the arbitration were, it was a 2% increase every year, and we found that that no longer reflected the need. So we worked with staff over there, and basically we came up between Vitaly, Kevin, and Marie and myself, we came up with an agreement that starting at the beginning of this year, we would be receiving the number we would always receive, but we're going to be using COLA clauses going forward like all our other agreements. So the next step in this would be after council, if they do support this agreement, then we would basically sending it over, and then the regional district would have their conversations about if they support it as well. And based on what staff's recommendation for them, I don't foresee it being an issue.
I received a phone call from the Central Caribou directors. They was not happy about it because they haven't seen it. Their thought is it should have gone to them. I came back with the same request to the staff, and staff kind of polished me on my question. I played with devil's advocate, you can say. And staff said, what happened if your council member cried that they haven't seen first? Why regional district have to see first? And lot of discussion on this item. And basically, staff came to us way back, a couple months back or something, and we give the marching order to the staff to negotiate, to go work with the regional district staff and negotiate what is acceptable to the regional district staff and our staff. And I don't have to speak to the numbers or anything, and CEO has explained all that. And it's basically the same number we had last year plus COLA. Part of the COLA is added into. But the proposal came to me that if we can defer it for 30 days, that way our joint committee, especially Central Caucus, can have the chance to look at it. And staff is saying we have to take it over, we have to come back again. It increased their workload, which I totally agree. The energy I'm given by the staff is, doesn't matter who sees this first. Somebody always going to be second person to see it. It is not a binding agreement. It's negotiated by both organization, regional district and city. We are giving the blessing to the staff. We are okay with this agreement. You go, if they agree, get the appropriate signature on it. Obviously, my signature would come after the staff signed it. And similarly, the chair of the regional district board and their appropriate staff would sign it. It's not binding. It's up to the regional district board of directors, particularly area D, E, F. If no others involved, whoever's involved with the fire agreement, and it will go to them. If they like it, they would sign it. They will give their blessing. If they didn't like it, we will get the this agreement back to us. Staff would tell us what they wanted to do, what they don't want to do. And that's what it is. All, Councilor Nelson.
Well, it's exactly what it says. It's a fire protection service agreement. It's an endorsation that the staff collectively have worked together with the Caribou Regional District and the city staff. I support the recommendation. I support the fire protection services agreement. So politically, I just want to put my hand up and say thanks to both levels of government working closely together to get this in front of us, to get it done. So we're giving our nod. The politicians across the way can have a look at it, but from a city perspective, I think it's absolutely fantastic. Great work done.
Good job. Anyway, thank you. Anybody else? Hearing none, all in favor? Opposed, if any, carried unanimously. And next item is Committee of the Whole recommendation, shop hoist update, please.
Committee recommendation that pursuant to the Committee of the Whole Council Report number 26, 2025, the report of the Procurement and Asset Coordinator dated September 4th, 2025, regarding an update on the breach of contract for the purchase of a mechanical shop hoist be received for information.
Moved in second, just information only, Councilor Nelson.
So Justin Souls operating his BH overhead crane services is trying to stiff the city for $50,000. And that's what it gets down to. So we're publicly brought this out because we now have to pay another $41,000 to complete this because it's a safety issue. And Justin, we're coming knocking for our 50 grand, bottom line. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nelson. All in favor? Oppose, if any, carried unanimously. Permissive property tax exemption, review next term bylaw development.
Committee recommendation that pursuant to the Committee of the Whole Council Report number 27, 2025, the report of the Chief Financial Officer and Manager of Finance dated September 4th, 2025 regarding the next term permissive tax exemption bylaw development be received and the following recommendations of the Committee of the Whole Council be endorsed. 1, that staff be directed to develop a permissive tax exemption bylaw with a 3-year term. 2, that staff be directed to report back on options for capping the 2026 permissive tax exemptions at approximately $200,000. 3, that no late applications be considered for the 2026 permissive tax exemption bylaw, and that policy be reviewed prior to the next permissive tax exemption bylaw to clarify deadlines. 4, that staff be directed to include city-owned/leased properties with a 100 exemption in the 2026 permissive tax exemption bylaw. And 5, that staff be directed to maintain the past practice of providing a 1-acre exemption for lands around houses of worship.
These are the 5 resolution recommendation was given by the Council Committee of the Whole last week. Some of the people sitting in the audience or watching us from the home. Council work every Tuesday. We work around the clock, but every Tuesday we had a meeting most of the time. Last week was Committee of the Whole, where all the hairs are pulled from each other, debated, laundry work done. You say whatever you want to say. That's what the work is done. And this is tonight is a show. We just come here. Basically, council made the recommendation either unanimously or majority, however they work. They come to this table. This is where approval is given. Whatever council approved it, tomorrow 9 o'clock, the CEO would have his SMT sitting and passing council approved or disapproved last night. This is the action item. That's all the process works. My recommendation to the council is, as we did last week, I would request, actually Councilor Nelson came to me and he asked me the same thing. And I was prepared to do it even without asking, that all those 5 items, because there's an item, people going to vote one way or the other, it should be voted separately, if it's okay with everybody. So I would respectfully request the staff, we should vote on one first, please. If it's okay, I need move it seconded the first item. First item, Councillor Delaney, Councillor Lyon, that the term from 10-year be given to 3 year. I just want to give some backup. We used to do every year. Council of the day of 2014, to save the staff time, they did one time 10-year term, which Council of the day thought that was the best thing. But Council of today did not think the right thing. 3 year, 10 years too long, people forget. I have received numerous phone calls, my office since last week. Hey, we never received it, or we didn't even know that. Why we have to do it? We never done it. Some of the director on different organizations doesn't even know that. So we are changing from 10-year to 3-year, Councilor Nelson.
Yeah, part of that reason also was to put stability in place. And the reason when I talk stability is that instead of everybody having to get worked up every single year and put their emphasis in to try and come in and put their applications in and ensure that they made their presentations to council, we look to create a long-term structure. And that structure allowed flexibility for their budgeting purposes. So we're going from 10 years down to 3. I prefer 5, but I'll look at the report. You know, I'm a huge fan of permissive taxes, so I'll be supporting this. But the key behind it is that I never supported single years. The 3-year helps to really provide the stability, but I'll be supporting the 3-year option at this point in time. Thank you.
Councilor Flashfuller.
Thank you, Your Worship. I think just, some of the discussion that happened that evening, I think Councillor Nelson was in absence, but when we were trying to determine a different date, I think I made the recommendation for 3 years, or I supported it in discussion. It was because we do fee-for-service for 3 years as a consistent piece there when we're also supporting nonprofits in another way, shape, or form. Also, I think a 3-year makes it so that one of the things we were talking finances that evening, just as much as we're talking about permissive tax exemptions, and finances we've got some pretty big topics and things that look pretty imminent in front of us. We're learning a lot of stuff, especially now that we're doing some asset management, and there's things that are getting identified that are going to be costs that are going to be coming. We know that the water treatment plant is a huge cost to this municipality, and it has the potential to be substantially more. Costs keep going up so rapidly. So when we're looking at those finances, we have to really start looking at potential change. And when you make a big decision like permissive tax exemption, you are now saying that you're not going to receive this income for this municipality to be able to maintain itself. And if we get to a point where we need that extra funds, because we're getting this provincial download, because of all these other things that the costs go up, but we're not growing as a municipality, a 3-year term makes it so that if we need to make some hard decisions or different decisions, then we can. We want to support everybody, but there's only so much time that you can support everybody. So I think that was another thought that evening. Thank you.
First, remember on the subject for term, I supported 3-year because of consistency with the other applications. Something like that. Now, Councilor Nelson, you want to speak to the term or something else?
It's important to understand, I fully support the permissive tax exemptions. There's 34 applications contained within the report from staff, close to $300,000. This will be one of the last areas that I will personally be cut from. There are 34 key organizations, nonprofit organizations in this community. If we give them $1, it's worth like giving $10. So it's a value that I look at that we're getting 10 times the amount. So $200,000 to $300,000 is like $2 million of opportunity for us. So this is the last place that I will look to cut and really trim up our budget. So I know this has been ongoing for 3 years. We're now starting to walk into this area, and it will have profound impacts on our non-profit organizations if we start cutting out the permissive tax exemptions for these organizations. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councilor Nelson. Councilor Bain, please.
Can I just clarify, are we still just on one? Okay, because we aren't even into all of it. Can we just talk about the 3-year term? So for me, the 3-year term, Your Worship, as far as just the 3-year, not the actual permissive tax, if we're doing it line by line, I don't need to do all of it in the first one. So the first one, the 3-year term, I think the discussion was that like the other ones we do, the fee for service and that, like 10 is just too long. People forget about it. They do and there could be other ones to apply. I'm still in agreement with the 3-year term. So back to the just debating. I'd like point of order, just the 3-year term. Is there any more discussion on just that?
Yeah, that's a separate. Try to stick to I separate them, please. Your comment, keep it to the item on the table. So 3-year term, all in favor for 3 year. Oppose, if any, carried unanimously. The staff be directed to report back on options for capping the 2026 permissive tax exemption at approximately 200,000. I need moved or seconded. Councillor Delaney, Councillor Bain, any discussion? Councillor Delaney.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I'll be supporting the 50% or 60%. So we did ask for a 200,000, but staff's come back in a supplemental. They can't just drill it down to 200. So when we look at the 50%, that's 193,000, or 60% is 212,000. And I will say, I don't support permissive tax. I would like to have it not at all and see more money put into our fee for service, because I think the fee for service is where we get a bigger bang for our buck. A lot of these that are on here are publicly funded already, and they're open to the public, but we found middle ground and we had a really good and long discussion at the Council of the Whole. So if I would like to put forward the recommendation that if we're staying within the 200,000, that it's 50%. unless somebody wants to make another recommendation, but that's where I'm sitting.
You're 200 and or 50%? You need percentage. Anybody agree with 50%?
Okay, well, then I'll make the
Okay, the 50% is off that, hold on, guys, please. 50% is off the table. I'll come to you when the time comes. I got a Councillor Michael Moses on the line, please. Councillor Moses.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, I'm in the same thought processes here as Councillor Nelson, where I truly believe that taking money away from the nonprofits is the last place that we should be looking to cut our budget. There are plenty of other places that we can make our budget more manageable and not dramatically affect our community in a way such as this. One of the things I would really like to point out in regards to lowering the tax exemption percentage is that we are doing this to them on a very short notice, aka no notice at all. I don't believe that's fair to them. We've had comments from some of my colleagues. I believe it was Councillor Lyons who pointed out before that when we make it so that these nonprofits' budgets get affected in a way that they're effectively losing money, we're going to lose some of these nonprofits permanently, as in they're going to shut their doors and close down. I think in our community that is really run off of the backs of volunteerism and off of the backs of nonprofits that are really helping out our city, helping out our community, keeping it safer, keeping it cleaner, and providing a lot of the services that we've really grown accustomed to, including ones that we just had presentations from earlier in this very meeting. We're sending very cross messages when we decide that we're going to give some bill exemptions. We're making plans to help out organizations more, while at the same time we're taking money out of their other pocket. I don't believe this is something we should be doing, but if we do plan to lower tax exemptions, I think that we need to give them further notice into the future so that we're not blindsiding them and we're not forcing some of them to close their doors because we negatively impacted their budget when they weren't expecting it. So I would make the motion that we continue giving 100% of the tax exemption this term, which is a shorter term. We've already determined that it will be 3 years instead of 10 years. And when we revisit this bylaw 3 years from now, that's when we consider giving the lower percentage. And we do it in a manner that will give them a lot more notice so that we're not blindsiding them. And we do it in a manner where we're not putting money in one of their pockets and taking it out of the other pocket. So I'm not in favor of lowering the amount that we're helping the nonprofits in our community. And I think that if we are to, we need to do it with more notice. Thank you, Your Worship.
I'll second his recommendation, Your Worship.
So you're saying leave it 100%, that's a motion? No, okay, we are 200,000, we can take the motion percentage.
So, yes.
Yes, and to be revisited
Hold on.
when the term ends.
Councilor Moses, hold on, let me get the clarification, please.
So currently it is.
Thank you, Worship.
It is the cow recommendation, which was just for the 200,000, but that's really just asking for the report that you have in front of you. So, I mean, there's that motion on the table, but there is not the 50 or 60% or the 100% on the table yet. So,
Staff would prefer the percentage rather than dollar?
yes, we found that was harder to get as the report.
Percentages better?
But all I'm saying is that the wording that was in the resolution
I
is
got
merely
that.
asking for a report.
So Council Moses moving 100% support rather than dollar. It's a motion, I need seconder.
Second.
Councilor Nelson seconded. Any discussion on the 100%?
And that's for 1 year until we can review it.
3 years.
3 years?
The term we agreed 3
I'm
years.
even happier with 3 years. It's one of the rare opportunities that I can hold hands with my colleague across the table and
Good
champion
thing.
the nonprofit
I'm glad you're walking
organizations.
together, agreeing to disagree. Anybody, we have done 3-year term. Anybody want to speak for 100% for or against? Councillor Bain, you're next.
Yeah, I can't support that. I actually would support a year, but I can't support 3. I need to look at other options. When we were at the meeting, we discussed the fact that we need a cap on this. This is going to be an increase of huge amount. Councillor Nelson, the discussion, just for your information, was regarding still doing the 250, but the other going to fee for service. So asking them to reapply or adding it to the fee for service so that we can 100% see where that money goes locally, and to put a cap so that the money spent was the money we're getting from, that we've talked about, from the money we get, the bingo. Gaming, thank you, gaming funds, having those caps we've talked about in the prior. So that we talked about the fact that we have to have a cap financially to do these. It's not that we want to cut any not-for-profits. I'm all about not-for-profits. We just want to see what. And fee for service, we just think we see a lot more of the details in that. So it will give a different avenue. Now I'm agreeing, like a year I could probably live with, because it will give everybody time to see. We can see how those other avenues look and have that like cap and figure out what that's going to look like with that amount of money. But I am not going to 100%, because our money, we don't have the money to do however much that's going to be to do 100%. I'm not okay with increasing taxation to cover those losses. I'm okay with the budget. I'm okay with a year to get that going. I will not be supporting for 3 years to do it 100%. I need to look at where that, and just putting it off is just putting it off another 3 years. Like it's not okay with me. I think we need to revisit this. It's a 10-year process. I think it's okay to revisit these things every once in a while. And with more people applying for the money, this money's going nothing but up.
Thank you. I got Councillor Nelson next.
I would amend it from 3 years to 1 year, Your Worship, to accompany my colleagues' comments, recognizing that if we can hold off for 1 year is better than reading them between the lines around the table. So I would, Councillor Moses, I'm trying to find the votes to get the motion passed to save it. We don't have enough around the table with the 3 years, but Councillor Bohm has suggested she would be happy with 1 year. If I'm counting the votes around the table, I think that would give us the opportunity to put a very strong, positive message in front of council within the year.
Okay,
so I would make the amendment from 3 to 1.
Everybody hold for a second. Let me get some clarification. So if we go to 3 year, we pass the term 3 year. Now they're saying this particular item goes for 1 year.
So Your
And we
Worship.
have to come back next year?
So yes, so if the amendment is there, it'd be a 1 year term, so it would have to
We come back.
come back. Kind of.
Okay. Motion received for Mr. Maraca, please.
So just for clarification to the corporate officer, this would be a 1 year bylaw then, would it not be?
Yes.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. It will be 1 year bylaw. I got moved by Councillor Nelson from 3 year to 1 year. Is it friendly amendment, Mr. Councillor Moses, or I need a seconder? Are you okay with 1 year, Councillor Moses?
Yes.
You're
Yes,
okay?
thank you, Your Worship.
You're okay, thank you.
Yes.
So 1 year is on the table. I got Councillor Delaney for then Flashpoller, then Lyon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. No, I'm still not in support. I'm not in support of adding some more work to the staff to develop a bylaw for 1 year. Bylaw development takes a lot of time, so we're increasing costs and demand on staff that we don't even, we don't have enough bums in the seats to do all the jobs anyway. So I'm not going to support that. I also believe that a lot of these permissive tax exemptions, like it's great that we're helping a nonprofit out, but a lot of these nonprofits again should be helped out by the provincial government. So we're funding, a lot of these are social services. One of the comments that I made at the Council of the Whole was you could pull a political move, council them all, and put the pressure back on the province to come to the table. We've got 1 more year left in this term, same as the provincial term. People are going to have to sharpen their pencils and take a look, and the money needs to be coming out of the right pockets of cash. So I'm not going to support a 1 year. Not only that, but if we've capped at $700,000 for the gaming grant, and this is in the gaming grant, that means that if we allow a 1 year application, we know we already have more applications on this. We were looking at 280,000 with the application that was added to it this last time. Plus there's probably a couple more. So we're probably up around, 300, 320. And that comes out of the fee-for-service. So that means when fee-for-service comes in and they're like, hey, we want to provide this for you for the 3 years, we can say, sorry, we can only give you this amount of money because we just exempted $300,000 to the churches and the nonprofits. I think this is not good use of city taxation. I mean, we had a really great conversation around this. There was the points around the table that even if we reduce this, we now have more money in the kitty for the fee-for-service. It doesn't mean that that nonprofit can't come to the fee-for-service and say, hey, can we get a 3-year contract to provide this? It's, different pot of money, same kind of idea. I'm just not in support. I want a 3-year and I want a cap at 60%. Thank you.
Thank you. Point well taken, Councillor Flashfuller. Next, then Councillor Lyon.
Thank you, Your Worship. I really understand what Councillor Moses has brought to the table. I understand that. You don't want to get hit out of left field on something that is a dramatic change, especially if it's been 10 years. So I completely understand that aspect. I also just want to add for the community to understand that within the report and the research that staff did, our community is used to this 100%, but there's a lot of other municipalities that do not do 100%. They do not do tax exemptions, permissive tax exemptions. They do maybe 50%, or they determine how much depending on their tax levy and what's coming in. So it is amazing to say you're going to support nonprofits and try and make it so it's easier for them to operate in your municipality. But it's also very critical to understand that our #1 priority is to maintain this municipality. And there's been a lot of conversations on this table about the costs that are coming at us and projects and capital items that have been continually deferred. We can't just go, hey, we're going to give you guys a whole bunch of money, nonprofits are going to take all your taxes, so you don't have to pay. We'll make everybody else pay. You don't have to pay. But then we push all of these projects further down the road. It is not healthy for this municipality. These are things that we have to realize. And literature that I've read in regards to governance, the one book I was reading, the author stated that permissive tax exemptions can be a slippery slope. If you constantly keep doing it, it just keeps compounding and growing. So your taxes may be going up, the money we need, it may be increasing, but there's a collection of properties. I think Councillor Nelson, you have a property that is on the list generally, that you don't have to pay the taxes because we've just made them exempt. And that is revenue now that the municipality is not getting. And then that makes it so that somebody else has to cover those costs. And that can be impactful, I think, to a whole municipality just as much as it's impactful to nonprofits. So I think for us to be fiscally responsible, there needs to be a point where we start going, we need to make a cap. My colleague, Councillor Nelson, has always identified to the community, we use the community gaming grant funding, which is around the $700,000 to $750,000 area, but that can only go so far for fee-for-service. So I think to be responsible, we need to go, okay, this is how much we can only do, because this precedence has already been set from many, many years past. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Flashfuller. Councillor Lyon, please.
Thank you. So this just sucks all the way around. I work with several nonprofits. I know how important every penny is, and I do not support 100% exemption. It's a rarity for a municipality to do that. I don't think it's fiscally responsible. I don't even necessarily like 60%. I would be much happier with 50%. All that being said, I will very, very grudgingly accept a 1-year 100% purely for the sake of it being a last second slap in the face for so many places. And then they can plan knowing it is going to be going up in the future, and they can put that into their budget for the following year. I very grudgingly accept that, but I also understand the financial pressure of finding out last minute for some of these smaller organizations.
Councillor Nelson, second time again.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. I have been an advocate of nonprofit organizations. I stand behind the permissive tax exemption bylaw. It's a tool that helps our nonprofit organizations. And when I just look at the first three, the Caribou Chilcotin Child Development Center Association, the Williams Lake Curling Club, the Williams Lake District and Seniors Center Society. That's the top three right off the list that pops up. Those are significant organizations within our community. We heard tonight from one of the largest organizations in our community, that they need to remodel and partnership harder with the city. There's burnout taking place with volunteers. There's 34 organizations in here that I'm not prepared to kick their knees out in the middle of a fall session to change tax exemption bylaws. We haven't even consulted with them. We haven't said, hey, guess what? We're debating that you're going to get 50, 60%. That's not appropriate. And a time right now when every organization in this community, especially the nonprofit organizations, we know how stretched they are. So I'm full 100%. It'll be the last area that I'll cut. Thank you.
Councillor Beam, second time, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. Can I just ask staff, when would they go into effect? Like when is the exact, like they pay like starting January? Like I'm in September.
Vitaly, I would refer to that, please.
For budget reasons for these places.
What is the question?
So when would they be paying? Like if you're exempt, when are you not exempt? Like it's starting January you start paying, like on their to the point of budgets?
Yes, the exemption is for taxation. Taxation
Until-
is due July 2nd, so they simply will not pay the taxes. We will not send them the tax bill. They will be exempt from taxes.
No, but if they did get a bill, it would start next July?
So if they did not get approval for
If we
exemption,
do the 60%?
they will have to pay on July 2nd next year the taxes.
Correct.
On their property. The same as anybody else in the city paying taxes on the property, so this property will be paying taxes. They will receive a tax notice from the city of Williams Lake and will have to pay taxes on July 2nd.
Okay, thank you. So,
Go ahead, finish up.
okay, sorry, to follow up on that, so I still, I've also been in numerous organizations, and I think it's hard to budget, although I'm not happy to my fellow councilors' points about having our staff have to budget and do a bylaw for a year. I still don't want to do 3 years, so I'm willing to do 1 year to do that and look at consulting, getting that in their budget so they have an extra year to do that, but I am not into, and I still want a cap. So I don't know what that's going to happen. It's going to snowball to other things. And I really, really want this to be snowballed into a fee for service, as I said in the meetings. And I think that we have been paying this, so it's not like it's out of our budget. We have been, other than the increased amounts we're being asked for. And so I still would like that cap, which is coming up, I think, in our discussion, but I will keep, and that's where it becomes, I don't know. I don't know if I think I'm okay with the year, but also capping it not at 200, I'll go up to an amount. And I guess that's where I want a friendly amendment. I don't want to go unlimited. I want to go with our budget of, I think we're at what is in our budget? Can I clarify, Vitaly, what is our budget for this? 240, 230 currently?
Well, there is no budget for it. There is a current amount which we exempted in 2025. It was estimated at what amount? Approximately $290,000.
290 right now.
290.
290. Yep.
So I'd be more interested, go ahead. Oh, are you got something to say to that? I just am curious, about the flavor then of capping that though. I don't think we should go up to 300 or 330 or maybe it's not 200 then, because our thought was to roll that into fee for service or to do it not get rid of it. We never were. It was to roll it into, tell us what you're going to do, in fee for service where we actually see that. So I would like to see, though still a cap on this amount. So I'd like my fellow councilors to weigh in on that. Do we cap it though? Because I don't think,
Okay.
Like, we could then be up to 90, 95%, but it's up, I want a cap on it.
You're done. I got Mr. Maraca. I'm going third time. I haven't said anything yet on this particular issue. Mr. Maraca, then I'm only going to accept one speaker third time. That would be Councillor Delaney. Then I'm going to have, you wanted to go to third time? Okay. After you two, I will have Mike Eck on the can. Then we're going to call this motion to the board. Mr. Maraca.
Thanks, Your Worship. So just further information to Councillor Bame's comments, the staff proceeded with the report, drafting it from committee of the whole based on the feedback that we received of where we want it to be. The cap was something suggested by staff that council bought into, that they wanted to stick to the community gaming. So just to be clear, when we're talking about if you go with the applications, and that doesn't include the late applications, that's the applications for new $290,000 for the permissive tax exemptions, you're now going to have $50,000 on that for your joint grant in AIDS on top of that. So that's now leaving you, that's $340, that's going to leave you $400,000 for your fee for services, with $180,000 just going to one person, one group right now being the TDC. So the internal cap for this is your first step. So if you're not having a cap here, be prepared as you go down, you will be going into taxation and going past your community gaming funds, because your community gaming funds is limited to 750 grand. And once you go past that, it's going to be offset by taxation. And that's a decision, obviously, of council, but this goes a different direction than when we're trying to keep it within the community gamings, because you know that the declining community forest revenues and everything else are not there to draw, and you'll be taking this out of taxation.
Okay, I'll do a little favor to you, Councillor Bain. Third time, Councillor Delaney, Councillor Nelson, Councillor Bain.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I just want to speak to the point of notification. If we pass this bylaw with a cap at 60% in a 3-year, those associations are still going to have 12 months before they get a tax bill. Or they might have 9. But even 9 months' notice is not ripping the rug out from underneath them. That's my opinion. I don't think so. And I will say that I was also the first person to say at the meeting, I'm saying this for Scott because he wasn't there. I believe that we need to be supporting our children, our seniors, and our culture. But we need to be supporting this in a way that is through our fee for service, where we can see the benefit to the community. When we give a permissive tax exemption, it's great. You keep the doors open, the people can come into the community, but we don't see that. We don't see that like the cycling club. We don't see that like the Stampede Association. We don't see that like the Conservation Society. So I still am in support of a 3-year with 60%, and we can send notice the moment this is passed.
Thank you, Councillor Delaney, Councillor Nelson, sir.
I'm a huge
Last time, finish your comment, please.
I'm a huge advocate of supporting the nonprofit organizations through permissive tax exemptions. I support the 100%. I believe it's fantastic value going to nonprofit organizations like the Child Development Center, the Senior Center, the Curling Club. Those are key organizations that need community support, that need to ensure long-term sustainability. That's why I support the 3 years at the 100%. It's the last area that we should be cutting. I don't support kneecapping our nonprofit organizations with this policy, and that's exactly what we're trying to do here. So I don't support it. Give them what they deserve, and that's the full value. Thank you.
Councillor Bain, last time, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. And so I've come full circle to not supporting again. I also support not-for-profits 100%. You give me money and I will support them, but I'm with Councillor Delaney on the fact that I want the fee for service to see, and B, that it comes back to exactly what you said. Why are we doing some of them, like the Child Development Center or the mental health? Why? And that was said the other night, last week. Shouldn't the government be supporting the mental health association? Shouldn't they be supporting things like the Child Development Center? Like, shouldn't government be stepping in? Like, it is another downloading on local government on services that I think should be 100% not funded by our citizens, but funded by government. And so to my fellow councillor's point, to Councillor Delaney's point, it's downloading. It's downloading, and it just makes me angry to think that those are on the list. That makes me angry. That is something that I, like, even if I had to do a fee for service and asking the Mental Health Association to do a fee for service, which I would support, by the way, but I shouldn't have to. That should be through the government. That should be a government. The way we're seeing this homelessness, the opioid crisis, those should be funded. The Mental Health Association, seriously, isn't funded by government? We're seeing it in our budget? That's insane, in my opinion. Absolutely mind-blowing insane. And so, to the point of a year thing, but also to come back to us with an application on the fee for service and encourage to do so, I'm going to again support that we get this figured out in the next, and I apologize to staff for that, but I'd like it figured out how they're going to apply to me for this money, this same money. I am guaranteeing this money. I'm happy to spend $300,000. I just want to cut back on permissive tax, and I want you to tell me how. Like if mental health is coming back with the programs or whatever, but I seriously will be with you at UBCM saying, oh my God, why is this on us? We are going to cut back these guys, and we have no idea where they're getting funding. And that I'm happy, because it gives us something to talk about at UBCM. And so I will not be supporting this motion. Thank you.
I'll take the kick on the can. Now you know why I support you all the time. Going to FCM, going to UBCM, so you have a direct connect with those ministers, premier, prime minister's office, and telling them how bad job they're doing downloading. And then you come back, if you tell me, your worship, I won in this area, you'll be my hero. And I'm looking forward to hear from you. Now, reference to very simple term, I don't like cold turkey cutting out. If community does not want to, you're elected by the community and you do not want to give tax exemption, I'm all for it. But make sure you give them the time to prepare. Year, 2 year, 3 year, whatever the time this council wanted to. We got 1 year of plus and minus left in our term. You give a notice next year, you go to the voters, hey, I'm supporting this, what do you say? If they like your philosophy, I'm sure they'll love you. If they didn't, they will tell you one way or the other. Second thing, as my colleague, so therefore I'm supporting 100%. I want to go on record. 1 year, excellent time. That will give them a time. And if you work it out, actually, I'm a mathematician. If you work 60% 3 year, you are given away a lot more money, trust me. You can calculate right now. If you give 1 year notice, 100% time, it would be excellent. You can do that. And second thing, as my colleague, Councillor Delaney said, we want to support the children, the senior, and the culture. Trust me, these people are all belong to it. You tell me one church, one place of worship where senior doesn't go that. You tell me one person, one place of worship that parents do not take their children there and teach them, coach them, tell them what is good for the life, what is not. If they should join the place of worship, why they should or why they should not. The pros and cons. So I'm 100% with your point, Councillor Delaney, and I'll continue doing that. The motion on the table is 100% for 1 year. I'm going to take the last speaker, even though I said I won't take it. Councillor Lyon been very patient with me, please.
Sorry. Just to ask, if the 1 year 100% passes, can we still put it in there that all these places are going to get contacted, that this could very well change after their 1 year, this 1 year, one-time thing is done, to give them a heads up that it could be very different on the next one? Because that's the only reason I'm even considering this, is just to give them time to plan and get their finances in order.
I'm pretty sure the point is well taken. Staff would work on it.
Your worship, through to Councillor Lyons, I think if that's the direction that council wants to go,
Yes.
we would probably bring back
If it
some
passed.
review for council to look at for next time, start even earlier, to have council review for the next term of the Prince
If this passes,
And then we
I'll
can-
make sure what you're asking to get it done, even though you and me have to sit down for a few minutes and draw a line. Okay? Is that okay?
Thanks, Your Worship, to Councilor Lyons. And I think that if that is part of the discussion, I think that the possible amendment, just to say that staff will review this, especially the new ones, just for suitability and accuracy to make sure everything they're applying for fits the criteria to be a permissive tax exemption, if it goes that way. And I think that that might be a suitable amendment if council wishes to.
That is point well taken, Mr. Coppe has write it down, and it will definitely be done. Okay, are we ready for 1 year, 100%? All, oh, you want to say something, or you? What did he, go ahead.
Make a motion or an amendment, sorry.
Yeah.
Make a motion or amendment to that, to get staff to prioritize
Review.
making sure that there's compliance to the tax
Communicate with the-
exemption in
The point is taken, it's in the
properties.
motion, I just read
Okay.
it, what is the main part of the motion, but Mr. Coppe has made a note
So we're
of
good?
it.
That's
Okay.
part of it?
Okay, I'm gonna, sorry.
So just to clarify, that is okay with?
Yeah, it's okay with the
That's
moved
been-
and seconded. Now, I'm not going to read every word. 1 year, 100%. All in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4. Mr. Moses in favor, against? Counselor, he's in favor. I got it.
I'm in favor, Your Worship. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Counselor Bain and Counselor Drain is against 1 year and 100%. Everybody else in favor. Motion passed. Mr. Sir, you was going to say something. Go ahead.
So my understanding of this, Vitaly, is that they're approving 100% of the ones that have applied, with us giving them notice that this could be changing like at 1 year, as well as for us to review the applications, in particular the new ones, to make sure that they're compliant with the policies, to see if they are permissive tax exempt. Correct.
The corporations applying, like First Nations corporations, which are development corporation, which are for-profit organization, and you exempting them from permissive taxes. Is that my understanding? That's what you're voting right now for? Or you're going to review it again at some later date?
So no, and my understanding of this will be staff will go through and they will have a conversation with the First Nations and not just First Nations, but new applicants and stuff like that. And if they are not compliant, they'll be told that they're not compliant for a full exemption on their properties where they are making properties and they're not being used for governance and cultural.
Correct.
Okay. Are you okay now?
So then you're passing the decision not to council, but to staff. So that's my understanding.
Well, there's a bylaw in place.
There is no option other than to have it at the staff level at this time, and that's what we would need because we got to get the bylaw read by a certain date. So we need to move forward and we need to review these as quick as possible.
This December.
And the bylaw will come to council for approval. So that
That's
will
right.
be the
So
ultimate
we need to proceed as staff because we don't have time to have another discussion at council. I mean, this is the second 2-hour meeting on this.
Before I move to the next item, I want council member to know if council or myself, the meeting is called, please try to be here for the bylaw if needed. And I don't care, you zoom in or I want your presence, okay? The next item is that no late application be considered for 2026 permissive tax exemption bylaw, and that the policy be reviewed prior to the next permissive tax exemption bylaw to clarify deadlines. Who moved it? Councillor Delaney, Councillor Lyons seconded. Moved and seconded. I got you, Scott. I'm going to take quickly. For some of the people sitting in the gallery, particularly the Western Singh Sabha, I won't go on record, I'm not a member of the voting member of the Western Singh Sabha. It's a Sikh temple. Mr. Mully, the secretary called me that he realized all of a sudden that they haven't done this. And he came to my office, I don't know, it was a Monday or Tuesday, I told him, I can't promise him anything. Council would be dealing as a committee of the whole Tuesday night. And if he wanted, the only way he can go on the agenda is bring me a letter. They wrote the letter and he brought me the letter around 3:15, 3:30 somewhere. We was outside. And I did not get a chance to speak to him ever since till today morning. And I told him the recommendation was not to accept by any late item. I support not only Western Singh Sabha, there was other 4, 5, maybe 6, I forgot the count. There was a few organizations did not apply. Number one, like we said earlier, 10-year people forget to apply. I want to give them a chance. Staff did not send a registered letter. I have missed so many of my letter, including my T4s, believe it or not. I stand to be corrected, and I can give you the name and number. The people brought me after months my mail. Based on that, we cannot confirm if those particular organizations, yes, city have sent letter to everybody. Have they received or not? I don't know. I can't confirm. I have no evidence. Somebody else had maybe some evidence, some reasons. So I requested the council that this, because we have done, I believe in the grant and aid, we have taken late applications. We may not have given them what they ask 100%. We have given them something. For example, if somebody asked 5,000, because we have some money in the budget, we could have given them $2,000, and we have. And as far as my research goes, when I talk to the staff, if we accept all the late application while giving them the chance to apply, giving them a few days, it will cost us $7,489, under $7,500. Yes, I understand it's a burden on the taxpayer, but the burden was always there. The burden is not coming from today. Burden is there. Because I'm a firm believer, cold turkey is not a good idea. That's why I supported the 1-year term, at least giving the chance to the people. If council wanted to cut back to 50% next year, I'll support it, take my word, I will. But not cold turkey. So anyway, the vote took place, majority, I'm not going to sit here and sing Kumbaya song who voted favor or not. I moved vote the motion, and there was only 2 votes in favor of allowing the late item. Majority was against it, so it didn't carry. The motion came that we do not allow, as the recommendation number 3 is on the table. Now, I will open the floor for anybody wanted to speak. Councilor Nelson.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. Look, I understand that the pressure that the community is under. I understand the pressure the city is under. I often say is that, you know, in good faith, many organizations, and like the organization that's in front of us tonight that missed it, I always try and find the way to make it work. We can say, hey, it's a policy, we're not going to do nothing. That doesn't help out a local organization that has had a permissive tax exemption for decades within this municipality, and the good services that these organizations do and these churches do for our community. So you can turn and say, hey, we're going to stick to the policy, where I'm one where you try and find a way to make it work for these nonprofit organizations. These are volunteers. They're not getting paid tens of thousands of dollars on a monthly basis to go out and do this. These organizations are run by volunteers. And to show our support in good faith, you have to have a certain amount of good faith and flexibility. And this is a hard kneecap to nonprofit organizations that have given so much back to our community. So I'm not going to say no to somebody that happened to miss the deadline. We just passed $4,900 to an organization to help them out. There's 2 or 3 applications that are late. Provide some flexibility in these tough times right now. Let's help our nonprofit organizations out. Let's get things on track for 2026. but let's not kneecap our nonprofit organizations. Thank you, Your Worship.
Just for your information, like Mr. Maracas online, I always bring the CEO before anybody else, but I'm going to bypass for a second. $7,500 would come to play only if every organization, I think it's a 5 or 6, Mr. Coupe, somewhere there, whatever number is even
I
4.
recognize that.
If they all apply.
Exactly.
And if 1 or 2 apply, then that number is 11. Mr. Maraca, please. I lost a hand. I think I had it. You go ahead.
Thanks, Your Worship. So I think what it comes down to, and obviously it's a political decision, but the reason why we have these deadlines is it to allow staff to meet bylaw requirements as well as legislative requirements. This is when we talk about, for instance, tax exemptions and dealing with BC assessments, we don't have the ability to just let people come in whenever they want. And I think that it's to be very clear that there has to be some responsibility to the organizations. I understand mistakes and everything like that, but we don't send the taxes out as registered mail. And I know we would all be pretty mad if they didn't pay their taxes. So I think that we just have to, if council decides to do it, it's just like there has to be some accountability on all organizations, not just the people in the audience, but we have to meet legislative deadlines, and we can't be talking about next meeting, another group come in and say, council, let's do this. You got to find another way to give them progressive tax exemption outside the legislation, because we have to do things as staff, review it, write reports and everything like that, and we just can't be taking late applications willy-nilly.
Point well taken. Council Flashfuller.
Thank you, Your Worship. A question to staff. This indicated dollar amount that Mayor Rather has mentioned, about $7,500. Have all of those late applications come in for that, or is that just an anticipated amount if places applied in the past and haven't? Like, what is this? Have they come in to date?
Yeah,
that 7,500, has that come in to date as late requests?
I think we can go to Courtney over there.
The only thing is we received a letter saying we would like to violate the laws.
Okay, thank you. Personally, right now, like when we had the discussions about creating the cap on the last committee of the whole council meeting, one of the reasons that we got to cut it off adamantly was because we had to assist staff in being able to determine financially what that was going to look like. I think personally right now, I feel because we've just done some flexibility in the last recommendation piece that we voted on, giving that year grace, considering this was a 10-year allotment. It's one of those reasons why I think 10 years is just not okay because of that reason. I would be comfortable right now personally, so I'm changing my position to say that for the applications that are in right now to this date, to this discussion, I am comfortable with, and no more hereafter, because we are still in the discussions of the bylaw. So if a group or a nonprofit has recognized they've made the request to this date right now, I'm good with that. But moving forward, absolutely no more. We do not need any more coming to the table. I'm not sure if that's feasible. Thank you.
Mr. Maraca, please.
Your Worship, I think this has to go again to the tally or Courtney, because we had $7,500 in late applications, but I don't think we have any completed applications. We are on borrowed time, so there is 0 applications right now, and including the group that's in the audience, that we have not got an application right now. So we would have to go back, wait for the application, review the application, and we are on borrowed time.
If I may clarify the position, the letter we received at 3:30 from Mr. Mully, sitting in the audience, he said if council allow, they can do the application by Friday, no later than Friday, because council did not authorize, they did not do any application. It's up to the council, one way or the other. As staff told you, there's no application on pending, but the Western Singh Sabha is one step ahead of everybody else. It's up to council. Mr. Maraca, please.
Yeah, like I guess it's just drawing that line. So what are we going to do? Everybody that we sent a letter that didn't apply, we're going to reach out to staff and say, you missed it, so do you want to apply today? And we'll wait for you to get here. We have to get the stuff in by, when does it have to be in?
basically testify October 31st about the bylaws as per timeline.
So your worship, so the bylaw would need first readings on October 7th would be the goal. So that's when council will see the bylaw come forward in order for us to make the October 31st deadline.
Council, hold on, Michael Moses been waiting. Council Moses, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, I'd just like to briefly say that I'm in full agreement with what Councillor Flass-Puller said. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Council Nelson.
Yeah, I agree. Look, we're just, this is now a political decision, bottom line. I support it. Let's give them the opportunity to get it in. We heard by Friday, great. And then we know that we have to have the bylaw completed by October 31st, which you got to back it up for 2 different meetings. So the first one will be the 7th and the 2 weeks after that. So we've got a little bit of time. I know it's going to put a little extra pressure on staff. I apologize, but I will be supporting the flexibility to allow them to get their late application in. Thank you.
For the committee and the audience record, the council is out of town. 3 senior staff and 5 council members, including me, to Victoria for the UBCM next week. We're leaving, some are leaving Saturday, some leaving Sunday. So there will be nothing done next week. If council approved it, I'm using word if, then letter has to be, everything has to be in by no later than Friday, 3:30, 4 o'clock. If council didn't approve it, doesn't matter anything. Mr. Maraca.
Yeah, thanks. I understand Councillor Nelson's point, but I guess staff is going to need clarification. Is it just this group, or are we reaching out to the other late applications? Like, where are you going to draw the line as the politicians?
I think my colleague, Councillor Flash-Puller, if they're in the queue, they basically got an extension of a week is what I'm thinking in my mind. So, let's get on the phone to these guys, say, hey, look, council's giving you 1 week as an extension to make sure the applications are in. If they're not in, I understand the deadline.
So you're saying reach out to all of them, not just.
I think there's 5, I think, off the top of my head.
Yeah,
By phone?
but again, further to the mayor's point, we're not here. Like, this is going to be a pretty tough thing to organize.
I don't think City Hall is empty.
Yeah, but the senior
No,
staff is
tomorrow,
away.
starting,
Like, you know what I mean? Like, if we're going to start going out there and reaching out to all the groups that didn't get their applications in to say, like, I just need politically, where are you drawing the line for who's going to get?
If you give me their phone numbers, I'll phone them myself. I'll help staff.
I don't, it's up to you, Mr. Maraca.
Oh, it's not up to me. This is like council.
It's a political decision.
So basically, if we're just looking at the workload to write the reports and stuff like that, but if we're just going to consider them as just submit your applications, you're late and we're going to consider them, then it's a political decision and staff will make it work.
If I can help, Mr. Maraca, today is Tuesday. Tomorrow after you had the meeting, your senior management team meeting, is a possibility your staff can reach out by phone to all these 5-6 organizations and give them the time, hey, bring your application by Friday. If not 4 o'clock, you're done.
Your worship, staff will do whatever council asks us to do.
No, but I want to make it easy.
No, this is not easy. This is onerous, and there's got to be responsibility on the groups to get their applications in, but this is a political decision, and staff will make sure we get done this. Everybody received the letter, they had to get their applications in, and now this comes down to, if you're going to take these letters, we'll reach out to everybody and have them in by the end of the week.
Council Line.
Thank you. I understand it's a political decision. I also understand, as a business owner, the amounts of pressure that you put on your staff. And when we've got a whole bunch of staff that are gone next week, councillors that are gone next week, this is not just a tight deadline. This is an undue amount of stress on the people involved. So there's a political decision. There's also just a business, and how much do we want to tick off our staff who are really good and we'd like to see them stick around. I know I wouldn't want to have this kind of stress put on my plate, and it's a tough one, but I don't know, everybody, it's the same thing with our property taxes. We all receive our letters, we all have to pay them, nothing goes out by registered mail. These letters went out in July, was it? I think, for the...
No, it was end of August, last day of August. For the tax exemption?
Yeah.
That was the end of August, Courtney?
I didn't...
She's asking when the letters went out, that was in July.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Due date was end of August. Councillor Delaney.
Well, I was
Oh,
just
sorry,
saying,
hold on.
like, even when we put this kind of pressure on people and this kind of a shy deadline, that's when mistakes happen. And just all the way around, it makes me very, very nervous.
Thank you. Councillor Delaney.
I'm not in support. I'm not in support. This is making it messy, and we're moving into snap reactionary decision-making, and it's poor governance. And there was a deadline, it was advertised in the paper. That's the deadline you get. You're going to call people, you're going to call every single applicant. You can't just call the 5. You'd have to call everybody because you're saying that you're not sure if they got the mail. This is such bad practice. And then we're going to get to the rest of our agenda, and we're going to make bad decisions because we're going to be fast again. It's bad governance.
Thank you. Councillor Flashfuller.
Thank you, Your Worship. I agree with my colleague, Councillor Delaney, absolutely. I just want to provide clarity, like my suggestion was for not to call out to everyone. My suggestion was, we've received feedback from one group already that has been avidly inquiring, and that's it. Like, this is the end of it right now. That was what I'm suggesting, not phoning everyone. I'm not sure if my colleague, Councillor Nelson, thinks differently, but that's what I was suggesting.
Point
Thank
well
you.
taken. Point well taken. So that on the table, the motion is we allow people in correspondence sitting in the audience, only that group, to fill the application and make sure they bring it no later than Friday. Am I correct to say? No, what are you, sorry.
Your Worship, the
Sorry.
motion that is on the floor is that no late applications.
Be accepted.
So that's the motion that's on the floor. There's been a lot of discussion and
Okay.
suggestions, but the motion is still the original. That was there.
Okay, no late item be accepted. All in favor? 3 people in favor. Councillor Moses, are you in favor?
I'm against, Your Worship.
Thank you. Against? 4 people against, 3 in favor. Councillor Lyon in favor. Councillor Bain in favor. No, you are against. So
Well, I was going to make another resolution.
I will get you. Councillor Delaney is defeated. Is defeated. Now, you want to say something, sorry?
Well, do you want me to make a subsequent motion for what I suggested?
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead, Councillor. No, you go ahead. I'll allow you to do it. Go
Okay,
ahead.
so I'd like to make a recommendation that we allow the extension only to the individuals that have already made inquiries with the municipality about the progressive tax exemption at this time, and no others
By what time?
hereafter.
Tell what time? Give me the time.
This council meeting.
No, not next council meeting. I can't have that.
No, I mean have inquired so that they can put application in.
Tell when?
Friday.
Friday.
Tell Friday.
I'll second the resolution.
Okay, you second. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think we should just make sure Courtney's at Friday. Yes.
Friday, are you okay, Courtney? I want to make sure you're comfortable if they bring the application. The motion is we allow the people in correspondence to put their application in by Friday. I want to know from you what time. Friday noon. I got it. Your recommendation received it. Okay, the motion is for you folks to fill out your application and make sure every page is done by Friday noon. Noon means 11:59, not noon, 11:59 a.m. Is it clear? Moved and seconded. All in favor? Michael, are you
I'm
in
in favor, Your Worship.
4 in favor, against. Councillor Delaney, Councillor Lyon, Councillor Bain against it. Motion carried.
Good work.
Thank you, guys. Number 4, that staff be directed to include city-owned properties for 100% tax exemption.
So moved.
Moved and seconded. All in favor or any discussion? Councillor Flashfuller. All in favor? All in favor? Oppose if any? Carried unanimously. Last but not least, staff be directed to maintain a past practice providing a 1 acre, it will be only up to 1 acre maximum land. Mr. Mraka.
Your Worship, and I think that at council's discretion, that we should maybe extend this to all tax exemptions to 1 acre on top of there. So the idea behind this, and correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Coupe, is that when we were talking about the statutory requirements for faith-based like churches and stuff like that, they were getting their churches as a permissive tax exemption, and we were giving 1 acre around the church to basically allow for parking and the stuff that was happening around the church. I think that was the intent. Is that correct, Mr. Nelson?
That's
Yes.
correct.
So I think that it makes sense in staff plan that you extend this to every permissive tax exemption.
Correct.
Hold on, I have to seek, this is a council meeting, I never allowed thank you, Pastor, I appreciate it. But I like to, Pastor wanted to speak to or ask question, should I allow council, even if it's my right?
Absolutely.
Is everybody wanted to, is it okay if I allow the pastor to ask a question? I haven't heard from the right side. Council Lyon, are you okay? Council Bain? And Council Flashpoller? Okay, but won't take more than 2 minutes, please.
Thank you, Your Worship, and members of council. Just a point of information, the best information that I can collect about houses of worship is that it's a provincial mandatory tax exemption, not a permissive. So when we received the letter telling us, and we were surprised by it because it's been a long time since we'd received it, we were surprised by that. We did file by the deadline the request for the permissive tax exemption, but everything that I can find out says provincially it's a mandatory tax exemption for houses of worship. And what I can say in just speaking for both our church as well as I'm part of the Williams Lake Pastors Fellowship, and the churches are, apart from your generous one-time beautification grant for our entryway, churches are 100% funded by by member donations. We receive 0 tax dollars for our operations. So the tax exemption is very, very important to us. That might be a separate issue from the fact that, by my understanding, it's a mandatory tax exemption. So that's all I wanted to say, just by way of information.
Please.
Yeah, Your Worship, just in response to that, yeah, that's what we're saying. So basically, the church gets the provincial one for the actual building and everything like that. What the permissive side is the land around it. Correct. So that's the side that we go in as council to give you an extra boost.
Understood. And my understanding too is that there are, I mean, some churches own large properties. And
that's what we're talking
some of those properties fall outside of the mandatory exemption and would have to be applied for as a permissive. So
that's what we're talking about here, that it would be a maximum 1 acre, and that's been the status quo for a long time.
Yeah.
So it's really not a change, it's continuing what it was. So you're right. Lots of places.
Thank you for that clarification.
Yeah.
Thank you, Pastor. It's a chair's the privilege to allow somebody to speak from the audience or not. I've never used that power. I always ask my council member. So that was the reason I request you to hold. Thank you. Okay, moving along.
No, it's okay.
Okay, so we are on item 5.
No, we've got to vote on that. And
We have item 5. We're going to vote item 5, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. I think, sorry, that didn't come on. Thank you, Your Worship. I think that, what the CAO was indicating is that this council may want to put consideration of 1 acre to all. So worship, we have just added culture, so that would be now additional properties. So we should consider that. I think that's a good
maximum 1 acre.
consideration. Yeah, I can make that, so I will make that amendment.
I will second that amendment.
Also worship and culture.
Up to maximum 1 acre.
Applicant, all
Okay.
applicants.
Or all applicants?
All in favor of up to maximum 1 acre amendment? Oppose, if any? Councillor Delaney oppose? Motion.
Vitaly had a question.
Oh, sorry, Vitaly.
Could you
Motion
please
carried.
clarify if it's to all churches? Because there are 5 churches that did not apply.
If they apply, they get it. If they didn't, different story.
We just amended it to all properties, I believe.
Go ahead, Mr.
Your
Maraca.
Worship, to Vitaly, if the churches didn't apply for the permissive tax exemption portion on top of the legislated, they don't get the permissive, according to what they've said.
Okay. Okay, motion carried as amended. No, amendment carried. Motion as amended. All in favor? Oppose, if any? Councillor Delaney opposed, everybody else accepted. There's a recommendation on the bottom. Do we need to go through that?
It's essentially just captured.
Okay, Captain.
Can I still clarify it? Because it says all houses of worship. Not only, can you amend it then and say the ones which applied for permissive tax exemption, so it's clear to the staff what we're exempting or not?
Okay.
So only those who applied, not all houses of worship.
The ones that didn't apply wouldn't be getting permissive tax exemptions anyways, would they?
Well, not as
That's what
a
the
resolution
Constitution
is written.
Yeah.
Resolution
but
is
even
written
so-
houses of worship.
So if there was a church right now that didn't apply for the permissive and they just got the statutory, we would not be giving them a permissive, right?
No. But again, the resolution reads, houses of worship are getting exemption of 1 acre of land.
You can say that applied for permissive tax, like,
Only the ones which applied?
yeah,
So that's-
only the ones that applied, yeah.
Okay, moving along, item number 3, budget and financial plan direction.
Committee recommendation that pursuant to the Committee of the Whole Council Report number 28, 2025, the report of the Chief Financial Officer dated August 1st, 2025, be received and staff be directed to incorporate a previously deferred water project of high importance into the 5-year financial plan, and further that staff present options on how to start funds to reduce the anticipated funding gap.
So moved.
Moved and somebody seconded? Councillor Nelson seconded. Any question, concern? Hearing none. All in favor? Carried unanimously.
Again, clarification here, to which plan? So it was deferred already to 5 years away from now. Do you want to move it all to the current year? It was discussed before, so if you're putting it in the current year, you're probably looking at potentially like a taxation doubling on all the water and sewer.
Go ahead.
Mr. Maraca, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, Vitaly. Vitaly was away for this one. So Vitaly, it's just one project. And staff will be bringing that forward to you as a capital project request to bring back one from the previous years and just for discussion at budget time.
One item only.
Yep, within the 5-year.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
what it's asking.
Item number 4, 2026 budget and financial plan direction.
Committee recommendation that pursuant to the Committee of the Whole Council Report number 29, 2025, during the up and coming budget process for the 2026, staff present selected action items and associated costs from the active transportation plan, and further that staff have this presentation for both council and the community engagement stages for budgetary consideration.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and second, and Councillor Flashford.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, I just really feel that through all of the engagement that the Active Transportation Working Group did with the community and the amount of feedback that we got from the community with the interest in active transportation, the wants from community members, that we need to make consideration towards that. We need to link that type of stuff to our budget and our financial planning. Hence this recommendation that I put out there so that we can at least bring those concepts forward, consider them as a council, and then also present them to the community so that they can see what the costs will be. And then we can try and pursue grants to support them. I just want it to be part of the considerations. Thanks.
Okay, all in favor of, opposed if any? Unanimous favor. 2026 budget, financial plan direction, general service level direction.
Committee recommendation that pursuant to the Committee of the Whole Council Report number 30, 2025, staff be directed to prepare a budget that focuses on maintaining existing service levels with no new services added and no new staff positions.
Moved and seconded, all in favor? Opposed if any? Carried unanimous. Correspondence, letter, please, from safety concern.
Clerks note that the letter from Katie Hilborn dated September 10th, 2025 regarding safety concerns at Kiwanis Park due to drug paraphernalia being left in the park and the risks of families and children playing, and requesting a higher fence be installed around the perimeter of Kiwanis Park with gates locked overnight be received.
And I will add that a report be referred to the staff to report back what the consequences, what the cost implication going to be, et cetera, et cetera. People get the full report, then we can deal with it. If it's okay for the mover and seconder.
So moved.
Seconder, I need to okay. Thank you. And Councillor Beam,
Thank you, Worship. Yeah, I just wanted to ask the CAO, like, and I know we've asked this before, is it still getting checked every morning, like the Kiwanis Park? Like, I know it was with staff, like, every morning. So when they're saying this, it's, because it's usually kids start showing up, you know, you drop off one kid and you're going there with the others. So I'm just curious as to timelines of when, but I mean, I don't know that it did, I don't think it addressed it in the letter from what I remember, but I know that we've asked before that the clean team and other people, our staff, do go through there, right? Every morning, like there is a process. I don't think you can put up a high fence to block everybody at all hours of the day. I don't think that's realistic.
Mr. Maraca.
Your worship, Council Bame, yes, absolutely. We sweep the park every morning, but unfortunately, drug use doesn't happen in the middle of the night. It happens throughout the day, and you find stuff all day long, whether it's Kiwanis, whether it's Boytaniel, whether it's being any of our parking lots and stuff like that. We can't be everywhere every time, but we do sweep it every morning. We sweep the washrooms, we patrol them, but.
So maybe we need an information sheet to go out to, or something in the, in response to this, but also to others, or a notice that it is checked, and to put maybe signs up there saying, please call the city, or a number, like just to give parents that, maybe some signs up at the Kiwanis Park or a few of our public, like we do like what, this is what is done. I know it sucks, but we could put it up in a couple places saying this, or like a link saying this is what we do. But if you see stuff or any, you know, activity or paraphernalia, please let the city know. Like in our bylaw, we have that touch bylaw thing. We could say that. Go and let us know, please.
Please. Councillor Flash-Fuller.
Thank you, Your Worship. I didn't know it was me. I understand the concerns from this citizen, and I understand that everybody's just trying so hard to find answers to these challenges that our communities are faced with. But I feel that every public space will have these risks. And as a parent, it's that much more challenging, but you have to be on it. And I think putting a fence myself will not fix the issue or completely eradicate these challenges. And I understand, but that's my personal thought. And I don't want the park to look like like a jail, a prison, but there's my thoughts. Thanks.
I personally doesn't mean to put the fence on or not. If I said, I'm sorry. Idea is whatever we're going to do, I want the report back from staff, and they can go back and do some study and bring back to the recommendation, because there's a cost implication and everything. Mr. Maraca, you had.
Thanks, Your Worship. So I can appreciate this, but any report back from staff would never be recommending us fence or anything like that, because it would just increase the crime activity behind the fence. Yeah, I don't, other than what Councillor Blaine was saying, like a report from staff, there's nothing really that we have not provided to council before. I mean, we'll just tell you the same things before. It's bad everywhere.
Call the police.
So call the police, but to Councillor Bame's point, I think that's a great idea. What we can is here, we'll put a number in on the washroom, like a steel plate that just says, hey, we do our best to do this. We patrol this park regularly. And if you do notice anything, any sharps and stuff like that, please contact our Public Works Department at this number, and we'll send a crew down right away to take care of the hazard. I think that's a great idea.
I'll let you finish. I got Councillor Nelson and Delaney waiting. Go ahead, you can finish. You can
I was
finish.
just going to say, would you like it as a recommendation? That's all I was going to ask. Should I recommend that we do it, or for the staff? Like, does it help? Like I can make I don't know, sorry guys to bump you, but I'll just follow that up with, I'll make a recommendation that we ask staff to supply a list of, some signage up as to what we do, maybe at the complex, in some of the more prominent public spaces, with a link to our bylaw or how to report, and B, also that we put it in or other places like on social media, City of Williams, like please let us know. We are doing our best in response to not ignore this letter. But anyway, my recommendation is to allow staff to somehow, I just don't think I need a report back for staff time. I feel like we all know. So I would like to just recommend that we ask them to do some signage and some this is how you can let us know, or how something, and I defer to staff for that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Nelson, then Councillor Delaney, please.
Well, I'm not going to sit here and mix words and create policies. Bottom line is that if you're homeless and you're doing drugs in a community park where children play, kick them out. It's that simple. Bottom line. People are finding used needles, paraphernalia, the homeless, and the druggies are using it where our children play. That is one of our main parks for our children in our community. You drive by there any given day, it is full of children. Surely to Christ, they can do drugs somewhere else, not in a children's bloody park. So increase the presence of the RCMP, put our bylaw down there, and if these guys are doing open drugs, call the cops and arrest them, throw them in jail.
Thank you.
We gotta stop this kind of BS going on. So it's that simple.
Thank you.
I don't care if you're homeless, I don't care if you're addicted to drugs, don't do it in a children's park, for heaven's sakes. This lady took the time to write this letter, and it's common practice in that park where our children are playing. Come on, enough is enough. Kick them out, throw them in jail. If you're doing drugs in that park, that should be our top priority. Tomorrow, I expect the RCMP down there, Your Worship, and I do expect that we're going to see our bylaw people down there, and if there's guys doing drugs, call the cops and arrest them.
Point well taken, and Mr. Maraca will share with you his thoughts. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, further to Councillor Nelson's comments, that would be part of the sign.
Thank you.
So if you see open drug use, you contact this number directly for the RCMP. So that would be part of the sign as well. Sorry, maybe I didn't explain that well enough, but yeah, it certainly wouldn't be just to say, call us, we'll clean up after them. No, there's going to be an enforcement side of it like always.
Thank you.
That's where our children play.
Sorry keeping you late, Councillor Delaney. You look tired. Okay? Okay, thank you. All in favor, sorry, but the motion is?
The initial motion that's on the table was
To receive?
recommendation
To receive.
and to get a report back, but then there was a suggestion coming in.
Yeah, but the sign, that's what you said.
So unless you're amending,
Yeah, make amendment.
I'm suggesting,
It's-
I suggest deal with the first one. If you don't want to report, then vote that one down.
Okay, okay,
Receiving the
let's do the
report?
first one. I thought we could do the friendly amendment.
If you want to do
No, no, it's not really an amendment, though. It's
It's a
it's
motion.
changing the intent of.
Okay,
Yeah.
first motion received. Everybody in favor of receiving?
We're receiving the letter.
And thank you.
Second, now I'd like
Second
to make my motion.
carried
And have you got- Do you
unanimously.
know what, Ross, or Mr. Coupe, do you know what do you want to?
Yes, that's that be directed to put up signage and social media and media posts on the.
On a
what people should
process.
do when to see if they see mess, as well as the enforcement side of things.
Excellent,
Call
thank you.
RCMP or moved and seconded?
I'll second that.
Okay, you second it? Okay, Councilor Fletcher, go
Whoa,
ahead.
whoa, whoa, whoa. I just want to be on the public record here. That's great to put signage up, but you better add in there to that our CEO ensure that he calls the RCMP tonight and ensure that we've got some complaints that are taking place. This is a serious issue. And I think we need to ensure that we encourage our bylaw to be in that area.
Okay.
But they were in the area down in behind the hub building here, and we put additional RCMP on them. We put a bylaw on top of them. Now they're in the children's park, throwing around their needles. That's a bit of a problem. So I think we need to use our resources, RCMP, bylaw, put extra eyes on this.
He's texting right now, looking after.
Thank you
the
very
point.
much.
Well
I
taken.
appreciate that.
All in favor of the motion, Councilor Beam and Councilor Flashpuller? All in favor? Opposed, if any, carried unanimously. Proclamation, please. I'm going fast. Sorry, guys.
The clerk's note that pursuant to the request of Kids Sport BC in their letter dated September 9th, 2025, the week of October 5th to 11th, 2025 be proclaimed Kids Sport BC powered by Sport BC Week in the city of Williams Lake pursuant to city policy.
So moved.
Moved and seconded, all in favor? Carried unanimously. A proclamation and light request.
The clerk's note that pursuant to the request of the Williams Lake Royal Purple in their letter dated September 10th, 2025, the week of October 12th to 18th, 2025 be proclaimed Purple Thursday, 7 in the city of Williams Lake pursuant to city policy, that the lights of City Hall be changed to purple during this week in recognition of Purple Thursday.
So moved.
Moved and seconded, all in favor? Carried unanimously. Council information package.
Second.
Anything you want to bring it out? Hearing none, all in favor? Done. Motion to close meeting.
CO update water
Sorry.
treatment.
Oh, sorry, my apology. CO.
Thanks, Your Worship. So,
90 miles an hour now.
I know. Just further to Councilor Nelson's points earlier about the hoist, I just thought I'd update council that Justin Souls of BH Crane Solutions out of PG has been served as of September 8th 2025 at 8:21 p.m. for basically not fulfilling his contractual requirements for the city of Williams Lake. And basically the lawyers that we have involved will be using any tools that they can to recover our $50,000 that this individual basically ghosted and did not fulfill his obligations to the city of Williams Lake. Basically took money from the city of Williams Lake taxpayer.
Okay.
Good work.
Good job.
Do you have something on that?
Oh, great work.
Okay.
Good job.
So I think that some of the updates would be obviously everybody's seen the ESS crews and how much work that Dave Dixon and his team have been doing over at the complex. It looks like it's kind of slowing down a little bit now and people are going home, but they were basically serving to give people a break while they're heading out towards Prince George and Kamloops, with a lot of people still staying here. Council's seen those updates. The first meeting of the Community Safety Task Force took place on Wednesday, September 10th. This meeting was centered around setting meaningful, measurable goals, with the group expressing a strong desire to take action and improve things for the community. This is the work that Sylvia is doing at the request of council to increase and evolve the situation table to have a different and more effective role, possibly, with some of the individuals that maybe fall through the cracks. Caribou Fire Center was extended the campfire ban until the end of September. West Fraser Aquatic Center reopened September 15th, and a Twilight Disc Golf event is coming soon. Councillor Delaney, do you know anything about this?
No, but you guys did partner with the Disc Golf Club.
What did we didn't?
No, I don't.
Surprised or upset? Yeah, I think that maybe it's in, I'll find out a little bit more information on it. It says it's coming soon, so maybe they just haven't had a chance to reach out to the, it's this Saturday. Well, that answers that question, didn't it? Well, okay, well, good point. Thank you for that. That's good information. Would you like to give the update? Okay, so Public Works, all the students have completed their summer working at the city and are back at school. The logging of the Creek Valley was supposed to start September 2nd, but there was a little bit of a delay just because of the heat. And it's anybody in the logging industry or has family in the logging industry knows that once you get that certain temperature, they just can't be running equipment down there. So a little bit late, but they are starting. And I think that everybody can see that the orange banners are up for the month of September. And that's it. Any questions on the update?
Water treatment next.
So, water treatment plant, we have now provided our comments on the preliminary design report, and our engineering consulting team are compiling these comments. Preliminary design report has been submitted to Interior Health for comment. We have started the process of value engineering. The budget has been exceeded substantially, and we are doing a process called value engineering just to see if there's any kind of possible savings that we can have by having an extra set of eyes on it. This does not say that the consultants that we have involved aren't doing a very good job, but it's always good to have a team revolving and look at things that maybe somebody hasn't reviewed in the past. Yeah, and I think that would be it.
Okay, I had the motion to...
Mr. Mayor,
Sorry, go ahead.
I appreciate the update on the water treatment plant. I might as well ask the $1 million question. We had budgeted 24 million. What's the estimate value that's come in?
25.3. Estimate is substantial. They're working on, we can talk to Mr. Maraca later.
Well,
Talk to him, and when we meet in
I want to be
June,
open and transparent with the community. What is the budgeted amount?
Go ahead.
So, Your Worship, so the preliminary numbers coming in, we're at what's called a Class D estimate that contains a high-level contingency. We started at $24 million, and we're now at $38 million for the
50% increase, $14 million.
50% increase right now at this time. So that's going to be subject to the value engineering process, but we are noticing that there has been some increases, and the increases are related because we haven't started design yet. So the increases have justification, whether it be that initial designs never called for that second treatment that we have to do now to get rid of the organics, which is that chloramination. I think the council can remember that. So that's an increase in the process, as well as we were delayed 20 months announcing this project. So you saw inflationary costs for that. There has been...
That wasn't due to the city.
that was not due to the city, that was provincially, and I'll get to that in a second as well. So provincially and, what was that?
And federally more.
As well, federally more, wasn't it?
But
Yeah.
federally more.
Yeah, yeah. So basically, and then the only other thing on that, and then with the ARC, we started with anticipating that we'd find 3 sites. We found 9, so there were increased costs there, but we found sites, which indicates they're justified, they're unforeseen and unknown. So yeah, there has been escalation in prices and council that are going to UBCM. This is on a lot of radars of different ministers to talk about the escalation in prices and seeking additional funding, because if council remembers, we received $18 million in senior levels of government support, whether that be from provincial and federal, but the costs have escalated, and the council, this council and previous councils have long been lobbying UBCM to talk about how we can't be responsible for these increases, because we saw these increases a long time ago based on the delays and some of the issues that we possibly would be seeing.
A quick update, if you remember, this council sworn in 1st of November. I was given the update on 2nd November. For the water treatment on 5th of December, we received the approval from the provincial government, first thing in the morning, subject to federal. On 23rd June 28, Mr. Sajan came here to announce there was some technical mistake made, and I'll go on public saying, they say starting for the project is 2025, finishing of the project is 2025. It took a long time to bring Ottawa back on board. That's why it took us 24th October when he came. Finally, he announced it. And it was, I believe, July. He messaged me from somewhere Europe. He was doing some tour that our application is approved, but he could not work out his time till whatever the date was, October, September, when he came in town, when we announced it. That's the whole rationale. Our application was made $25.3 million, pretty close to be kissing to $19 million we received from federal and provincial. Our share was $6.3 million. Right now, the same as Mr. Maraca said, the estimate is $38 million plus or minus. So staff is working on it. Everybody's working on it. Let's see what happens. That would be the biggest task for the council member, along with me, attending UBCM in Victoria, to make sure Mr. Premier and others knows how we're going to do this. I have not opened any single RPF or tender this year which was not over, regardless the over money, 100, 200,000, 10,000, 100,000, I don't know. I don't remember that, but you've seen all the report. Every tender came over budget.
Oh, no,
I don't know if he answered you.
I appreciate the information, because I agree that this is our chance to go and lobby. You know, we don't even have a shovel in the ground, and it's 50% up, it's $38 million. Staff are working diligently to obviously look at ways to save money. We're still 2 years out before we get a shovel in the ground. So from a financial perspective, you're cresting $40 million.
Oh, it would be.
So we're blessed because we're one of the few municipalities that got a grant for $18 million. So obviously I appreciate the honesty and the update on this. That's good to know where we're sitting. We've got some heavy lifting ahead of us, and I don't mean to shock the community, but that's a big number. Thank you.
Before I take those last two council agenda or motion, actually, let's get it done on the closed motion.
Thanks, Gary.
Sorry.
I just want to make sure there's no more questions on the water treatment plant?
No more questions?
Nope.
Okay. The motion to close the meeting.
Second.
Moved and seconded, all in favor. Just quick one sentence. There's a barbecue fundraising at the Rona tomorrow for the Senior Activity Center. Please come there. I think they start 11 o'clock till 2 o'clock. They especially asked me, they just messaged me. And the motion to adjourn the meeting. Moved and seconded, all in favor. We will take 5-minute break, then we'll come back to in camera. Please, I need to. Good evening, folks. It's my honor to call the meeting to order October 7th, first meeting of October, 6 p.m. Actually, it's 1 past 6 p.m. This council has been very good with the time. And we acknowledge we are gathered in the William Lake First Nation people's unceded territory, thanks to the elder chief, the nation, allowing us to do the business. As most of the people have seen, majority council member are here. Council Moses is on a different business, and he's joined us through the Zoom. Adoption of the agenda is on the table.
I'll move that, Your Worship, if I can also add CN Rail to the agenda.
I need seconder, please. Councillor Beam, with the addition to the agenda with the CN Rail issue, all in favor? Oppose, if any? Carried unanimously. Minute of the regular meeting of the council held September 16, 25. Need a motion?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Councillor Flashpoller, Councillor Nelson. Any addition, deletion? All in favor? Carried. It's a great honor, as most of the community, the council members, the staff know. We was gone to UBCM, called Union of British Columbia Municipalities, and we go there to share our different municipalities, with our municipality, our thoughts, our issues, our solutions, our problem, and networking. Idea is to get together and pressure, by working together, pressure the provincial government to get our point across and make our way into. A lot of people have seen, I received the Long Service Award. There's one gentleman in our council tonight, one of my council member, had 1 year over me. I thought the person was behind me. And it was a big surprise to me because he beat me by 1 year. And congratulations to Councillor Nelson. And I tried to keep the secret, the line in the bag, but one of our common friend, and he told me he phoned him right away. I gave him heck. I said, why did you phone him? So it's not a secret. If I may request to Councillor Nelson to come to the center to receive the award on behalf of the community, as well as Councillor Sheila Bais. Congratulations to her. She's elected once again on the board. So I'll go in the picture on behalf of the community and thanking him service to the community, and Councillor Beam representing the UBCM. Please, if you could come, we can take picture.
While you're getting ready for the picture, Your Worship, I'm getting messages that the stream has no sound.
Well, Your Worship, and Councillor Bain, thank you very much, and it's truly an honor, and I share it with the community because the community has always backed a lot of positive change, and this is an honor shared with the community and the residents of Williams Lake and my colleagues and staff. Thank you very much.
Now, Councillor Nelson, if I may once again, I wanted to appreciate and congratulate you. The service you have done to the community. Sometimes we don't all agree on the issue. Sometimes the community don't agree with our philosophy, our ideology, how we do things. That's a different story. I know how much time it takes to serve as a mayor, how much time it takes to serve as a councillor. Any public service is not easy. Trust me. So congratulations and thank you.
I don't know, I'm going to tell my grandkids because I keep telling them I'm 29 years old.
Good for you.
Thank you,
Yeah.
Worship. Thank you.
Yeah, Council Nelson started, I think it was one term before me, 90s, I started 93. Then he left, he came back, he left, he came back. I left 14, so during 14, he made it head of me 1 year. Thank you. Okay, delegation, and it's my honor to present you the Michael Franklin and Greg Gaylord from the Foundry Caribou Chilcotin Regional Update and Stats on Youth Attending the Foundry. Thank you very much, both of you, please. I'll request all the council member to hold their question, please, till they've done the presentation. Please.
Okay, thanks, guys. It'll just come up here in a second.
Yes, it will.
There we go. So I think people know roughly who we are. We're past principals. We've got lots of experience with kids and community and families and stuff, which has worked really well in terms of building relationships with people in town and maintaining the relationships we have with families. So that's been really helpful to get people in the door. So Foundry for youth 12 to 24 years old, as sad as that is, we got to stick really closely to those ages. We're across the street from Fresco, and that's our phone number. Next one. We are a program of the Child Development Center. We work for the Child Development Center, and Vanessa and the board there worked really hard to get Foundry here and running, and they support us really well. So this is kind of what we do. It's a safe, non-judgmental space to find support. So we sort of are that door that kids or parents can come into and have a conversation. It's 100% confidential, unless there's a safety issue going on, but 99.9% of the time, extremely confidential. Just come in the door. We have the time to listen to your story. We will make suggestions on what might be helpful and what supports are available in the community if they don't happen to be available in our building. So when it comes to young people, we don't need, this kind of sounds negative. I got to find a better way to say this. Caregiver consent not required. So, 12-year-olds can walk in and access the doctor, the nurse, the counselors in our building. And it's not that we're trying to exclude families and caregivers from that situation, but we also don't want young people putting things off because they don't know how to talk about it. Our goal is to rework back into the caregiver circle once those kids come in. So there's no fear of, a 13-year-old coming in and being given some sort of extreme prescription for something. That's all done in a circle of care. So some people get a little turned off by that, but it's not a concern. One Door, endless supports. It's a positive place. It's modern. It's beautiful for those of you who've been in there. And it's upbeat. It's a happy place to be. And we operate Monday to Friday, 9 to 6. We've tried some evenings. We've tried some weekends. No success. We'll see how that goes. Next slide. What do we offer? So peer support. It's a bit of I think you guys have probably come across peer support before. The difference between a peer support person and a youth care worker or a youth navigator is that lived experienced component of their lives. We have young people and some older people that have lived experiences that help them to understand better the circumstances people are in, and they're also very good at accessing supports. So we have five peer support on staff, 1 family peer support. We have counseling services, we have drop-in counseling, and also some sort of midterm counseling, 6 to 10 sessions. We have 2 full-time clinicians and 1 virtual clinician that works a few hours a week. We have a nurse that works 4 days a week. We have a doctor, Dr. Fedor. We're really lucky to have a doctor, and Dr. Fedor's mental health, eating disorders, gender services, all those sorts of things he does a very good job of. So he's kind of semi-retired, so he has a relatively flexible schedule. He's supposed to work 3 days a week, but he's going to the
Galapagos Islands for 2 weeks. It seems every couple of weeks he goes somewhere. But we'll take what we can get. And again, also we're struggling. We do have financing for a full-time doctor. It's in place. It's ready to go if we could hire somebody. We also have full-time financing for a nurse practitioner if we could attract somebody to the position. So those positions are open. Wellness activities, those are sort of pro-social activities, fun stuff for kids to come and do, build self-esteem, build some skills, make some social contacts in a place that's semi-controlled and monitored. Foundry works in education. Do you want to talk about that now or later? You get to talk now, yeah.
So yeah, my role is work in education. So 13 months ago, Mike thankfully approached me and said, would you be interested in joining the Foundry? And I'd left the school district and wasn't really sure. So after 4 days of retirement, decided to take the plunge, and it's been great. So my role with my colleague Becca Jervis is to get youth connected with jobs in the community and education as well. So we've connected with True. We actually had Allison Sutherland Mand last year come in and do a chef training class for a week. And that was pretty impactful, I would say, for the clients that we had in the program. So Becca and I have, I think, approached 50 employers within the community just looking for support. If we do have youth coming in looking for work, would they be interested in? And that's been very positive. And we also offer to support people who are currently employed. So that's maybe a facet that people don't really know. So that's what I do.
Yeah, so just to follow up, instead of going out and just always asking for opportunities in the community, we can also provide a pretty strong service in terms of if somebody's employed, they have a good relationship, for whatever reason, things have gone sideways for them, we can sometimes step in and provide some supports for that person to get back into the work environment without you having to retrain. So that's another piece that we like to throw out there. And all services are free and highly confidential, which is tough in a small town. You guys all know that. Next one, please. So we run this, it's a model, it's called the Integrated Step Care Model. Think of this triangle as 100 kids piled up. Most of our kids come in and are sort of everyday situations, pretty easy questions, pretty easy solutions, easy supports to put into place, and often just a sounding board or a venting board. So the majority of our kids come in with everyday situations and stuff that's concerning but not crazy, relatively easy to fix before it gets to the point where it's a real problem and it's difficult to fix. Most of the kids sit there. We also have the kids that are extremely complex, the unhoused kids, the substance use, substance concerned kids, and those guys also. But it's not the main piece of our service. It may take a lot of our time, but we really are trying to market to those young people to come in early, let's help you early, and let's keep life smooth. Next one. Peer support. So like I said, for the most part, they're young support workers with different life experiences. Drop-in or scheduled appointments, have time to listen to their stories. So it's not like, if you go to your doctor and you have 15 minutes to sort of tell your story. These guys have an hour, a couple hours all day if that's what is needed, and they will help to connect with other service providers, either inside or outside of the building. Next one. And then navigators, and we all kind of do this role, but we help people get things done. We all know the bureaucracy is a bit of a scary place for a lot of people and frustrating and often causes people to drop out of the system. We'll help you to get things done. We understand the bureaucracy. We have staff that understand the bureaucracy, and we have time to follow through on things. Drop-in counseling, this is probably our most, next to the doctor, this is the most used service. We have drop-in, or you can book, actually I changed it the other day, we can now book 14 days in advance. That's roughly a 45-minute session. It's generally one-off, so a specific challenge that you can walk away with a plan in about 45 minutes. So these are not those extremely complex kids. Drop-in counseling is for everyday, maybe a little bit complex. We'll help you out with a plan. You may have to come back, and that's okay. We may refer you to a doctor, a peer support, whatever makes sense. And you'll leave with a plan. And we may refer you to further counseling also, whether that's midterm with us or longer term with CMHA or CYMH. This job, I learned all these acronyms slowly. So anyways, next one. Primary care, so that's doctor and nurse. Again, confidential, important to know. They'll leave with a plan, and the doctor may refer them, and that may be to a clinician, that may be to a navigator, that may be to an outside service or a specialist. We don't have any special roads to specialists, but we have efficient roads. So for gender care, eating disorders, and psychiatry, we have efficient roads to those services. Next one, there we go. We already sort of talked about this one, didn't we? Yeah, okay, so Greg kind of talked about that one already. Foundry Works in Education, a bit of a newer program for us. There's about seven foundries in the province. 7 foundries. We've been lucky, we've been quite successful, so we happen to get a lot of opportunities. This opportunity came our way because we had the capacity. I had the person to hire that could do the job, so we were lucky to get this funding, and it was in the neighborhood of about $280,000 a year it's good for a 6-year stint. Next one. Wellness groups. So wellness groups, again, they're safe, positive, fun social groups, build self-esteem, skills, confidence, something to do with a friend and socialize. There's always free snacks. We do rely on our peer support to provide opportunities, but also people in the community. We have another fellow ex-principal that comes in that does carving with kids. He was actually there tonight, and he does carving. I have another friend who comes in and does fly tying. So we're always looking for people in the community to come in and share their skills. We've done ribbon shirts, ribbon skirts. We've done quilting with the seniors and those sorts of things. So just trying to build those networks. And always lots of food. This is just an idea. This is a good example of a workshop. These are Denise Sakai employees. They're one of our strongest partners, and they're building moccasins. And here's some stats. So I'm going really quick, so feel free to ask questions. I'm just kind of going through it here, and I'll hand this out. So unique youth. So since we started, the first year we started, fiscal is March 1st. Well, yeah, whatever, that April 1st to March 30th, right, fiscal. So first year, 364 kids, 778, you can read that there, 894. Just keep in mind, we started at 0. Right? So they're good numbers. Next one. So this is unique youth coming in the door. So April 2024, we saw 178 different faces come in the door. And you can see how that follows through, and it adds up to those totals you saw earlier. And, relatively consistent numbers. The month doesn't seem to matter too much. I'm not quite sure why October is an anomaly there, but they're roughly the same every month. Next one. Just another example of things we do. Painting class, kind of fun, add some color to our building, build some confidence with the kids. Okay, so here's total visits. So as we know, a kid may come once, kid may come 15 times in a month. So this is the average number of young people visits walking in our door each month. And next one. Annualized monthly visits, so just those added up. But again, we've gone from 0 to 4,700 visits a year, and I would expect, as it won't slope quite as much, but that slope is slowing. But I would imagine we're going to be closer to 5,000 than 4,900 for this next year. Wow. Next one. Now, this is a little bit hard to see, but roughly, we're about 1/3 primary care, so doctor and nurse, about 1/3 mental health peer support, and about 1/3 groups. is roughly how it falls. I mean, it's not exactly, but it's close there. So if we lose our doctor, which eventually we're going to, and hopefully we can replace that, that's a big dent in what we do. Next one. Just a rough outline of, and this has been fairly consistent, so male, kids that identify as gender diverse and female, Caucasian, First Nations, and then, of course, our population isn't that varied yet. We're getting there every day. And next one. Okay, so this is how to access services at Foundry. Three different ways. Number one, you can walk in the door, say hello, make an appointment, get help right away, generally. You can also phone and make an appointment. And you can also use the Foundry app, which is a provincial-wide service. So young people can pop onto their phone, become a client. Our counselors have hours that are bookable, 14 days in advance. Peer support have bookable hours. Navigators are bookable. Greg and Becca are bookable. So they can book online. A lot of kids, I know my son, I don't think he knows how to talk on a phone. So he would really want to go and just do his appointment that way. Actually, probably want to go see the counselor and not say anything, but that's different. So lots of ways to access service. We do provide a small percentage of service virtually, but we're well prepared to be able to do that. We actually have a clinician that lives in Camrose that works for us 8 hours a week. In the evenings and on the weekends, provides that sort of service for us. So these days, that virtual stuff works really well. Okay, so there's the building, and there's some of our young people out front, and that's Foundry. So that's what we do. I really just wanted to let people know what we're up to, and feel free to come by and have a look, and some numbers. That was very quick, so I do have it to hand out if you want numbers and stuff. Questions?
Well, and thank you very much for your presentation.
You can help.
You could not have made a better choice when you had Dr. Fedor on board, Mr. Gaylord on board. I had a personal experience with these both gentlemen. Mr. Gaylord taught my son what he is today. I'm so proud of him. I admit that publicly. And having your background in the education, other people involved, that makes a big, big difference. And Dr. Fedor, he looked after my parents, majority of their life in Canada or in Williams Lake. You got the best people. And I really appreciate it from council and from community's behalf, the service you're providing. It's a very key service to the youth. Youth is the age where you could slip either way. And so many doctors, our population being without doctors, in the Cariboo or everywhere else in the province, or in fact in Canada, you couldn't have done any better. You did an excellent job. At least those youngsters have assistance. Thank you very much for the service. I got 3 people on my list, Councillor Flashpoller, Councillor Sheila Beam, and Councillor Jasmine Lyon. And Councillor Nelson, please.
Thank you.
Please.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, gentlemen, so much for coming in today. I think one of the most important pieces here is the fact that you are here presenting to us, because when you come and speak with us, you're speaking to the community. We have media right here. And I think we are so fortunate to have this service and to have Foundry in Williams Lake, as we are continually encountering all of the challenges that society is presenting us in this day and age, whether it is with the drug crisis, whether it's with mental health. I think that one of the conversation pieces that always comes up is we need to make sure we're there when people are young and when things are happening initially in their life, so that they don't fall and start going into a direction that is more detrimental than beneficial. And I think the fact that you guys are doing what you're doing for our community is that piece that can help guide someone that may be in those challenging times. And I think that confidentiality and not, as you said, there's that tough conversation of saying that caregivers will not know, but if it's going to solve an issue for a youth, it's well worth it, in my opinion. And I think it's really, really incredible because lots of times, I'm a parent. I've had conversations with my kids where they're just like, well, mom never told you this. And I'm like, what? Right? I think everybody in life encounters that. And that's where there's this piece that you guys are all doing that I think is so amazing. And I am so happy. So thank you so much to everyone in your group, to the Child Development Center and everyone. I've sent my daughter your way on things, and it could be just medical, because we go through all of these issues with maybe not having a practitioner, and at least our youth, we can go, here's a place that you can go and maybe get some assistance. So thank you so much for your presentation.
Thank you, Councillor Flashfuller.
So
Councillor Schilling, please.
just one thing. One of the unique pieces of the puzzle that we offer is we virtually send nobody away without a conversation. Okay, sorry, we're busy, you got to come back in 3 days. That just isn't the scenario. It's, okay, well, we don't have a counselor right now, but there's a peer supporter, there's one of us. Let's sit down and have a conversation and just see where we're at. So virtually nobody gets turned away for any period of time. It's positive.
Councillor Bain, please.
Thank you, Worship. I also want to echo, of course, I think it's amazing. Huge supporter, huge fan. I just had a couple of questions too. I want to clarify. So age is 12 to 24, all the way till they turn 25, yes? And as soon as they turn 12, just for referral reasons.
Yeah.
And as far as a couple of other things, that the last guy you mentioned, that's virtual. So you're doing virtual counseling now too? Is that what that?
Yes.
Yeah. So if people, like when I'm telling people in my office, there's actually virtual counseling because as you know, that is sometimes, I'm often referring there. And then as far as the education piece, I guess one thing I see in my office is I see a lot of education, and you know that, a lot of breakdowns. And one that I see is they can't read forms. There's a lot of youth that are unable to get through school somehow, and we all know how. And they are not able to read. They can't do consent. I have to go over it line by line. And so what it makes me think, especially when they get up to those 16 to 19 years old, is they can't get a driver's license if you can't read, and they don't have the confidence, this mental health. So how do they get a driver's license? How do they do a job form? How do they get a job? And so from what I'm understanding from what you've represented today, that is a new service that Mr. Gaylord Street, is this something that we're going to work on? Because I feel like I can send you people to learn how to drive, to learn how to just read and do a consent form. You know what I mean? These are basic things that are really hurting their self-esteem.
We can certainly help with that, yeah.
Yeah, so you're somewhere now to say, we're going to get you and get your grade 12? Is that the GED stuff?
We don't offer coursework.
Okay, so you're just helping navigate the system kind of thing? But will you help? I think those are things that could, the whole getting through drivers or, getting the reading, what? So you're just going to provide how we're going to do that?
We can help navigate, and certainly our family support worker could help sort of set those pieces in motion. But we also have tutoring programs set up. So we have
you do have tutoring.
We have high school youth from WL going over to True starting in November, and it's a partnership with Caribou Chilcotin Partners for Literacy. So that's going to start in November, and then the Columnitsa students can get support with the help of Denise and Monica, who are through CCPL. But Gary Abig on Tuesdays and Thursdays helps high school students. So if they're people at the senior campus, that's through CCPL as well.
Okay, so those are good reasons or things. And I just want to, and huge fan again, as far as weekends and evenings, I don't think it's known. So unless, what I found in practice, even if you don't have hours that are a year or two, that people know those are your hours, they're not going to be your hours. Nobody's going to think, oh, that one weekend, you were open that one time. You're never, trust me, you'll get more people, because it's a pet peeve of mine that even things like Canadian Mental Health is only open Monday to Friday. When I look at hours, when I'm looking to send people or looking what to get supports, and I'm in a unique position to do that, long time for me to fill, even me, who's been doing it 24 years, to build that up. Word of mouth takes a while. It's not, been at 24 years to build that up. Word of mouth takes a while. It's not, so I think that's not necessarily valid. I think you have to get but anyway, those are my little pet peeve about hours. I feel like you do need offset hours are great, but I understand if you can't staff it. I'm just saying I don't think it's.
One of the other very big pieces of Foundry is a a really big virtual network, like there's a virtual BC network.
I'm interested in that, yeah.
Yeah, and it is available, definitely extended hours, and till 10? Yeah, 8, 9 to 10.
So that's good to
yeah.
know.
And the weekends.
Okay, on the app.
And that'll refer you, it's obvious when you're on the app. Like Greg and I went and had a look the other day to see about booking a counselor for a young person, and you pull it up and there's, 8 different counselors available at X number of times. And that's just pulling it up in the middle of the day, and they're in the evening and on the weekend. So there's a service
For
there
that
too.
part, yeah. No, that's good to know. Thank you. Sorry, but I am a
Thank you,
big fan.
Councillor
I will-
Beam.
I will get you-
Councillor Jasmine Line, please.
Thank you. Last year, we were at the Mental Health and Addiction Symposium in Prince George, and there was a foundry there that had been around for quite a while that did a presentation. It was so cool to see how long they've been around and all the things they've been able to accomplish in their community, and just seeing that how it ties in with all of this and everything. Like, it's a fantastic program. The amount of times that I have teenagers and young adults that come in that tell me like the BGC saved their life, like the Big Brothers and Sisters. And now I'm hearing more and more about the Foundry, and we've been trying to give information to people about the Foundry because a lot still don't know what it is because it's so new here. To Councillor Bame's point, I completely forgot that you said that you're a Monday to Friday, because I was writing down notes on here thinking I have a bunch of ideas for like Saturday classes and stuff that we could even try and help with, but.
The space is there, we'd like it used.
Yeah? Okay, because I had some thoughts on that. I'll email at some point. But the Foundry is fantastic. I never hear anything but good things. And whenever I tell people what it is you guys do and what you have available, they're just like, holy crap, I had no idea that was a thing. So I don't know if you guys have rack cards or anything, or even posters. Like, I would totally put that out on my tables during the day for. Cool.
We've got all this.
Awesome.
Foundry's a good organization.
Yeah. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Line. Councillor Nelson, please.
I'll be short. Mike, Greg, I just want to say, huge fan of what you guys do. You go from 0 to 5,000 visits. That's significant. You provide a very unique service in this community. I've done lots of referrals to youth that need attention. And Mike, I think you said it best. There isn't a person that doesn't walk through that door that you don't have a conversation with. And I think that's the most important aspect. So thank you very much for what you guys do. It's a very, very unique service that you provide. I think it's a model for the province, to tell you the truth, what's taking place inside of Williams Lake, and fully support what you guys are doing. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nelson. Councillor Moses, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you for coming in and speaking to us today. Your presentation is so welcome. It's great to hear success stories when it comes to our youth, when it comes to mental health, when it comes to programming in our community. I want to back up what our mayor said, and I don't want to age Your Worship so much, but I'm a couple of years younger than his son, so I got to also play on Mr. Gaylord's basketball teams. So that was some of the highlights of my youth. So thank you, Mr. Gaylord, for continuing on with this amazing work that you're doing now, because I remember even then that you had a great impact on my youth, and I'm not sure where I would be without that team. It's really neat to hear about your partnership with Dennis Sakai and other organizations, so keep up the good work there. These are the kind of programs that just keep on giving. We're definitely seeing immediate results in the form of the presentation you've given us and the results that you've seen in the youth that you've already worked with. But we also have to take into account that these are the kind of changes that keep adding up and compounding over the years, especially the longer that we have these type of programs. So we really need to make sure that we, as a council and as a community, that we continue to nurture programs and organizations like the Foundry. We really need more presentations like this one, because we're so lucky that we actually have a Foundry in our city, and we're so lucky that it's being so well run. So I do have one real question for the two of you. What can we do to help you with your jobs? Because we really want to see you succeed. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor Nelson. Any answer, please?
Part Part of the reason we wanted to come is we do apply for different things, grants here and there, and to give you an idea of what we do. Foundry, the provincial Foundry organization is extremely strong, extremely structured, well-researched, well-funded. We get better education than we got as principals, no question, in terms of how to work with young people. It's a research-based situation. We happen to be the 13th Foundry in the province. There's about 19 running right now, and about 10 to 12 in transition or planning, that will be running the next 2 to 3 years. So this is a provincial initiative, like Scott said, and it's extremely well-researched, it's well-run, it's well-funded. We are well-supported in everything we do. Nothing is by guess, it's all there, and it's all research-based.
Thank you very much. If there's anything you need, supporting letter or anything my office or council's office could do, please call on any time to the staff.
We could use a doctor, Surinder.
Definitely.
And a nurse practitioner, if you guys can work that out for us.
Yeah, we will definitely do that. I tell you, I wish I had the magic stick. They given me the little, hammer, but they didn't give me the magic stick yet. But definitely, we'll keep working together. Yeah, you can drop it with the staff. We will take that. There's a recommendation on the table, staff, please. Thank you, sir.
The clerk's note that the presentation from Michael Franklin and Greg Gaylord, Foundry Caribou Chilcotin, regarding a general update and statistics on youth attending the Foundry be received for information.
I moved and seconded. Any question, concern? Once again, thank you very much, both of you. Being a principal, who would know better than you, and hats off to you both, especially Mr. Gaylord and my son. I couldn't be more proud of him. And I think parents can give the birth to the kids, but how the children are shaped are done by the teacher, by the professor, by the principals, different designation. I still have utmost respect for my principals, for my professors. I don't remember any teacher being alive who taught me, but the professor, principal are still there. Every time I get a chance or visit, even I'm on the phone, I call them and always seek their blessing. Please keep blessing these kids, keep helping them. I'm sure we'll be way ahead of the game compared to the other communities. Thank you very much, both of you. All in favor of the motion, please. Carried. Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. Well, our second, the best thing is the delegation took exactly bang on their time, and that's all. I request the council ask you a question after, and whatever the time delegation is allotted, let them consume and let them use it, because their time is when they're talking. When we are asking the question and speaking or commenting, that's council time. Now it's my honor to welcome Andrew Sandberg, William Lake Rotary, and Daybreak Rotary to the new project for Kiwanis Park, and request for consideration of the name change to the Rotary Park. Before we bring the recommendation from the staff, Mr. Andrew, floor is yours, sir.
Thanks, Your Worship, Council, and City staff. Andrew Sandberg, President of the Williams Lake Daybreak Rotary Club. So we're coming forward with another amazing project in mind for the youth in our community. We're seeking your approval and support. We're always on the lookout for something new to bring to the community and grow beyond expectations. We found what we believe to be the next big improvement to Kiwanis Park. In June of this year, a few members, myself included, from the Rotary Clubs of Williams Lake attended the Rotary International Convention. The convention is held in a different major city around the world annually, and this year is held in Calgary. It's too close for us to pass up the opportunity to go to the amazing experience with over 16,000 people from over 140 countries. Certainly something to remember. During this experience, we discovered a company called Free Notes Harmony. They're out of the US. They specialize in engineered outdoor musical percussion instruments with various sizes and designs. We immediately fell in love with the idea of bringing it home. Because of the vibrant colors, designs, and musical purpose behind them, we believe that these would be a perfect addition to the Kiwanis Park to help encourage musical literacy, accessibility, play, collaboration, sharing, and most of all, fun for kids of all ages. The product line that we're proposing to City Council today is from the company's Botanical Gardens line, where the products resemble different garden themes such as flowers, butterflies, bumblebees, trees, caterpillars, and mushrooms. All instruments are engineered to follow the pentatonic scale. The scale is special in comparison to other musical scales, specifically when it comes to the, I skipped the line there. Other scales, it includes 5 notes instead of 7, so we eliminate all flat and sharp notes. So when it's played at random by kids hitting whatever piece of the equipment they would like, it comes across as music instead of just being noise. I've added a rendering, I believe you'll have the proposed layout as well as the scale drawing to show the space that we're asking for. We'd like to place these items as designed between the main gates by the Cameron Memorial parking lot entrance and the water park. This is preferred, but we're open to conversation with the city administration about alternative options. As proposed, this addition to Kiwanis Park is an estimated $60,000 without the consideration for installation. So that's the playground ask. Secondary proposal in conjunction with the musical playground is a request for consideration on the renaming of Kiwanis Park to Rotary Park. We understand the history of the Kiwanis Club while the club was part of our community, and we understand the time, effort, and investments they put into the community and at this park. However, we also believe that while honoring the Kiwanis Club history, a passing of the torch is a reasonable request to action after the Rotary's investment to the park. Currently over $130,000 to date, $260,000 if we count the Boulder Park and Botanio, and this additional $60,000 would push us over $300,000 in the last 3 years. Within the community, we have been vast investment as well over the past decades, and only plans to continue to grow as we gain new members, the younger generations with new energy and new ideas. Myself, born and raised here, no intentions of leaving, no intentions of leaving the Rotary Club, and no intentions of slowing down on aspirations to improve the community.
A second wave of hostages around 9:30 a.m. Israel time in central and southern Gaza. So we'll have to see about exactly, but there's supposed to be 2 waves of hostages released, and I believe all of the living hostages are supposed to be released today. All right, so I'm going to be getting updates here, and give me one moment here if you can. Thanks for your patience. I'm going to get a couple things up on the screen so I can see them. And we'll be covering President Trump's trip to the Middle East. He's going to Israel and then to Egypt. Times of Israel says that the Israeli President Herzog will tell U.S. President Trump that President Trump will be awarded Israel's highest civilian honor for brokering the ceasefire and hostage release agreement. That's according to the President's office in Israel. Okay, hang on a moment. Sydney, our viewer, says, I'm a bit nervous. Pray all goes smoothly. So we are looking at Hostages Square, Tel Aviv in Israel, and also the Reim military base in Israel. I don't have it one thing written where we're looking at because I have a feeling we're going to be switching shots. So actually I can do this live. Tel Aviv and I have to spell this right. Reim military base. Let me fix this. Live Tel Aviv and Reim military base, Israel. I can put some sound up in a second. First, I want to thank you for being here. It is 6:09 a.m. in Madrid, where I am. It is 12:09 a.m. on the east coast of the United States. And hey, I want to thank our moderators for being here. We have Ruth Krafasi is here. Thank you, Ruth. Roberts Mayqueen is moderating. We're going to be taking your comments on the air. Thanks also to, I want to thank all of our moderators. Hang on. Idaho Star is moderating on Twitch. Thank you, Idaho Star. Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha on X. I am doing this from Madrid while I am traveling, so I apologize in advance for any technical issues that might pop up. It can be a little more difficult to do these streams when I'm on the road. Thanks also to our Facebook moderators. Kay Lowry Body is over there. Thanks, Kay Margaret Riley. And hey, a couple quick thank yous. Thanks so much to Temi Dank for the memberships. I really appreciate that, Temi Dank. I am Charlie, thank you. Thank you, Aaron McCune and Mark Barnes and Jason Casper and Lacey. Yeah, I'm feeling a lot better. As often when I travel, I get sick, so I had a bad cold. Well, it wasn't too bad. I had a cold for about the first week, but I'm doing a lot better now. Thank you also, Tom Witcher. Thank you, Tom. So again, we have our clock on. In 49 minutes and 10 seconds, that's when the hostage releases are supposed to begin from Gaza. Okay? That's when the first one's supposed to start in about 49 minutes. And President Trump arrives in about an hour and 10 minutes. I wonder if Trump's plane is on Flight Radar 24. I didn't even check. What is the sound like on the, are they playing music on this? Hold on. No. Here's
אני חושב שבתנאים הנוכחיים היה הטוב ביותר שניתן היה להשיג. אפילו הצלחנו להגיע לשם לכמה הישגים מבחינת את מי אנחנו משחררים ואת מי אנחנו לא משחררים.
It sounds like they're simulcasting some program, like maybe a news program or something there. Anyways, I'm going to turn that down for now. I think it'll be a little distracting. But we'll check in. I can put the sound on for either of them. But for now, I'm going to turn that down. And you know, I also have a shot. I have a shot from Gaza I can put up for you guys too. I should put up, where is that from? I have a view of the Gaza Strip I'm going to put up too. Well, I'll just show it to you. I can't put everything up at once because it gets to be crazy. Oh, wait, there's a helicopter. I'm seeing a helicopter. Hey, look, it's a helicopter flying. Now, I don't know what this is for. That is a helicopter flying at Re'im military base. Okay, for whatever it's worth. Could be doing a lot of things. So, I mean, the Re'im military base is where the hostages are supposed to end up going. I don't know if that's a helicopter that, in theory, will pick up a hostage at some point. I have no idea. Or hostages, I can't tell you. But that is Re'im military base. That is a live shot. Re'im is not far. It's a few miles from the Gaza border. several miles from the Gaza border. That's where Re'ib is. Again, I'm not sure what relation, if any, that helicopter has to the whole hostage exchange, but it's an interesting shot. The hostages are not supposed to start getting released for about 45 minutes. No, I don't think there are any hostages in the copter. I mean, I could be wrong. The reporting I saw said the hostages are not going to start getting released for 45 minutes. Who knows? Maybe there's a hostage in there. I don't know. It's possible. It's possible a hostage or one or more hostages got released earlier than scheduled. I do not know. We're looking at it right now. We're looking at the helicopter for whatever it's worth. This live coverage. See who gets out. I don't have info. I mean, this could be a helicopter that's going to pick up hostages eventually. Right? It's not a long ride for it to pick up hostages, so that might be a helicopter that's actually going to pick them up. 20 living hostages are supposed to, there are 20 living hostages that are supposedly all going to be returned. Hey, thanks to I Am Charlie. I really appreciate it. Kiwi, thank you for the memberships. Thank you. Kieran Wilson, thanks for being a member. AJ Krause, thanks for being a member. AJ says Hamas usually makes a show of these releases. I believe there's going to be no ceremony today. Some of the hostages releases in the past, Hamas made a big show of. I know Israel did not like that. So I believe today you are not going to see some kind of parading of the hostages in Gaza. That's my understanding. I could be wrong. Oh, thanks so much to John RD2. Oh, John RT2 said Trump's plane was seen an hour ago on flight radar, then coverage stopped. I forgot to check. John also thinks this is a Sea King helicopter, like a Navy version of a Black Hawk. Hey, thank you so much, John RD2. Thank you, John. I was going to check here. I forgot. Too much happening. Yeah, so I can say, for whatever it's worth, my guess is that Trump's plane is not visible on Flight Radar 24 because there's not really if it were, there'd be a lot of people tracking it. So sometimes you can see it. My guess is it's not on Flight Radar 24 right now. I don't know if it's on ADSB Exchange. You can message me if it's on ADSB Exchange. Hey, thanks, Kiwi. I appreciate that, Kiwi. Thank you. Yeah, wow. I mean, you know, over 2 years ago, we covered the October 7th attack by Hamas on Israel. Here we are 2 years and 6 days later. Just to show you also, there are people, that's a shot of, it's coming up, that's people at the Tel Aviv in Hostages Square, waiting for the hostages there. Might be maybe hostage families there. Hostages Square is where people have gathered, I want to say for years now, to call for the release of hostages. And it's a huge crowd there at Hostages Square in Tel Aviv. And then this is Re'im military base near Gaza. And there's people, so there's a bunch of emergency vehicles. The hostages are going to be brought. I think they're initially maybe flown to Ream military base, and then they go to like hospitals, I think. Anyways, there's people on the street there to greet the hostages as they drive by. Dr. McRib says, I remember being on this stream on October 7th. It's a little loud. I'm going to turn down the volume. It's a little loud. Let me turn down the volume a bit. Sorry. We got to keep things under control volume-wise. Still a little loud. Okay. So, hey, thanks Jenny Ann for your support. So look, you know, the first phase of this agreement, which has been signed, what's been signed is the first phase, and that calls for the Israeli hostages to be returned from Gaza to Israel. About 2,000 Palestinian prisoners get released. Israel's going to withdraw partway from where they were before. I think they already have. They might withdraw further once the hostages are given back. But they're not going to withdraw completely out of Gaza yet. But that's by no means the end of things. It has not been settled how much or whether Hamas will disarm. It has not been settled whether Hamas is going to have a role in the governance of post-war Gaza. It has not been settled what kind of security force is going to enforce security in Gaza. It has not been, no kind of detailed rebuilding plan has been settled. So it's not even, we don't even know for sure that the fighting has stopped. It stopped right now, but what's been agreed on is this first phase: hostage return, Palestinian prisoners released by Israel, a partial withdrawal by Israel, a stop of fight, a ceasefire. But we'll have to see what happens in the future. Thank you to, let me actually put up both broadcasts right now. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do this here. I'm going to get both shots up. I'm going to make this a little smaller now. So we'll do the split screen here. Hang on, it takes me a second to do this. For now. We'll be taking comments from you guys, but again, I have the clock up for when the hostage release is to start beginning. Quick thanks to, Trump's plane is on ADSB, says Air Force USA. Where is Trump's plane on ADSB exchange? I'll show it to you. Thank you, Angelic Slayer, Just Me, I Am Charlie, Nikos Kostianis, and Jenny Ann, and Kiwi. Thank you. Next to Malta, that's where it is. All right, let me look this up on ADSB exchange. I gotta find Trump's plane so I can show you. Okay, hold on, I'm pulling it up right now. What's the number of it? I'm at Malta right now. Oh, this is it right here. Is this it, guys? I think I found it. I think I found it on ADSB Exchange. Hang on, I don't think I'm signed into ADSB Exchange. Let me sign in first. Am I signed in? Hang on a moment. Hang on one moment here. Then I'll go over to ADSB Exchange. I'm just signing in. ADSB Exchange is a flight tracker. It's very good. Both it and Flight Radar 24 are great. Okay, now, where is the map? Okay, so here is ADSB Exchange. Okay, you can see that now, and there is Trump's plane. Is that Trump's plane right there? Are you guys seeing what I'm seeing? I should do a search for it. Is it 92-9000? 92-9000? Search. There it is right there. Okay, I did it. Steve did it. Steve did it. There it is. That's it, right? Can someone confirm for me? Looks like it's it. So this is adsbexchange.com is what you are looking at right now. Oops, you know what I got to do? You know what I got to do is I got to change something here real quick. Get a little wider there. And there. Okay, so that is President Trump's plane, and it is heading to Israel, which is here. See where my pointer is here? And there it is there. It's supposed to land in about an hour. Oh, let me go back to the helicopter showing. There's a helicopter now, another helicopter flying from on the Reem Air Base shot. So let's make this big. They just had the helicopter. What happened? All right. Hey, thanks to Tom Witcher. Tom says, hoping the truce holds and lasting peace endures. Thanks, Tom. I appreciate that. Also, Prolang DKK, who says, God bless Trump and all who made this possible. Oh, did it actually pop up on Flight Radar GoGo Gadget? Because it wasn't there before. No, that's not it on Flight Radar 24. I'm hearing a helicopter. Are we going to see it? Let's see. Hold on. The camera is panning at Reem Air Base. There is a helicopter. So maybe that's another one. Is that another one landing there? What's happening? These might be the helicopters that are going to pick up the hostages. Reem is close to Gaza. Look at that. Thank you, Purple Cat Audio, by the way, who says, a journey of a lifetime begins with one small step. Gary Barnes says, I wonder if the hostages will be seen by the live cameras. They might be seen in the distance. I don't think that live cameras are gonna be close up on the hostages. Thank you also, Susie Blout. I very much appreciate that. We just saw, that's a different helicopter than the one that landed, right? Before? About 10 minutes ago? So in 32 minutes, hostages are going to start being released in Gaza. Evie Shore says they said they want to give them their privacy. Yes, the time in Israel is currently 7:28 a.m. I'm sorry I don't have the clock up. I am in Madrid right now, so things are a little more difficult to do. So I have to keep it a little bit simpler. Hopefully everything works. Hey, thanks, Sydney, for the memberships. That's super nice of you. Also, thank you to, to 2 helicopters there now. Again, those might be the copters that are going to go pick up the hostages. Hey, thanks Stunned in the North for subscribing on Twitch. Thanks Arizona Toaster for the bits on Twitch. And CC for your support on Twitch. Thank you. Thank you also, LeGrant Jackson. Yeah, LeGrant Jackson. I was, when this deal was originally proposed a couple weeks ago, I was very skeptical of it. I was surprised. I was thinking that, so my thinking, which I said at the time, was I was skeptical that Hamas was going to give up all the hostages, because that's their main leverage. So, I mean, we still don't know all the details of the negotiations. So, I mean, my point was, you know, if you're Hamas, my thought was they're thinking, well, if we give up the hostages, then the idea is we're trusting Israel to, you know, hold up their end of the bargain. Now, when Hamas agreed to the deal, they said, we call on President Trump and other countries to make sure Israel holds up its end of the bargain. So a question I have had, which I'm very interested in, is behind the scenes, what combination of pressures and enticements did Hamas have to make them give up these hostages? So yeah, I was quite skeptical they would give them up, but they seem to be. I mean, you know, there's a lot of things that might be said about why they did that, but one thing is they seem to have faith that Israel is going to be held to its end of the deal. It is not just going to attack them once they give up the hostages. But we also don't know what might have been promised to Hamas, you know, behind the scenes. Yeah, so I'll admit I was skeptical of Hamas giving up the hostages, but I mean, I'm glad that this is happening. Hey, thanks BT for your support. Thank you, Kenneth Colton, for your support. Kenneth is very sad it took so long. He prays for all the hostages and the ones who lost their lives. Thank you. Project Pluto says, will Hamas, thank you, will Hamas make a big theater production of the releases like the last few? Yeah, I addressed this earlier. No. My understanding is no, there's not going to be a ceremony and parading of the hostages in Gaza. That actually, I believe, stopped. There were several hostage releases, I think if I have this right, in early this year, and they started, initially they were these ceremonies, these televised ceremonies with the hostages being paraded. I think that actually stopped earlier in the year. But from what I have heard, there's not going to be a ceremony, a Gaza ceremony. Now, who knows, but from what I have heard, there's not going to be, but we'll have to see. Thank you, Nikos Castellanos, by the way, and I am Charlie and David Fariello. Thank you, David, for the memberships. All right, hold on a second here. So, again, I don't know. I think those might be the two helicopters that are going to pick up the hostages. You're looking at Re'im military base, where hostages will be brought once they leave Gaza. We're looking at that right now. And I'm also going to show you guys, I'm going to split the screen here again and show you Re'im military base and Hostages Square in Tel Aviv, where people are excitedly waiting for the hostages to come home. You can see they have Bring Him Home signs. Some of them you're seeing on the screen right now. I do actually have a shot from Gaza I can show you. I want to put that up on the screen briefly. If you give me a second. Now, what I need to do is make sure I'm doing this right. Hang on a moment. I'm going to show you the shot from Al Zawaida, Gaza. Oh, hold on. No, okay. Al Zawaida, Gaza. I'm going to show you that shot right now. If I can pull it up on the screen for you. Let's see. Here is the shot from, hold on, I have to get everything set up here. Oh, there's another helicopter. Hold on, another helicopter's coming in. Another helicopter is landing at Reim Military Base. This is the third one we've seen land. So let's get that on the screen. We want to see that. I believe these are all Israeli helicopters that are going to go pick up the hostages. This is the third one we've seen land. Thank you, Kiwi. Thanks, Kiwi. Thanks, Johnny58 for being a member. Thanks, PZ Wheats for the membership. Thank you, Kenneth Colton for the membership. Thank you, Twister B. Let me check for some updates here, though, and make sure the schedule hasn't changed. No hostages have been handed over yet. Ariel Oserin says the Red Cross has reportedly arrived at the handover point in northern Gaza to receive the hostages. So that's reporting from Ariel Oserin, who is with I-24 News English. The hostages have not started to be handed over. I have an update from Manny Fabian of Times of Israel as we look at 3 helicopters that I think might be going to pick up the hostages. Manny Fabian says, the hostages set to be freed by Hamas first from the northern Gaza Strip are Matan Angrest, Gali Berman, Ziv Berman, Alon Ohel, Eitan Moore, and Amri Miran. Also, Manny Fabian said hostages are to be handed over by Hamas to the Red Cross starting from 8 a.m. in the northern Gaza Strip, that's in 23 minutes, says an Israeli defense official. The Israeli defense official says there could be delays and information on other hostage handover sites in Gaza will be known later. Truth WSYF says 2 years in a dungeon. 2 years and 6 days the hostages have been there. Hey, thank you, by the way, so much to Dashark for the memberships. Thank you so much, Dashark. I appreciate that. Also, SD Angel RWB, thanks for all the memberships. I very much appreciate it. Eddie Reddy, thank you for the memberships. Please thank somebody if they give you a membership or a subscription, a gift subscription. Thanks so much, Eddie Reddy. And BF Thompson, thank you. Real quick, I'm going to put up the shot of Al Zawaida, Gaza, just so you can see it. Hold on a second here. Is this going to work? Let's see. There is, that is Al Zawaida, Gaza. That is a live shot from Gaza. I don't believe that's where the hostages are going to be released from, but I just want to show you that is a shot of Gaza, Al Zawaida, Gaza. Let's get back to the other shots here. Hang on a moment. There is one of the helicopters. That's Reim Military Base. Oh, and thank you also to Faye Lisayu, Faye Lisayu, for the memberships. Thank you. Thank you again to all of our moderators who are here with us covering this. Thank you to Ruth Krafasi. Thank you so much, Ruth, for being there, and all of our other YouTube moderators. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha on X, on Twitch, Idaho Star, Good Luck Duck, David Green, to Bears, Matthew Kohai 3, thank you. By the way, on Twitch, thanks so much to Stundon and North for subscribing. Thank you, Arizona Toaster, for your support on Twitch. Thank you, VA7TZ, for subscribing on Twitch, as a truck is near one of the helicopters. And also, I'm going to show you where the president's plane is in a moment, President Trump's plane. And I want to say a quick thanks to our Facebook moderators. It is 7:39 Israel and Gaza time. Oh, look at the trucks going out to the helicopter. Which, as a hold on. Thank you, Kay Lowry Body and Margaret Riley for being moderating on Facebook, and all of our other Facebook mods too. Thank you. And Lola P, thanks for the memberships. And Cherry Cola, thanks for being a member. Let us check on President Trump's plane. Which you can see on adsbexchange.com. There it is. Well, you'll see it in a second. There it is. That is, look at this. It's President Trump's plane. It's Air Force One. It's going to Israel on the right. It's getting closer. It is supposed to land in about 40 minutes. You can see that at adsbexchange.com, flight tracker, a good flight tracker. Thanks to Lily Palmer as well, Ephesians 289, our member, thank you, and Kiwi for the memberships, thank you. All right, let's go back to the video. There is one of the 3 helicopters we've seen land at Reem military base, which I think might be going to pick up the hostages. Let me check and see if I can get you more updates too. There's a lot going on right now. I'm kind of, but Michael Horowitz, who I follow, he is also hearing that hostages will be released at 8 a.m. and 10 a.m. Israel time this morning. Times of Israel, Manny Fabian of Times of Israel reports, the Red Cross has not yet notified the Army that it is heading over to the handover site, but a source involved in the operation tells Reuters that Red Cross convoys in Gaza are moving into position to collect the hostages. Let me go back and get you the double coverage here. Oops, hold on. I need to put, where is the, why are you not seeing the shot, the other shot? What shot do I not have turned on? Oh. There it is. Okay. So we have Hostages Square in Tel Aviv, and we have Reim military base. Both shots for you. I have the sound on from the military base, not from Hostages Square. Times of Israel also reports, thanks to AZ Intel for spotting this, that Hamas has published the names of 20 living hostages to be released today. They are the same 20 hostages whose names had already been given to Israel earlier as part of the negotiations. Wow, it's incredible to think that after today, if everything goes right, all of the living hostages will be returned. That's a real milestone in this whole conflict that began, well, this particular war that began on October 7th, 2023. The IDF says, Israeli Defense Forces say that the Air Force has completed preparations to receive the hostages returning to Israel from the Gaza Strip. Now, you're looking at a helicopter there at Re'im Military Base. We are seeing some Israeli military personnel, I believe. I believe they might be going eventually to get the hostages. Thank you. Why am I hearing music? I don't want to be hearing music. Hold on, I'm going to turn that down. I got to turn down the volume. Somebody's playing music over like across the street from the military base. Hey, thanks to Vandalay Breaks on IG. Also, I Am Charlie. Yeah, I Am Charlie. I believe there's supposed to be around 28 remains of hostages, 28 dead hostages. I don't know that they're all going to be returned today. It's not even clear that Hamas has all of those remains of all of them at hand. So I'm not sure, but I would not be surprised if all of the remains are not returned today. I haven't even specifically, what I've been hearing is that all the living hostages are going to be returned today. I don't know how it's going to work with the remains and if those are going to be returned today, and if so, how many. Thank you, Millennial Diligence. Also, Gerd's Fiend. And Prolang from Denmark, and Subi40. And Narles Tarkly. Thank you. All right, let me see if the music stopped. Yes. You are looking at Re'im Military Base near Gaza. I am keeping an eye on a bunch of sources, including Israeli reporters, to see what they're saying about what's going on. And I will certainly let you know. Yeah, so Mehr News Agency, which is an Iranian news agency, they actually say that the helicopters we saw at Re'im Air Base, like this one, are going to they're going to transport the prisoners, they're going to transport the hostages after their release, which is what I thought. So again, that's my understanding is that my guess is that these helicopters will fly to Gaza and pick up the hostages. It's not a long flight. Okay, I have an update from the Israeli Defense Forces. Israeli Defense Forces say, according to the information received, the Red Cross is on its way to a meeting point in the northern Gaza Strip where several hostages will be transferred into their custody. The IDF is prepared to receive additional hostages who are expected to be transferred to the Red Cross later on. All right, I need to turn the volume down because that's important. I'm going to read this again. Let me read this again. We got an important update from the IDF. Sorry, a little too much noise on that stream. So we got an important update from the IDF that I want to read you again. Okay? So the IDF says, according to received information, the Red Cross is on its way to a meeting point in the northern sector where several hostages will be handed over to it. The IDF is prepared to receive additional hostages who are expected to be transferred to the Red Cross later. So again, the Red Cross is now on its way to a meeting point in northern Gaza where several hostages will be handed over to it. That is from the IDF, new update from them. Here is President Trump's plane. Now, I don't think I have to refresh this. Can we see it moving? I might hit refresh. Refresh. Oh. No, I don't know if it moved at all. That is the plane. That is Air Force One. Well, I'm almost positive it's Air Force One. I'd be surprised if it isn't. That is on Flight Radar 24. Flight Radar 24 is also a great flight tracker. This is adsbexchange.com. Oh, you know what? Actually, I take it back. I don't know. Is it possible that they lost tracking on it? I don't know. Looks like it's live. I believe this is the live track on it. I mean, that's the plane. Is it not being tracked anymore? You know what? I'll look it up. Is it gone? They turned it off? Well, it didn't seem to be. I was like, is it not moving? All right, let me search again. If I do another search for it, is it just not going to come up? Because we had it before. Oh, okay, so let me do another search on ADSB Exchange. Search, and yes, it is now not, well, actually, it says it's right there. It says no match in current view. It looks like maybe it's off, right? Is that what it is? So that's it, but it doesn't really seem to have moved. So my guess is maybe, I just searched on ADSB Exchange, it said no match in current view, so maybe it's not tracking right now. Anyways, you can go to ADSB Exchange and try to find it. Flight Radar 24 has it now? Really? Are you sure? Are you sure? I don't see it on Flight Radar 24. There's no plane that's really being tracked that much on Flight Radar 24, so I don't see it there. I'll keep an eye out. Sometimes it's on Flight Radar 24. Sometimes you can see it. Not right now, though. Hey, thanks to Anna Maria. I appreciate it, Anna Maria. Oh, she says it's Canadian Thanksgiving, October 13th. Happy Canadian Thanksgiving. Thank you, I Am Charlie. Yeah, I Am Charlie said J.D. Vance said yesterday on Fox and NBC, not all 28 found. I thought he said something like that. He said something like, "Oh, there's another helicopter landing at Ream military base." You mean I Am Charlie, the remains of hostages. The 20 living ones are supposed to all be returned today. So this is the fourth helicopter we have seen land at Ream military base. And again, I believe these are going to go pick up the hostages. This is the fourth one. Quick thanks to Nikos Castellanos. Thank you, Nico. Thanks to Jason Bewley, who says it's a CH-53 Sea Stallion helicopter. That's what Jason said. I'm not sure. So, again, according to the IDF, the Red Cross is on the way to a meeting point in Gaza where several hostages will be handed over. So I am waiting for updates from the IDF. All right, I got to turn down the singing. No, I'm going to wait. There's another helicopter coming in. Wow. So another one just landed. This is several miles from the Gaza border. Thank you, Alon Perez. Thank you so much, Alon Perez. I really appreciate your support for the channel. So what is it 5? One of our viewers said 5. Have we seen 5 helicopters land there at Reim military base? Harper Ann says, this is so surreal. I can't believe it's finally happening. Again, Red Cross is on its way to the meeting point in northern Gaza where several hostages will be released. Yes, these are Air Force helicopters that are going to... News from the Field on Telegram, which is an Israeli news account I follow, says these are Air Force helicopters that are going to take in the hostages. To repeat, the Red Cross is on its way to a meeting point in northern Gaza where they will get the first of the 20 living hostages. We are looking at Reim military base live right now. Oh, I have something else. Where is this? Where is this? What shot is that? I have a shot from Gaza. I have a different shot from Gaza. From Gaza's Nasser hospital. Let me show you the shot from Gaza. That right there is a live shot from Gaza's Nasser hospital. Now, there will be about 2,000 Palestinian prisoners released by Israel once the Israeli hostages are released. Oh, another helicopter is landing right now. This is, what is this, the 6th helicopter now landing? Number 6? At Reim military base? Wow, so we are watching all these helicopters come in as they are going to be picking up the hostages, best I can tell. Excuse me. Excuse me. Sorry. I swallowed the water wrong. So, if the clock's right, the first handover will be in about 3 minutes. Yes, I am still in Madrid. Thank you, XOXO Lemon. Thank you so much. Hellwolf, thanks for the membership. Thank you, Joe, for your support. And Kitty Donahue and Lizzie. Thanks, Lizzie, and Ken Lance, as we see more military personnel from Israel at Reim military base. Also, Jason Bewley. Jason thought that was a UH-60 Blackhawk. I am not sure. Let me keep checking for updates from... I'm waiting for the next update from the Israeli military. Hold on. This camera is so low. More music. I gotta turn that down. So last we heard, the Red Cross was on their way to pick up some of the hostages in Gaza. We have not had confirmation that any hostages have been handed over yet. We are waiting. President Trump is supposed to land in about 20 minutes. Oh, Moshe Schwartz is watching. Moshe, I think, is watching, and maybe in Arabic. Is he watching? Moshe is watching an Arabic channel, Arabic language channel, and they are showing, I believe, the handover point. You know what I got to do? I got to grab my iPad so I can pull up that channel and see what I can see. Give me 1 second. I'm not going anywhere. I'm just gonna disappear from your screen for a second. So I'm disappearing from your screen for 1 second so I can grab my iPad. The hostage release is, I'm gonna get rid of the clock too. So the hostage release is gonna be any time now. The first hostage is released. So the clock has just hit 0. So let me get rid of that clock first of all to not be confusing. Getting rid of the countdown clock. And here, give me 2 seconds here while I disappear. Okay, I'm back. Now I don't have the rights to show you Arabic language media, but what I'm going to do is see if I can pull up here. Who is covering it? What is that channel that Moshe Schwartz is watching? Well, is Al Jazeera covering it? Al Jazeera Arabic? Al Jazeera Arabic has a camera, I think, in Gaza. Is anybody else looking at this? Now, I don't have that camera, I don't think. Let me just check my sources here, but I don't think I have access to that camera. Oh, I do. Wait a second. Hold on. Look. Wait, look. Look at this. Hold on. I have it. That's it. That is it right there. I think that's it, guys. I think that's the meeting point. I do have it. Whoa. What's happening? Is that are we looking at, what are we looking at? Hold on a moment. I think that this is in Gaza. This is Gaza. Wow. So we did have it after all. I think this is the handover point. Crazy. I think we are looking at the handover point. Yes, I think we're going to see hostages being handed over live.
حبيبي سلامات الله يسلم حالك ويسعدك ونولي التسليم عند السياج على الوصفة. تعال انت وين منصة التسليم او العاملين الوركسات هذه هتشوف وسطنا حاله. لا يا زلمة ايوه مطعم جوا يا زلمة خش ناصر جوا في ايوه عند الصحافة خش جوا بقول لك وين برقصات التسليم. تمام جاهزة كل حاجة طالعين هوا.
So these
محمد ابو
are,
عبيد قناة الاقصى.
this is Ariel O'Serin says this is in Khan Yunis. But Khan Yunis isn't in the north, is it? Maybe it is. Maybe I'm forgetting. I might be forgetting my geography. Probably. No, Khan Yunis is in the south. So I'm confused now. All right. I have not seen any confirmation that anyone's been handed over yet. My understanding is they're preparing to hand over the first hostages. Khan News says, okay, Amit Siegel, hold on a second. Hold on. It's confusing what's going on. Let me give you an update. Amit Siegel with N12 News, Amit Siegel says that 7 hostages have been transferred to the Red Cross. Now, I think that might have been in the north. There might be multiple sites. Again, Amit Siegel says 7 hostages have been transferred to the Red Cross. That's according to Amit Siegel with N12 News. And I-24 News English says 10 will be released now and another 10 in the second batch. So I'm not aware that any got released here. I don't see any footage of the 7 being released if they have been released. No, I think there's multiple shots. No one has posted a shot video from this site of hostages being handed over. And this certainly looks like they're about to do something. Oh, Michael Horowitz said Israeli TV showed hostages entering Red Cross vehicles. Now, I didn't see that. Michael Horowitz said Israeli TV. Hold on, do I have any other shots here? I have a shot of Gaza City. That doesn't help us. I'm checking all of my shots here, guys. But this is the only shot I have showing what appears to be Hamas members lined up, seemingly prepared to do some sort of release. But there's a report that there are already hostages who were handed over. So I don't have access to every single video. Okay, so multiple reports from Israeli media say 7 hostages have been transferred to the Red Cross, okay? Oops, let me make the headline smaller. Again, 7 hostages reportedly have been transferred to the Red Cross. Which would mean there are 13 remaining. Al Jazeera says the Red Cross tells them our teams have begun the process of executing the release of hostages in Gaza. Now maybe we'll see some of them on this shot right here. I mean, I'm looking Al God TV, which is a popular Arabic language network. They're showing this shot right here. Now what's happening? We'll keep an eye on, we may see more hostages here. Hold on a moment here. Hey, thanks to Margaret Riley. For the Facebook stars. All right, hold on a second. We are looking at this live shot of Gaza.
اسمع جماعة بعض احنا ما
Let me check the different sources here. I am looking at.
رائد أودية رائد
But yes, multiple outlets report in Israel that the Red Cross says 7 hostages have been handed over to the Red Cross so far. Now, we're seeing people line up here on, I mean, this certainly looks like we're about to see maybe another handover right now. I mean, so let's just keep our eyes on this. It looks like there's maybe several points where hostages are being handed over. And I think this is Khan Yunis, but I am not positive it's Khan Yunis. Al Jazeera is reporting that the prisoner exchange, well, I'm sorry, I think they mean hostages. Yeah, they mean hostages, so that's not a new report. Okay, sorry. I think the Palestinian prisoners will be released after all the Israeli hostages are released. Times of Israel says the 7 hostages handed to the Red Cross are, there have been 7 hostages handed to the Red Cross, according to Hebrew media. According to Times of Israel, those hostages are Gali and Ziv Berman, Matan Angrest, Alan Ohel, Omri Miran, Eitan Moore, and Guy Gilboa Dalal. Yes, there's been no official confirmation from the IDF of hostages being handed over. Thank you, Blue Fudge 08 and Sammy Wong and Mitchell Warden. Mitchell says, why are there children roaming around? Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I can't say how they doing all this. I don't know if it's everybody's affiliated with Hamas or if it's just people from the community come out as well as Hamas members. So I can't speak to all that. I don't know. You do see some children. We've seen Hamas events in the past, I believe, that had some children at it, but I can't speak to the specifics here. Thank you, Crimson Dingo and Brian Wilkes and Salazar, aka Ghost, Daniel Landers, Anna Maria, Jason Bewley. Thank you. And okay, and Brother of God, our member. Oh, now, why are they? Where are people walking to? They're walking somewhere. Now the people are walking somewhere. They were all lined up. Are they moving? What's happening? Again, multiple reports from Israel say 7 hostages have already been transferred out of the 20 living ones. We saw them all lined up here, and now they've broken their line, but they're still actually standing at the top of the screen. Under me, there's some in a line. Yeah, see, they're lined up at the top of the screen there. So it certainly looks like something's going to happen here. So while we're watching this shot, I will be bringing you other updates. Okay, the Israeli Defense Force says... No, there's not really much of an update there. Sorry. Not much of an update there. Oh, look at all the chairs. See all the chairs on the left? Wow. Those are chairs on the left, right? Maybe they'll have a ceremony later. I don't believe they're supposed to do a ceremony with the hostages. Now the shot went out. Oh, now it's back. Now it's out. Now it's back. I haven't seen any footage of anybody being handed over at this location yet.
طيب هيا زميلك يا زلمه رجال نط هيتذكر باص.
Yes, so to repeat, multiple Israeli reports say 7 hostages have been handed over to the Red Cross. Thank you, Undoing Aloneness. Now, Undoing Aloneness thinks that maybe this is an event for prisoners who are going to be released by Israel to come back. That could be the reason the chairs are there too, although I don't know why they'd be lining up so early for that. But maybe they're doing both things there. But maybe the chairs are for when prisoners come back. That's possible. Thank you, Undoing Aloneness. Also, thank you to Vanessa. Yeah, Vanessa, I'm not aware that there are going to be any hostages displayed today. I haven't seen any video from Gaza of hostages being displayed in front of crowds, so I'll let you know if I do. Thank you, Vanessa. Thank you, Marcus Peterson. Now what's happening? Oh, there's a bunch of people coming in. Who are all these people? Look at this. Now what's happening? Oh, hold on. There's another camera shot. What's happening here? Hold on. Wait. No, I'm not aware that anybody's back in Israel yet. The other camera shot of Re'im military base, they were showing a van drive by, but I'm not aware that any hostages are actually back in Israel yet. That would be very fast. We haven't even heard reported that the Red Cross has handed them over to the Israeli military. So let me just show you the other shot briefly, though. One of our viewers asked about that. Hold on. That's going to be which shot here? Yeah, that's a shot from Re'im military base, where hostages will be taken, I believe, from Gaza. But again, I'm not aware that any hostages have actually made it to Israel yet. I mean, there's trucks on the road, but that would be pretty fast. They got to get flown back there. We haven't seen any helicopters land there. Well, I believe helicopters will take them here. I think. Maybe I'm wrong. The helicopters could also take them from there to somewhere. So I'll keep an eye on that. Let me keep checking for updates too. I know it's a bit confusing with everything going on. And on our screen, it certainly looks like we might see a hostage exchange in the near future at this location in Gaza, but I'm not sure. There's a lot of people out there. The IDF has not said that they have the hostages.
مروان بقول لك جوا برا السيارة أنا فوقيها هيني مش شايفني
Israel National News 7 reports that 7 Israeli hostages have been transferred to the Red Cross and all are walking independently. I-24 News English, I-24 News English Israel reports the first 7 hostages were transferred to the Red Cross. Initial assessments indicate their health condition is satisfactory.
إيش معك سيارة أنت؟ كل الناس بتخش كيف خش طيب؟
Roy Case says Al Jazeera is reporting that. So, according to Israeli reporter Roy Case, Al Jazeera is reporting that the remaining Israeli hostages will be transferred at 10 o'clock in southern Gaza. You know what? I believe this is southern Gaza. It's very possible that, so right now it is 8:22 a.m. It's very possible that this camera will be showing us a exchange of a hostage turnover in like 90 minutes. And I don't know, maybe they're going to do I don't believe that Israel wants this. Maybe they're going to do a ceremony with them or something. I mean, there's a lot of people there. They have all these chairs set up. So, but this might be, I believe this is Khan Yunis, which is southern Gaza. So it's possible that this is going to be the location of the second handover. I mean, this here reminds me of past handovers we have seen in Gaza where they make a big show of it. But I didn't think they were going to do that today, but we'll have to see. Thank you to Charlene Newman. Thank you. Also, Will Okla, thanks for subscribing on Twitch, and Katz Sadow, and Lady Vashti. Thank you, Brainrot 9000, for subscribing. Thank you, Cece and Faith Takes You Far, and Vice Conroy on Twitch. Still no update from the IDF, like officially saying the 7 hostages have been transferred. Al Jazeera is also reporting, well, again, reportedly 7 hostages have already been transferred. Let me go back to this shot from Israel here just to show you. This is Re'im, that is Re'im military base. That's Re'im military base in Israel where hostages will be brought. That's close to Gaza. Trump is supposed to get there around now. Trump is supposed to be arriving around now. You know that? He was supposed to arrive around now. So I'll keep an eye out for updates on that too. Thanks, Eklund, Michael Clifford. I do not know why the people were lined up in Gaza there and then kind of broke their lines. That I don't know. This is Khan Yunis, Gaza. Yes. This is Khan Yunis in southern Gaza, and I do believe we may be seeing hostages released there at some point.
محمد ايش اخبارك يا محمد؟ كيف امورك؟ حبيبي الله يعزك.
And this is Reim, Israel. Reim Military Base, Israel. So doing our best to bring you updates about what's going on. Let me keep checking here. Now, AFP says that they believe that there's going to be Are they saying this? Actually, I'm not sure. But again, I believe there's going to be a exchange at this location. But that might not be for a little while. N12 News says there are 7 Israeli hostages in the hands of the Red Cross. Here is Reim Military Base. What I'd like to do actually is, what is this? Hold on. What I'm going to do here is make an adjustment here. Live Reim Military Base, Israel. And this should be, hold on, one sec. That, okay, hold on. Make a quick adjustment here. Okay, that's better. Put the sound back. I'm going to put the sound back on from there. That is the military base where I believe helicopters are going to be flying from Gaza to this military base.
למה אתה לא שם?
I have not heard any kind of reliable source, no Israeli media outlet that I have seen is yet reporting that the 7 hostages are with the IDF. I follow all kinds of Israeli news outlets and Israeli reporters. I have seen an unconfirmed claim online on social media that they've been handed over, but none of the Israeli reporters or Israeli news outlets that I follow have yet reported that the hostages have been given to the IDF from the Red Cross, the 7 hostages. As soon as I see it, I'll let you know. Roy Case, who is an Israeli reporter, says the Al Arabi Al Qatari channel correspondent in Gaza reports that at this moment the Red Cross is conducting medical examinations on the hostages and also verifying the identity of the hostages. That would be, I assume, the 7 hostages that have been handed over so far. Okay, so Times of Israel says Al Jazeera reports the second stage of the living hostage release. The second group of living hostages are going to be released in southern Gaza at 10 a.m. local time in about 90 minutes, and I think it's going to be here. I think we're going to see it. It's going to be on the other shot, I think. Hold on, let me go to the other shot. Here. This shot. I actually think we might see in about 90 minutes in Khan Yunis in southern Gaza the handover. They have a lot of chairs set up there. They have a lot of people already there. They might even do one of their ceremony things with the remaining hostages. I think there's 13 left. There's 13 left to be transferred over. And I think it might be in Khan Yunis here. Thank you so much, Eklund Michael Clifford, for the membership. That's very kind of you. Thank you. Thank you, Eklund Michael Clifford. Jason Booley, thank you sevenfold. 777. Give me one moment here. Just give me one moment. Checking something. President Trump's plane was supposed to land in Israel. Oh, you know what? I was an hour off. My fault. I'm sorry. President Trump's plane is supposed to land in Israel in about 45 minutes. I thought it was 8:20 Israel time that it was supposed to land. President Trump's plane is scheduled to land in Israel at 9:20 a.m. Israel time, which is in about 45 minutes. 45 minutes, and Trump will land there. 9:20 a.m. local time. No, the 7 hostages handed over so far are living hostages. According to Israeli media. Let's go back to the other shot in Israel. That's Re'im military base there, where eventually hostages will be transported to. But I don't believe any hostages have been brought back to Israel yet. What did the IDF say? The IDF just posted some photos and video but they didn't post any of the hostages. We are bringing you live coverage. Thank you to Crypto King for your support, Ghost Dog OG, Jason D in Colorado, and Jess. Jenny Ann, thank you. Also, shout out to all of our moderators. We have moderating right now, Havasu Mom. Thank you. Robert May Queen, Ruth Krafasi, thanks so much for moderating. On Twitch, we have moderating right now. DeBears, David Green, Good Luck Duck. Idaho Star, Matthew Kohai 3, Papa Bear, and Tariag, thank you. Huge thanks. Thanks also Will Okla for your support on Twitch. Thanks to Linda Belk, Larry, Misha over on X who moderate there, and our Facebook mods too, like Kay Lowry Body, Margaret Riley. Hang on a second here. And all of our other Facebook moderators, thanks so much. Reportedly, 7 of the 20 living hostages have been... Oh, hey guys, the IDF reports, the IDF says helicopters have... Oh, I'm sorry. Taking off. The IDF said that the helicopters... We saw helicopters land at Re'im earlier. IDF had footage of helicopters taking off for Re'im to receive the returning hostages. So again, the helicopters that we saw land at Re'im Air Base a short while ago, they, I believe, are going to be flying to Gaza, a short flight to get the hostages. But we haven't seen them take off. Thank you, I am Charlie. I am Charlie, thank you. Hey, let's go back to the shot from Gaza. This is Khan Yunis, Gaza, where we may be seeing other hostages released here later. Case, Israeli reporter, reports that reports in Gaza say that Red Cross vehicles have begun traveling from the pickup point to the Netzarim corridor, which is an area that has served as an Israeli zone of occupation during the Gaza war. But I believe that Israel has withdrawn from that corridor, according to Wikipedia. Anyways, so it sounds like Red Cross vehicles with the 7 hostages that have reportedly been handed over are on the move. That's what it sounds like. Okay. Amit Siegel reports. I have a report from Amit Siegel. Ready? Amit Siegel is with N12 News. N12 News is reporting in Israel that the Red Cross vehicles with the 7 hostages have not yet begun their journey to the IDF, apparently due to Hamas filming / documenting and therefore delaying their departure. I cannot confirm that, but N12 News' Amit Siegel says N12 News is reporting that the 7 hostages, the Red Cross vehicles with the 7 hostages, have not yet begun their journey to the IDF, apparently due to Hamas filming, documenting, and therefore delaying their departure. Again, I cannot confirm that report. They have been handed over. A lot of Israeli reports say they have been handed over to the Red Cross. Now, Roy Case reports that the Qatari Al Arabi channel said Hamas was prohibited from filming the event of handing over the 7 Israeli hostages. Roy Case reports that Hamas informed Palestinian civilians that filming the event of the handing over the hostages was forbidden. So I don't know if we're going to see hostages handed over in Khan Yunis. I see a Red Cross van there. Hey, look, I see a Red Cross truck right there. See the Red Cross truck? This is southern Gaza, Khan Yunis. We can see a Red Cross truck right there. Is the truck, I see the Red Cross van, is the truck Red Cross too? Al Arabiya reports that all oh, look, Red Cross coming in, Red Cross van coming in right there, and we see a Red Cross truck. We are seeing multiple Red Cross vehicles. I really think we're going to see a hostage handover here. I mean, there's all kinds of people in Khan Yunis. We have 3 Red Cross vehicles. I really think we're going to see a hostage handover at this location. Where is this? Give me one moment here. Hang on one second, I'm just looking something up. The Red Cross announced that they had started a multi-phase operation to facilitate the release and transfer of hostages and detainees as part of a ceasefire agreement between Israel and Hamas. So we see multiple Red Cross vehicles there in Khan Yunis, Gaza. Are they waiting to pick up hostages? Thank you, Marshall Mowens, for your support. Thank you, Marshall. Thank you, Ghost Dog. Ghost Dog thinks hostages are en route to this place in Khan Yunis. I cannot confirm that. Thank you, Ghost Dog OG. Thank you, Wiedenhoff and Overland Hams. Thank you. Give me a moment here. Roy Case says that the Al Arabiya Qatari channel's correspondent in Gaza reports that the Hamas members who transported the hostages in the city of Gaza City have left the meeting point after Red Cross vehicles began their journey to Israel. So there's an unconfirmed report from Al Arabiya that the Red Cross vehicles with the 7 hostages who reportedly have been handed over are now heading towards Israel. Itay Blumenthal also reports the Red Cross vehicles with the first 7 hostages are heading towards the IDF. Now, this is Khan Yunis you're looking at, and that's more Red Cross vehicles. So this is where the remainder of the hostages may be handed over. Oh, breaking news. IDF just posted. The IDF just posted and said, the IDF says Based on information received from the Red Cross, 7 hostages have been handed over to the Red Cross and are now on their way to join the Israeli army and Shin Bet forces inside Gaza. The Israeli army is fully prepared to receive additional hostages who will be handed over to the Red Cross in subsequent stages. There you go.